the playoffs now. That's right. We're getting to the end. Started this back in February. It started on February 1st. But even before that, in January was the Open qualifiers. It's been around 4 months, almost 4 months since we hit June of the actual North American Challengers season. About 5 months if you count the qualifiers. And it is all coming to the culmination of where we are at right now. The North American Challengers playoffs. I'm a little bit late and I apologize, but it doesn't look like I missed anything. Sorry, I'm thirsty. It doesn't look like I missed anything, as we do just have initiating please stand by here on the screen. So what I will do is, let's just talk about where we're at today, what is to come this week, and most importantly, this first series of the day. So today we're going to have M80 versus Shopify Rebellion, and then after this series is Oxygen Esports versus G2. Then tomorrow we finish off the upper quarterfinals with the Guard versus FaZe Clan, and did I say semifinals in my title? I did. Let me change that. Sorry about that. Finals. There you go. Okay, so then we finish off the upper quarterfinals with the Guard versus FaZe Clan and Moist Moguls versus TSM tomorrow. Then following that on June 2nd, or on Friday, we do the upper semifinals between the winners. And then after that, on June 3rd, we do the lower bracket. Then we do play-in relegation. I've talked about it a lot. Which is essentially the teams that didn't qualify for playoffs play each other to see which of the top four, two out of the four that did not qualify will be able to win in the play-in relegation and qualify for next year's challengers. That takes place on June 4th through June 5th. Then we go back to the playoffs on June 7th, and we do the lower round 2. If you lose in lower round 1 or in lower round 2, you're out. There's no hope of you qualifying for Ascension. However, you do get a nice free spot in next year's challengers, so you still have that chance and that little benefit for you. And then following that, on June 7th, we go to lower round 3, which is essentially the lower semifinals. You lose this, you're out as well, but the winner goes on to the lower final. And also on the same day as the lower round 3, we will do the upper final. The upper final will come first. And if you win the upper final, you qualify for Ascension and the grand final. The loser of that goes to the lower final, where they will face the winner of lower round 3 or the lower semifinals. Then you go to the lower final. This will be a best of 5, the winner of which qualifies for Ascension, the loser of which gets to 3rd place, as well as $6,000. Not bad. And of course, if you are eliminated from this bracket at any point, you do still have the chance in next year's challengers. You still get a free spot in next year's challengers. So you know your Valorant career may not be over, and there is still hope for next year. But if you make it to the grand final, you qualify for Ascension, which is a bracket between. Let me pull it up here. Here we go. Which is a bracket between the top 2 teams from North America, the top 2 teams from Brazil, and the top 2 teams from Latin America North, or the top team from Latin America North and the top team from Latin America South, all culminating for 6 teams, which will be in the Americas Ascension LAN tournament, which will take place over the course from June 30th to July 11th, where the winner of the grand final, only one winner, gets to participate in next year's America's Tier 1 competition in the Americas region. So there's a lot that you're fighting for here. It's a long and strenuous road ahead of you, but this is the start for these challengers teams to try and get to the Ascension to get into Tier 1 competition. And this is where North America will whittle down the top 2 teams to present for for America's Ascension to try and earn North America another spot in Tier 1 competition. And we will see which of these teams will be representing North America in the Ascension, and if those teams are going to be powerful enough to make it to Tier 1. But let's start it off. We're not at the grand final yet. We're not at the upper final. We're not at the lower final. We're not figuring out who's qualifying quite yet. We're still whittling down those numbers. Now, this is a double elimination bracket. So if you lose today, you're not out. You still have the lower bracket that you can try and make a run through. But there are still some exciting matches today, the first of which is M80 versus Shopify Rebellion. Now, the reason this is such an exciting match is because it's a rematch. This is a match we've seen before during the split 2 group stage. During the split 2 group stage, let me pull this over here. During the split 2 group stage, we saw M80 take one loss, and a lot of people expected M80 being in a group like this to probably have a flawless run. If not a flawless run, maybe they take a loss to Oxygen or TSM, but M80 didn't. They took a loss to Shopify Rebellion, who I will remind you did not qualify for the midseason face-off. They were 10th place overall. They didn't qualify for the midseason face-off. They come into split 2, pick up Vanity and IGL for Cloud9, and he comes in and he's really shaking up the team of Shopify Rebellion, and he did it enough to get them to qualify for the playoffs, and that's where we're here now, seeing Shopify playing M80. Not only did Vanity shake up Shopify enough to qualify for playoffs, they shook up Shopify enough to beat out M80. We'll take a look at this previous series that they did have with each other. We can go ahead and come down here, and you will see it was a 2-0 win for Shopify. Now, this is important, and you could say, all right, 2-0, but it was probably close, right? No, actually, it wasn't. I mean, sure, Split was decently close, but Ascent went 13-6 in favor of M80, and that was M80's chosen map, which is just not at all what you'd expect from a team like M80, who is 2075 rated and is also a lot of people consider to be the #1 team in Challengers. Not only is M80 giving up that sort of #1 team in Challenger spot by taking such a defeating loss to Shopify, but what this allowed to happen was in Split 2, M80 didn't go flawless, and there was a team who did, and it was Moist Moguls. And I think you could see a world in which M80 didn't go flawless if they were in the same group as the Guard, for example. Maybe the Guard would have beaten them, would have bested them. But they weren't in that group with the Guard. Moist Moguls was, and Moist Moguls beat the Guard. Moist Moguls went 5-0. So now M80 has to sort of defend this sort of, no, we're still the top dogs. And it all starts right here with this rematch series against Shopify Rebellion. Because, again, if M80 is not able to beat Shopify Rebellion here, not only are they going to have to try and make a lower bracket run, which honestly I think they could do. It's just, not where they would want to be. But not only do they have to make a lower bracket run, but that does mean that they lose this top spot and may honestly look like they have a very difficult path ahead of them to try and make it to Ascension. And I'll remind you, my pick'ems, I do have M80 winning in the grand final. Okay, this is sort of my take. I think M80 will be making it to the grand final. I think they'll be making it to Ascension. I even have them winning the grand final as well as the upper final. So clearly I think M80 has some good power here. Now the only wrench in that plan, or well, there's multiple wrenches that could possibly be thrown, but I think the first big hurdle that M80 has to get through is this face-off against Shopify Rebellion. They do need to get a win here, or else it will start to look pretty dire from them. There you go. Or else it will start to look pretty dire from them. And it'll start to look like maybe there's a little bit less confidence in them there. I'm not entirely sure what the delay is right now. It doesn't look like. Let me see if there's anything in the chat potentially. Let's see. Oh, it's an emote only mode. Let's see. Yeah. Does not look like there's anything. So just waiting, it seems. Not sure what the holdup is, but it does give us some time to talk about these two teams. Now, like I talked about, Shopify Rebellion is a team that did not qualify for the midseason face-off. They did not really look at trying and split one, and again, they were bottom. They were like it was 10th, right? Like they were not, looking very strong. I think they only got like 3 or 4 circuit points, which is not a whole lot for split 1, which does make it sort of a miracle that they were able to come back here in split 2. Now, the question begs, how did they do that? Well, we can go ahead and take a look at their match history. You can see split 1. You can see their only win was against Turtle Troop, and that was first week. So, of course, no team was looking the strongest there. And then they take losses. And it was 1-2 losses for the most part, excluding G2 Esports, who, although does not look that strong right now, at the time was looking like a very, very solid team. Then we come into split 2, and they started off with a bit of a banger match, but they do end up taking the loss to TSM here. It's a decently close game. I mean, not as close as probably Shopify would have liked, but it's a good showing considering who Shopify is. Then they beat Disguised, and this is another series where you're like, okay, yeah, that's plausible. And that's just because Disguised is a roster that's had some struggles They didn't qualify for playoffs, and during Split 2, and especially during midseason faceoff as well, they just did not look like that solid of a team. They definitely had some internal struggles going on as far as finding out how they wanted to play this season. And so this is a win for Shopify. You can say, all right, yeah, but most teams probably could have done that. Then they go up against M80, and this is a series, like I talked about, was not close at all. 0-2 was M80's final score, and you look at Shopify Rebellion on Ascent, 13-6. You look at them on Split, 14-12. All right, pretty close. I want to focus more on this Ascent game because this is where you really started to see Shopify shine through in a way that they definitely wanted to. I mean, you had Vanity, the IGL, being #1 frag in kills. I mean, that is just insane across all of the maps. Although he didn't have the most kills, B-Dog did. He was still, top 3, which is really impressive for an IGL, and that definitely goes to show how powerful of a player he is. Again, he was on Cloud9, which is a Tier 1 team, so it's no mystery he was a powerful player. But okay, you can say, all right, maybe Shopify got lucky, and I don't disagree. I think that is a big part of why they won that series, especially since they then go on to play Oxygen Esports, where they take a pretty defeating loss. I mean, he even went 13-4, which is not really what you'd expect from the team who was able to best M80. And I think it was at this point where I realized, yeah, it's probably this win right here for Shopify was probably a good amount of luck. They definitely got very, very lucky in that series and were able to take it. They then go up against Turtle Troop, and they destroyed Turtle Troop. That's what I wanted to see from a Shopify Rebellion roster that was able to take out M80. Maybe it's not as dominant as you'd expect, but it is still a pretty dominant win. Oh, and it looks like we are back, or we're here finally. I'm not entirely sure what the holdup was, but we'll go ahead and throw it over to here to hear what these casters have to say as we get ready to throw it to the series, I imagine, or the start of the series.
Between M80 and Shopify Rebellion, as these two teams are waiting to lock horns in a rematch best of 3, Roy, from the group stages.
What is this resolution?
Ascent, Pearl, and
all right, Ascent picked by Shopify Rebellion, no question there. They destroyed M80 on Ascent prior. Pearl's picked by M80, no question there. It's M80 on Pearl. They're a very, very dominant team over on Pearl. We know this. And then Lotus being a decider, I think is good for Shopify, but also very good for M80. It definitely could go either way, but I do think M80 is going to take the series. I expect a 2-0 from M80. That's my prediction. I mean, if you look at my pick'ems for this series here, you do see I have M80 beating Shopify, and it's just because although yes, Shopify was able to beat M80 prior already, Shopify was able to beat M80 prior already. It's M80. All right, we're talking about one of the #1, if not the #1 North American team right now in challengers. So I don't expect a big upset here, unlike their previous series, which was an upset. I just think M80 is going to know how to work around that. They've had a lot of time to improve since the end of Split 2, and especially they've had a lot of time to improve since their series against Shopify. Any holes or any kinks in their plan that they had against Shopify prior in their previous matchup, I think at this point M80 will have been able to work out or work through and fix up those holes, patch them up, make sure there's no water leaking through. And I think now we're going to look at an M80 roster that is going to be ready to destroy Shopify Rebellion and humiliate them just like Shopify humiliated M80 prior.
Appreciation for what this series is going to look like when the pen hits the paper. But Roy, looking at a map like Ascent, I can't imagine that those changes that they were talking about is going to happen on a map like Ascent. Maybe, yeah. But
I mean, there's only so many things to do unless you're going to pull out the wacky comps, right? Like if you're going to pull out the Viper or you're going to completely switch your script, that is a possibility. But I think overall, it's just a mental game on this map specifically. I don't think there'll be that many twists. I think it'll be pretty straightforward. It's just whether who's adapted the best for that map.
I mean, Em, if you were to come in today and you were saying, as an IGL, expect changes, what would you be meaning when you said that? Would you mean different map pool, different agent pool, duelists that weren't duelists before? What would you be thinking?
Two things. It could be a complete buff, and it means absolutely nothing. Or bluff. I said buff. Buff or bluff, whatever.
That both work.
Good work.
They both work. But probably either different comp. Yeah, probably a different comp, a different pace of the game, something that's gonna just throw them for a loophole. But also for Lotus, for a map 3 decider, I think that's a really interesting map pick because I haven't seen it be picked from Shopify in Split 2. So again, maybe that's a whole nother map where we're going to see something completely different. So we have 2 potential maps where we might see a whole new 2 sets of teams.
Yeah, the last time we saw this Shopify roster play the map was back in Split 1. It was during the group stages because obviously that team did not make the mid-season face-off, despite the fact that they were supposed to be one of the stronger teams. If you looked at the top 4 coming into the group stages,
yeah, that's an important thing to highlight, actually, is Shopify was honestly, a lot of people thought was going to be one of the top 3 teams, probably, or top 4, trying to contest G2, trying to contest G2, M80, the guard. Like, this was a team everybody sort of thought was going to shake things up, and then they just didn't. I mean, they got pretty much rolled throughout Split 1. Yeah, they took a map up on every loss, but it's still, not what you'd expect from this roster. And as we move into Ascent, we're going to see if now Shopify is going to reclaim what they claimed before against M80. Remember, the previous series, Ascent went 13-6 in favor of Shopify Rebellion. So we'll see if Shopify can recreate some of that magic as I hide my camera and we get into the agent select. I don't know why the resolution is so bad here, but I like the 80s 16-bit type. All right. Oh, there we go. We're back. All right, let's go ahead and get a look at these agent select. Both Mata and Nismo going to be on KO. Both B-Dog and Kowalinu going to be on Jet. Both Vic and Xander going to be on Omen. And both EU and Vanity going to be on Fade. The difference here is there's no Sentinel for M80. They've opted to go for a Breach instead. So triple Initiator setup there. Over on the side of Shopify, though, they do have a Cypher. Now, Cypher is an interesting agent because it's sort of an agent a lot of people don't really think of as a core agent on very many maps. Maybe you'd give that role to an agent like Killjoy. Killjoy's an agent I think a lot of people look at as one of the more powerful Sentinels. In fact, we see Killjoy quite often here on Ascent because you're able to lock down those choke points that the offense find themselves in when they're trying to entry onto site. And so as we come into this Ascent here, I'm going to be interested to see how this Cypher is used by Shopify. Will it be enough to sort of take advantage of the fact that there's no Sentinel over on the M80 roster? Will we see Cypher being used in new ways that we don't typically see to try and, claim that sort of... Again, it's weird to pick Cypher instead of Killjoy. So I am interested to see if that's a pick here that's going to make very much of a difference. Let's go ahead though, take a look here how these agents play. Not sure why the resolution is so low. That's not on my end. I believe it is on their end. So we'll see how it goes. You can barely see the map or the agents on the map. Again, very, very like 64-bit. It's okay. Let's go and take a look here as Shopify Rebellion starting on the offense, going to take mid control, and they're able to take out Kowalinu, who's trying to prevent any push through mid. Nismo able to take out B-Dog. Moo's going to be able to trade it off, but Xander and EU return with 3 kills total, and now it's down to Vic in a 1v3 to try and clutch out this round. He's gone in through A main, he's left that spike alone. Now he's coming in through tree, and it doesn't look like M80 is expecting him, but they're also not playing in a position that is vulnerable to tree very much. Maybe Xander is, but the gun is spotted. He peeks out, head tap comes through, but the classic long range, not going to do a whole lot, although he's able to pick off Xander before he goes down. EU will find that 3rd kill for him, and that is 1 round up for M80. Score going to be 1-0 as we move forward, and M80 takes the first pistol round. That's not really what Shopify was hoping for, but I always talk about it. Ascent is a defense-sided map, and so you can definitely expect... Let me see. Let me pull this up here. The stats of everything. Yeah. So Ascent is rated, or not rated, but it is a win rate for the defense 51.2% of the time. So 51.2% of rounds on Ascent go to the defense. So it's a little bit defense-sided. It's not super defense-sided, but it is a little bit defense-sided. So at the very least, we should see M80 keeping it even. And so Shopify should just be trying to get at least 4. 5 is pretty good. That's a pretty good place to be. Or keeping it even is even better. And we will see if Shopify can do that. But M80 winning the first pistol round means they're going to have some pretty good guns here. Although, an early pick onto B-Dog, or sorry, onto EU does even the player count out as B-Dog is taken out. Oh, Vanity spotted as he's trying to come through stairs and get onto the site. It's quite a bit of damage. Mata going to pass off the gun he's been able to pick up. He's now going to get this spike down. Vanity going to be watching CT from stairs. Vic inside of garage. We will see how M80 does decide to try and retake this site. We know how good the retakes can be on a lot of different maps. We will see if the same is true here on Ascent. See how this goes. Ooh, Vic gonna take out Xander, and Koalanoob there to trade it off though, and as Nismo takes out Vanity, Koalanoob gonna start this re-entry as well. Able to take out Mata, Moose still from backside, gonna lock it down, able to find a pick. Nismo running him down, Koalanoob gonna find him, getting flushed out and head tap him with that Guardian. And this round does go to M80, Koalanoob with 4 kills, and that is that fiery spirit we were hoping to see from Koalanoob. One of the star players for M80 who, in the past, especially in Split 2, I feel like a lot of teams were really good at shutting down. They were not allowing Koalanoob to pull through for the team, and we'll see if that's still true in most of these matches that M80 faces, but for now, M80 is going up against, or sorry, Koalanoob is up against, M80 is up against Shopify, who may not be able to completely deny M80. Although M80 on that buy round did lose all but 2 of their players, which does mean some econ momentum a little bit denied, as they're going to be going into a bonus round with only 2 of their players with good guns, and it looks like both of them going to be stationed. No, sorry, 1 on A with a gun and 1 over on B, but there are 3 on B right now, and it looks like maybe that's where Shopify is looking to head. They've got that spike and 3 players push up into garage. Nismo going to be able to take out Vanity, and now it's a 5v4 for M80. 2 players in garage going to have to try and reclaim the spike because the spike has been taken down, and now Shopify has to pick that spike up and take it somewhere. Mind you, this is a buy round from Shopify, so they do want to win it, and they have better guns than M80, but as Nismo and Koalanoob both get onto B site, that does mean both of the good guns that M80 has are on the site now. M80, of course, is going to lock down this spike, try and hold it down, trying to push back those attackers in garage. Xander from inside of CT, going to lock down mid, able to take out Moose before getting traded off, which just maintain that player advantage for M80. And now it looks like Vic going to rotate and try and go through Market here. Ooh, maybe he's going to try and go through CT. Now there's 3 there. Actually, the spike was allowed to be picked up. M80 did allow that spike to be picked up. And as Koalanoob takes out Vic, who is pushed into CT, it's now going to be a 2v4 for these Shopify players. They've got good guns, but not better guns than M80. Or, I mean, still better guns than M80, but 3 of the players from M80 do have good guns. So overall, I would say M80 has better guns here. And actually, another gun is picked up. So it's 4 pretty good guns, solid guns for Shopify. Ooh, Mata not really cleared out. Nearly able to find a good pick on Koalanoob, but not quite able to react in time. And he does swing through, able to find a pick, but he does get traded off. And now B-Dog from within main going to have to play post plant. Able to take out John Cutie, but Koalanoob going to trade it off. And now that's 2 players left alive for M80. And I'll remind you, this was a bonus round from M80 that they take a win on, which does now mean that it's 3 rounds in a row for M80, and the econ stability for Shopify has been entirely denied, and now Shopify going to have to go into an eco round. So M80 is going to have to figure out, or sorry, not M80, Shopify going to have to figure out how they want to play against this M80 roster, who, unlike last time that these teams faced each other on Ascent, it's looking like M80 is really able to find their footing, and we do need to see if Shopify has something up their sleeves that maybe we weren't expecting, some new strategies that they were able to work on in the time between Split 2 and playoffs. It'll be interesting to see if they can pull something out here, but I'm not entirely sure they will be able to. M80 looking as strong as ever, probably even stronger than they did in Split 2. I mean, you know, it's been quite a few days in between Split 2 and now, so of course these teams are going to be looking stronger than they did previously. They've had so much time to review. It looks like M80 looking just as strong as ever. Koalanoob going to be locking down from upper. Gonna lock down into garage, able to find a pick. Then he dashes over to switch, where he finds 2 picks on those pushing through market. Moose gonna find 2 picks. EU gonna take out Vanity, though, and now John Cutie gonna trade Moose off. 3 players up to life for M80 means that eco round from Shopify did not go their way. They only found 2 of the picks. Typically on an eco round, you want to be trying to find the majority of the players, kill the majority of the enemy's players, just to try and hurt their econ a little bit, but not quite able to do that. And now Shopify, although they're going to be able to buy this round, the econ stability for M80 has been starting to build up here. And now Shopify gonna have to do some extra work here to try and destroy that econ stability. Even if Shopify wins this round, they're gonna have to win the next round as well to really hurt the econ from M80. Xander gonna be doing an aggressive push up through mid. I don't know what my brain is doing right now. Xander gonna do an aggressive push up through mid, hoping to find some early picks, but he's not gonna find anything, and he does manage to get back. But M80 has actually played back off of B, and that's unfortunate for them because Shopify has pretty much just been allowed to rush into sight here and get that spike down. So now M80 does have to play this retake. They've got a little bit of some ult to work with. Nismo finds a pick on B-Dog. I thought he was blinded, maybe not. Now Vic gonna take out Koala Noob for a bit of a trade, but as the garage gets smoked off, there's 2 in garage. That does mean M80 can isolate some good fights here. Mata gonna take out Xander. It's straight off by Nismo though. Vic gonna take out EU, which does now mean it's a player advantage for Shopify. Vanity alone in backside, not gonna get taken out as Nismo's gonna get taken out instead, as Vanity is able to defend himself, and it's now a 1v3 for John Cutie. Operator shot gonna come through to defend garage, or sorry, market. My brain's not functioning. And now John Cutie in a 1v2, but that spike does go off, and this round goes to Shopify, and they finally secure a round after 4 rounds in a row of a loss. They finally are able to aggressively take B-site and take a round win. We'll see if this momentum can carry through here. The operator was saved, which does, again, mean M80 is going to be able to buy this round, and Koala Noob still has that operator. Now, if Shopify does win this round, though, M80, although they should be able to buy next round, it's not going to be a good buy, as we see here. It may have to be forced in some places. At the very least, it does mean no more econ stability for M80. So Shopify will be trying to win this round to really destroy the econ that M80 has been able to build up. There's 4 ults available for Shopify, but they're not really able to get the opportunity to use them as M80 mows them down. Moose able to keep it even, though, finding 2 picks. It's now a 3v3. There are still 2 ults available for Shopify, although Vic and B-Dog did die. No command available, as well as Nightfall. And now we do get to see, will Shopify be able to find something here and secure this round? Like I said, if they secure this round, it does mean no more econ stability for M80. So this could be a good round for them to secure. As the Nightfall comes out. Ooh, John Cutie gonna get suppressed. Of course, the null command comes out. Mata's low on HP. Could get taken out pretty easily. And, ooh, getting flushed out. Xander able to defend himself by taking out Mata, but Mata can just get rezzed here, and he does. Vanity gonna res him, which now makes it a 3v2, but John Cutie gonna take out Moose and Mata. Vanity trying to stop any additional damage, able to take out John Cutie, but it's immediately traded off, and Koala Noob left alone. Doesn't matter. Still a win in the books of M80, and that's what really matters, as now any econ stability Shopify was trying to build up is immediately taken out. And now M80 going to be, once again, looking like they have the upper hand here. And Shopify going to have to be back on an eco. So the score going to be 5-1, and Shopify on an eco as we go into the 7th round. And it's looking like, again, M80 not going to let Shopify roll them down on Ascent like Shopify was able to do previously. Seems like we're not going to be looking at another upset here, because M80 has figured out any of those holes that Shopify was able to puncture in the previous series. M80 has patched up here, it looks like. Now, it is a defense-sided map, so I'll give Shopify that, but it does still look like M80 has a little bit more comfortability on this map than Shopify does, and as Koala Noob able to take out B-Dog. An early pick there for M80, and this is the eco round from Shopify. B-Dog was one of the few people with a gun. Vic able to pick it up, but it's 5v4. Now going to be very difficult for Shopify to play down a player. And they're on low econ. So in addition to having not very many guns to fight with, they don't have any players to fight with. They're going to have to do a more aggressive and together push, which may be thwarted by M80. Ooh, Koala trying to lock down the site. Not quite able to find the pick, but doesn't matter. EU's there to hold the cross on Ali, and he's able to find a pick. And now it's a 3v4 for Shopify. Spike is down. Now, M80 doesn't know that. They don't know that where the spike is. I mean, they knew the spike was down, but they didn't know if it had been picked up or not, so they can't watch it. And the spike will be picked up once again by Shopify. But they don't really have time to rotate, so they're just going to have to continue to try and push this site. And as Koala takes out Mata, it's a 2v5 that will be very difficult for Shopify to play. Looks like Koala wants to repeat. He does, but he does not find a pick. John Cutie going to swing from CT, able to take out Moose, and then just sprays Vanity down through the smoke. And that is the 6th round for M80, which now makes it impossible for Shopify to gain the lead going into the next half. And it means that M80 in a pretty good spot, considering this is a defense-sided map. This is the very least of what they should be doing, is keeping it even. And it now looks like M80 going to start to take a lead here, as they are 1 round away from taking the lead. And they've got a good amount of momentum to take a pretty substantial lead here. I just want to look at these kills really quickly. Look at Koala 12 kills. Now, like I said, in Split 2, you could definitely see Koala struggling a little bit. And I don't think it was his fault necessarily. I think a lot of the teams that M80 faced up against were really good at denying any of that solo carry that we would typically see from Koala before M80. But it didn't really matter. The rest of the team was able to pull through, and now we're seeing coming into playoffs, at least in this first series, it looks like maybe Koala is getting enabled better by his team this time around. And we've seen him in some pretty good positions to find kills as well. 4 ults available for M80, Bladestorm, Null Command, Rolling Thunder, and From the Shadows. 4 ults, which, although, you know, From the Shadows not super useful, the rest can definitely be used well from M80. Maybe not Bladestorm, but Null Command and Rolling Thunder can definitely be used to stop a push or even a retake if M80 does end up needing to retake. Then over on Shopify Rebellion, they've only got 2 ults. It's Neural Theft, which you have to find a kill to use first, and a From the Shadows, which is a very situational ult. And so, you know, we could see it used for a quick rotate to pick up the spike if it goes down on the opposite site, something like that. But yeah, it is a very situational ult, so it may not be super useful for Shopify this round. And we will see if it does end up getting used here. Shopify gonna start this push into A. They're doing it very slowly though, looking for some early picks. You can see them defaulting, hoping M80 will push into them. Z Xander has pushed up all the way deep into mid, and he's now watching Cat. Now, Shopify can't see him from where they are, but Xander is right there. He's just waiting, hoping they'll push up, and they do. Oh, the trigger discipline right now. It's going to allow him to take out both Vanity and Mata, and nobody going to trade it off from Shopify, although Moose is coming in through tiles to try and trade it off. He's able to take out Nismo, but John Cutie's there to trade it off. And, well, trades are not really what Shopify can afford when you're down players like this. So now it's a 2v4 for Shopify. Door's going to be closed, so Vic has taken a site. The only issue is you don't have the spike. So at this point, maybe Shopify's trying to save here on this site. Trying to save their guns, potentially. Oh, no, it looks like that ult, hey, the situational ult I said probably wouldn't come out, does come out. He picks up the spike. And this spike not going to get to go down, as V-Dog takes out Koala, who is trying to stop the plant, and he does stop Xander from planting. Xander's able to trade it off, but now he's making a mad dash over to B to try and get the spike down, and it looks like, yes, he'll be able to get it down, although just barely. And it's now a 1v3 that Vic will have to play. Spike goes down, he's going to be able to close this market door as well. And we will see if Vic, I mean, honestly, at this point, down to half HP, Vic will probably just be trying to find at least 1 or 2 additional picks. Sorry, my brain's not functioning right now. Probably just looking, yeah, for some exit picks, or I guess rather entry picks. Vic, yeah, he's going to find 1, but is traded off, and that's 2 players left alive for M80. Now, you could say, all right, the majority of the players dead for M80, but it's not an eco round from Shopify, so that's not great. They, of course, would want a win. And now Shopify is going to be... M80 was definitely letting that go for a while. They wanted to be able to pick up the operator, and they do get it. And yeah, now Shopify in a very dire situation. Not only do they have to go into an eco round here, but M80's taking the lead going into the next half, and it's looking like this lead may be substantialized, or this lead may become a bigger lead, a much bigger lead, if if Shopify can't do something to stop it, and it doesn't look like they will be able to. I mean, this is looking like a dominant roll through from M80. Again, M80 is getting their revenge here. This rematch between these two teams were, again, in their previous series, Shopify destroyed M80 on Ascent. It was 13-6. I wouldn't say destroyed, but still pretty humiliating considering it was M80 versus Shopify. So you can definitely see the fiery vengeance M80 has now in this series, trying to get revenge for their previous loss. Ooh, we see a good early pick for M80 onto Moose, but Mata pushing up mid, gonna find and flush out Koala Noob, able to find him and take him out. John Cutie able to take out Vanity, though, as the push into B was trying to start from Shopify, which does now mean that player advantage is in the hands of M80 once again, as it was earlier in this round. It's now a 3v4 for Shopify, and they haven't really been able to gain very much ground. They've taken mid, but B-Dog pushing out, just going to get taken out as he's pushing into CT. And now it's a 2v4 for these remaining Shopify players. Now, I'll remind you, it's an eco round from Shopify, and as Mata was able to pick up the operator, going to take out EU, you can see some of that resourcefulness being used. B-Side's actually been given up. The spike will go down, and now it's down to M80 to play a 3v2 retake. They've got a From the Shadows to utilize, and also a null command, which is being used here. And Vic going to take out Nismo to stop that null command, but Vic, not quite going to get traded off. He does get stunned, but he does get away, and the res will come through. And the wallbang offshot ready and lined up. It does substantial damage to Nismo, but it's not going to kill him. Vic pushed up, going to defend the site. He's able to take out Xander and Nismo. Gets traded off by John Cutie, and Mata is now in a 1v1, 18 HP. Trying to just flash out, play some time. He is playing time, I'll give him that. And it's enough! That spike's going to go off, and it looks like just barely the eco round turns into a thrifty win for Shopify Rebellion. Although maybe it won't be called a thrifty because they did die, but it was a thrifty. That operator that was picked up early in the round, definitely a deciding factor there for Shopify. And I'll give it to Shopify. That was an impressive round, okay? That was definitely well played from Shopify. And, yeah, I mean, that was impressive. Sure, you know, they didn't survive. They weren't able to get some econ momentum moving, but it was a win. And at the end of the day, for Shopify, who wants to prevent the lead that M80 already has, or at least bridge the gap as much as Shopify can, that's a good start. Getting this round win here could lead to some more rounds won moving forward, and as B-Dog's been able to afford an operator, he's going to be able to take out Koala Noob as they do meet mid, and the reaction time is just going to be better from B-Dog there. 3 ults available for Shopify as well. Nightfall, From the Shadows, and Neural Theft. Now, you know, again, From the Shadows and Neural Theft are sort of situational ults, but as a pick has already been given mid, it does mean Moose can now use this ult. They know how empty B-site is now, so they're going to start this rotate over. Of course, M80 going to try and gather themselves together to try and prevent the push, but that Neural Theft meaning that M80 can't really do anything without people knowing where they are, and as Nismo gets taken out, it's now a 5v3 for Shopify. It looks like this round may be going the way of Shopify, and they may be able to get some of this econ momentum moving in their favor for the remaining rounds in this half, if they can secure this round. Moose push up in mid, able to find a pick on those in CT, which prevents one of the players saving for Shopify. Although Moose is traded off, it's now going to be a 2v4 for M80, and EU and Xander just going to go to save. Shopify doesn't really have the econ to hunt them down, so it doesn't look like they will. They're just going to get off site, let the spike go off. Good round for Shopify, again, to try and get some econ momentum and some round momentum moving in their favor to close off this half. Like I said, for Shopify, 5-7 would be beautiful here. 3-9 is not great, but 4-8 is okay if they can get there. But 5-7 would also be great for Shopify, because again, it's a defense-sided map, and so M80, you know, having 7 rounds is sort of what you'd expect from the defense on Ascent. And so again, if Shopify can close this up here in these last few rounds, they could definitely move in a direction where they can secure a good amount of round momentum, or a good amount of rounds for their defense, where they may be able to at least keep it even. Timeout being taken by M80 here, and I mean, there's a pretty good reason for that. They are starting to lose some of their grip on this map, or at least on this defense of Ascent. So Shopify is gonna, so M80 is gonna take a timeout here to try and figure out the holes. And I think one of the main issues is they've sort of just allowed Shopify to push into these sites, whether it be they get picked off early, or for whatever reason they just do. So Shopify's been allowed to just rush into these sites a few of these rounds, and M80 hasn't really been able to do a whole lot against it. That and the second round win from M80, or sorry, from Shopify, was a pretty methodical play. They played very, very slowly, and it ended up playing in their favor. They took good mid control, and M80 wasn't able to defend mid, and it gave Shopify some early rounds there, and well, the clutch did come through. So now it's up to M80 to try and figure out, okay, how do we stop something like that from reoccurring? We need to prevent an aggressive push onto site. We'll see if they can. And it looks like M80 going to be reading an A hit. They clicked 3 on A. Guess what? It's kind of a good read. The majority of Shopify's players are in A lobby currently, but the spike is over in offense spawn right now. So you can definitely tell Shopify is very willing to just rotate it over to B. And we'll see if they do. Stuns coming through as M80 going to do an aggressive push out of A, and although Shopify was pushing up very hesitantly, willing to rotate, M80 going to abuse the fact that they're just sitting there, and Vic and B-Dog get taken out. M80 gets away unscathed, and it's now a 5v3 that M80 can play. The Shopify now going to start pushing into B site to try and get in here. EU going to take out Vanity. It's now a 5v2. Flash comes through. 2v5 for Shopify could be very, very difficult for them to play. Ooh. Utility's there. Koala Noob gonna take out Moose. They know he's logs. And now it's a 1v5 for Mata. Trying to find at least one pick. Not going to. EU takes out Mata. And off of that timeout, a flawless round is exactly what M80 would have wanted. Now, like I said, 3-9 is not great to be... for that to be the round differential when you're going into your defense to be at a 3-9 deficit. So Shopify should just try and get this last round because it'll make it 4-8, which also isn't great, but it's better than, 4-8, or sorry, but it's better than 3-9. So they definitely do want to try and get this round if they would like to give themselves a good shot as we move into the next half. We will see if Shopify can. And I'll remind you, this is Shopify's map pick. So if there's a map they're going to be able to take, it should be this one. Koala Noob, though, and 2 other players going to be pushed up into B Garage, hoping to find an early pick. And they do. They take out Vanity, and that spike down, which does give M80 some good vision. They now rotate to try and take mid control. Now, nobody's mid for Shopify. And the spike going to be picked up by Mata, and it looks like maybe they're going to rotate it over to A. No, it looks like they're going to be defending B lobby here. And Koala Noob, though, taking out Moose, does now make it a 3v5 for Shopify. And it looks like they're still trying to go B, or at least to defend that spike holder. Mata not going to be able to get away. Nismo going to take him out. It's now a 2v5 for Shopify. Spike down. Concussions come through. John Cutie going to take out B-Dog. This aggressive push out. Vic going to blind through as the aftershock comes through, trying to find something. He does. It's not going to be a flawless round, but Nismo going to be there to trade it off. And although it's not a flawless round, it doesn't matter. The econ doesn't matter because that half is over now. We're going into halftime with a 9-3 win here, or sorry, 9-3 lead here for M80 as we move into this half. Did I see that right? Shot. Oh. Okay, looks like maybe in the halftime they want to fix that that issue with the resolution. I can't blame them. Was that correct that Shopify took a timeout, or was that just we'll see, I guess. I will say though, for Shopify, this isn't going horribly. Again, I wasn't expecting a win from Shopify, and getting 3 rounds is okay. If they can, make it 5 or 6 to 13, I'll say that was a good show on Ascent, because I'm expecting a dominant win here from M80. So as much of a fight as Shopify can put up is definitely good for them. And again, Ascent is the map that we're expecting Shopify should be doing the best on of the maps. Again, I don't expect a win here from Shopify on this map, but again, if there's a map that Shopify is going to put up a good fight on, it should be Ascent. So as much of that good fight as possible is definitely what would be good here. And they've been able to do a decent job. We've gotten some interesting round wins from them, but still not the not a 4-8, not a 5-7. It's not a good or an easy, not, I guess no deficit is easy to come back from, but it's not as easy of a deficit to come back from as it could be when we are talking about who Shopify is up against. Had it been 4-8 coming into this half, had it been 5-7 coming into this half, I would give a little bit more of an edge to Shopify, or at least I'd throw them a bone here. But 3-9 is just going to be too difficult. Maybe the 3-9 curse could come into effect, especially since Shopify will be on the defense of the defense-sided map. But honestly, here I just don't think that's going to be the case, unfortunately, for Shopify. But if you're a fan of M80, this is exactly what you should be anticipating. And this is exactly what I'm anticipating. Not as a fan of M80, but as somebody who has seen every North American Challengers series so far, I do expect M80 to take a dominant win here, especially considering how big of an upset the previous win for Shopify against M80 was. M80 definitely needed to reclaim some of their, pick up what was lost during that loss against Shopify to say, no, we're still going to be looking like we're going to win the playoffs. And again, I'll once again throw it to my pick'ems. I have M80 winning not just the upper final, but the grand final as well. Obviously, if you make it to the grand final, you are also in Ascension. It doesn't matter that you win the grand final, but there will still be the grand final that we play out, and I expect M80 to win it. I think even though M80, yes, they looked a little bit weaker than maybe you would have expected in Split 2, I think they're a solid enough team that they should be able to pull through in the playoffs. Again, you could point to the fact that Moist Moguls was flawless in Split 2, but also, they didn't play M80 in Split 2. I think M80 is still maybe a stronger team, even if Moist Moguls leads in every stat. Again, those are stats from Split 2 where they weren't playing against M80, so we don't know exactly how that's going to go, but it looks like we're back in it. We're back. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but it looks like the resolution is fixed, so I'm happy about that. Able to get their observer switched out, maybe. I'm not sure, but we will see.
A pretty measurable amount, 9-3, 6 rounds the lead in Shopify.
Sorry about that. Sneezed. I think I muted myself, but in case I didn't. All right, so let's go ahead and get ready for the restart of this half after a little bit of a break. Like I talked about, Shopify may be able to come back here, but probably not. And if they can get the pistol round, that'll be a good start to what needs to be a bit of a comeback here. But M80 is pushing up here in through B Garage. And it's looking like maybe they can just push in. I mean, there's a cam for Moose to watch the site. Vanity's also in market. Moose is, of course, on site. Oh, he is seen. They know exactly where he is, but B-Dog's still able to find a pick. Moose able to take out Nismo as well. John Cutie gonna find 2 picks. B-Dog gonna take out John Cutie, but then Xander takes out B-Dog and Vanity, which leaves Vic alone in a 1v2. Definitely winnable. Health is slightly low for Xander, but 96 total HP is not bad. Ooh, Vic gonna catch the back. Ooh, and he knows exactly where EU is off of that util being used, but Vic was already jumping, probably not anticipating EU was there, and well, he gets taken out. 2 players left alive for M80 means they take the first pistol round. And like I said, if Shopify did want to come back, they really needed that pistol round, and they didn't get it. So you see Shopify forcing a buy here. Now, there's 2 reasons for this. One, they need it, right? The round gap right now that M80 has would be very, very difficult for Shopify to come back from. But the second thing is, it's a defense-sided map. So Shopify may be able to force and then use that defense-sidedness to their advantage. Now, I've talked about it's a defense-sided map, but why is it a defense-sided map, you may be wondering? Well, there's big choke points in the entrances into the sites. For example, Tree is a big choke point. Entry through A main is a big choke point. So if you are able to use your util effectively, you can stop those pushes in. B Garage is a big choke point. And so it does give defense a little bit of an edge when it comes to preventing the pushes in from the offense. Now, the way you can play around that is, of course, pushing in through both the main entrances and the entrances through mid, through market, through tree, but also just by winning your gunfights or playing slow enough that the util is used too much by the defense to have effective util to push you back. Or if you, bait out some util when you push into a site and then you rotate off. There's a lot of different ways you can counterplay the defense advantage. But yeah, having better guns here, having good util here could allow Shopify to get a little bit of an edge. But as M80 just pushes into sight, Moose going to be cleared out pretty quickly here, although he's able to get 1 pick before he goes down. EU going to trade him off. Xander going to take out Vanity. Mata, though, going to trade it off, which does keep it even. And as B-Dog takes out EU, it actually means now the player advantage in the hands of Shopify. B-Dog looking for some more, but Not quite able to get it. The spike is going to start going down here. And the retake going to start from Shopify. Nismo able to take out Vic. B-Dog there to trade it off, though. And that does maintain the player advantage for Shopify. And John Cutie going to get taken out by Mata. And the forced buy works out for Shopify. Now, typically I'd say you know, losing the majority of your players on a forced buy isn't great. But because M80 was also on a forced buy off of the pistol round win, this is actually good for Shopify. Because they can now force another buy and be pretty confident that it's going to be an eco round for M80. Which you can see it will be the Masters Tokyo poster there. Yeah, let's. I mean, this is. I mean, hey, if I'm trying to copium for or hopium for Shopify here, trying to get some believing in me, this is a good way to do it. Winning that forced buy, but I do still think M80's got some good advantage here. And there you go. That choke point, which I was talking about, that grenade is sent through from the KO, which does mean that M80 can't push through there while that grenade is going off. And then the smokes can be sent through, which denies vision. So that does sort of force M80 back. Shopify's still going to leave 4 on A, and there's still only 1 on B. And it's Vanity. He's actually pushing out into Garage. He's jump peeking, which he could get unlucky with. If M80 was pushed up there, they could just rush him. But because there's only 1 looking into B lobby, it's not going to be a big issue here. EU going to be spotted there by some fade util. And M80 is actually still posted up in A lobby. They were looking at pushing into A, but now they're backing up. And Shopify started to rotate Moose over towards B. He's had some Cypher util there for a while, so he's just going to play in CT and then, you know, play off of contact, rotate where he needs to. And we do see now M80 has been able to rotate over towards B lobby, and the push into B is starting. Some sound being heard. Shopify going to start backing up. Some util being used to try and stop the push. Vanity with the Judge is going to spray through the smoke. He's able to find a pick. Moose doing the same with the Guardian, going to find a pick. It's now a 3v2. Sorry, what? A 3v5 for M80. They start this push in. And they've got 10 seconds left. They got to make something happen here, but Shopify not going to let that happen. Moose going to find another pick, taking out Nismo. EU able to trade a pick off by taking out Mata, but Vanity going to use the Judge to take out EU. Moose with a classic. Not Moose. John Cutie with the classic, trying to push through to find a pick, and Moose just going to pull out his own classic and take him out. 3 kills for Moose that round. A pretty good round for Shopify to start to gain some momentum. Now Shopify is going to be on a bonus round. They forced the previous round. They only lost 1 of their players, I believe. And so they're going to be on a bonus round, able to pick up some guns here and there. Yeah, you see Mata going to be forcing a buy, which won't matter too much next round regardless. Even if they lose, Mata should still be able to find a gun. So Shopify's bonus here, going to have some pretty decent guns to work with. Every player going to have a good gun with the exclusion of 2 in Vic and Vanity with Guardians. Or not Vic and Vanity, Vic and Moose with a Guardian and a Bulldog. But still pretty decent guns for Shopify to work with here and put up a decent fight. M80 going to be sending 3 in through mid and 2 going to be going in through main, or at least holding main, hoping Shopify will push into them maybe. But Shopify isn't really. They do send 1 into Wine, Vic. And now the push in through mid that M80's been doing starts in through tree. Koalanub going to take out Mata, who was on switch. Vanity going to be able to trade it off, though. And as Vic takes out Xander, John Cutie going to trade it off. And then John Cutie also going to take out B-Dog, which now means M80 has a player advantage. They're not quite on site yet, or at least they're not going to get the spike down yet. Moose going to be able to take out John Cutie, but it's traded off by Nismo. Vanity right behind Moose going to be taken out by EU. And this round does go to M80, and that's the buy round win from M80. However, they did lose the majority of their players, which is not great, because it does mean, although, you know, you can see guns being picked up here, you know, you can see Xander going to have to be on a Guardian, for example. But it also means not really any good econ stability, and although I said Mata would probably be able to find a gun this round, it doesn't quite look like he was able to, off of forcing the buy the previous round. He's going to be on a Stinger. Point being, although M80 has some decent econ here, there's no econ stability quite yet. And Shopify, who was on a bonus round the previous round, did take a loss, but they're still going to be able to buy this round. Now there's 2 ults for M80 from the Shadows and Rolling Thunder. Shopify has a Neural Theft to use. We will see how these teams decide to use these. And as Vanity takes out Koalanub, from the Shadows comes out from EU, or not EU. That was Vanity using it. From the Shadows comes out. And it's now a 4v5 here for M80. The Nightfall. Did I call it From the Shadows? The Nightfall did not find anything for Vanity, but it did push M80 back a little bit. And now M80 is backing up and going towards A lobby. They were looking at pushing into B, but losing a player early there. The ult came through as well. Does push M80 back, and now they're gonna go for this A push. Now, nobody's watching in a main for Shopify, but there is some good Cypher util to alert Shopify to the possibility that M80 is pushing into site here. Rolling Thunder comes through. Mata to send that grenade through as well, trying to abuse that choke point, but M80 has already pushed past it, so that does mean site's going to be given. Although Nismo is completely seen, and he's even concussed from that Cypher trip, he is going to be able to find a pick. Another pick also came through from M80, and although it's traded off, or there is a trade pick that comes through from Shopify to keep it even, site is given to M80. So the spike goes down, although EU taken out by Vanity, which now makes it a 2v3. M80 will be in a tough spot here, and Mata actually going to take out Nismo and Xander, and that does now mean Shopify can defuse. Is the comeback possible for Shopify? Maybe. I mean, they just won with the majority of their players alive. M80 is not going to be able to buy this next round. We could be looking at some good momentum built up for Shopify. Now, it could be a fake comeback, because there is still a lot of rounds that Shopify has to win. And although, yes, M80 now has to take an eco round, there's a lot of room for M80 to take eco rounds, right? Timeout being taken by M80, and there's no question why. They want to prevent the rolling through that Shopify wants to try and do to make this comeback. But you look at M80, and I always talk about kill consistency and how much I love to see similar amounts of kills in between the players. And you look at M80, both Quarterfinals and JunQT have 17 kills. That's exactly what you want to see. There's a decently big drop off between JunQT and EU, 3 kill difference. And then there's 2 kill differences in between EU and Nismo and Xander. Overall, pretty decent and similar kills there. That's what I like to see. Versus you go over to Shopify, and although the bottom 4 are pretty close in kills, in fact, B-Dog and Mata each have the same kills, you see Moose carrying his team in Ascent. He's 6 kills above Vic. Now, you may be asking, why is that bad? Well, first of all, you don't want your Sentinel to be the one carrying your team, obviously. But it also is a bad thing because it means that your whole team is not really playing at the same level. In the sense, you're not really able to trade each other off. You're not playing well strategically. And we'll see if, as Shopify wins some more rounds, if they can start to win some more rounds, if those trades are going to start coming through. I mean, we've seen Shopify able to trade off quite a few of these picks that we've seen come through from M80, at least in this half. So we may see Shopify's kills start to even out a little bit. And we will see if Shopify can start to win, start to get that kill similarity, the kill consistency up, that again I like to see, and we'll see if that does come through. Now, you don't need kill consistency. We've seen plenty of teams win where they do have a carry. In fact, M80 often wins, or at least in Split 1, won a lot of their games with Koala Noob far and above ahead of the rest of his team. So you can have a carry. It just depends on how good that carry is. Now, we don't see M80 with a carry this time. We do see the players playing pretty consistently here. Ooh, Vanity going to be pushing out along with 2 other players out through B Garage. Maybe try and find a pick in B lobby, and they do find the pick onto EU, who's lurking there, and it's now a 4v5 for M80. Going to start this push into A. The operator on B-Dog looking for some damage. It's going to do damage to JunQT. Not going to find a pick, though. Moose going to take out Xander. Nismo going to take out B-Dog, though, and Koala Noob taking out Moose does now even that player count up. And site is taken, although, again, JunQT down to 1 HP from that wallbang shot from B-Dog earlier. Koala Noob going to take out Mata. Retake starting from Shopify. Vanity going to take out Koala Noob. Nismo takes out Vanity. It's now a 1v2 for Vic. Will he be able to clutch this up? There is 1 on Generator. 1 in Hell. Vic knows there's 1 in Hell. He's going to take the fight, and he spray transfers with a Vandal, and it pays off. He's going to take out Nismo in Hell. Spray transfer over to JunQT, who is swinging out from Generator, and it works out. There's time as well, so Vic can get the defuse, and, well, that's a very impressive clutch to keep Shopify in the game, and their econ momentum going to start to build up here. Although they lost the majority of their players, all but 1, there's not a whole lot of econ stability built up, but they should still be able to buy this round. Although, again, they need to start winning rounds with a lot of players alive to get some of that econ stability moving for them like you'd want to see. Full buy coming through from M80 here. It is a little bit of a force. I mean, you see Koala Noob going the operator with no shield. And we'll see if it's a worthwhile investment or not. Over on Shopify Rebellion, B-Dog has that same operator, but he's got shield. 4 ults available for Shopify. As my voice decides it wants to start dying. This is only the first map. Let's keep it together. There's 4 ults for Shopify. From the Shadows, Neural Theft, Blade Storm, and Null Command. Over on M80, they've only got 1. Or sorry, no, they do have 2, but again, From the Shadows is a very situational ult. We've got Nightfall, which can definitely help gain some space, but it is a little bit difficult to use, and it's the paranoia it gives you is not super long lasting, and it can very easily be counteracted by simply just not being hit by it. It's not like a Rolling Thunder where it will clear a lot of space for you if you use it. Instead, it just gives you a little bit more security when you're pushing out of the site, but it's still difficult to play with well, so, you know, we'll see. You see EU positioning, likely ready to use the Nightfall. And, yeah, there you go. But Mata in CT, although some util going to be used to prevent him from pushing, the null command will come through. Looks like Vic used the From the Shadows to get into back sight, and that's actually a really good choice, because it now means that he can defend the player that was hit by the Nightfall, but it doesn't matter. M80's not pushing into backside regardless. There are 2 now there. Vanity going to take out Xander, which is a bit of a trade. Vic going to take out Qualinum. Nismo trades it off. Moose going to take out John Cutie. EU finds a trade pick. Moose going to take out Nismo. No trade comes through quite yet, and it's not going to. Vanity going to take out EU. And although M80 was able to get some trades moving back and forth, it eventually does not work out for M80, and Shopify wins yet another round. I'll remind you, M80 has no more timeouts to use to stop a comeback happening here. And Shopify's in a position right now where they can just keep this momentum moving, trying to win some rounds. And if M80 is able to win a round, Shopify has a timeout to use, so they can just use a timeout to try and get to the overtime possibility. But right now, Shopify doesn't even need to go to overtime. If they can continue these wins, they could possibly make it a 13-11. I mean, it'd be a very impressive 13-11, and it's very difficult, but it's definitely possible. Vanity going to lock down Garage, able to find the first pick. Mata going to find 2 as well. Vanity going to find another. EU able to try and stop the aggressive take of Garage by finding 2 picks of his own, but it is traded off by B-Dog eventually, and Shopify does take that round win. It's an eco round for M80, so of course Shopify should have won that round, and they did with the majority of their players alive, so I'd say overall pretty successful round for Shopify. Sure, they probably could have done it with they were in a position to make it a flawless round, and EU was probably able to find more picks than Shopify would have liked, but I'm nitpicking here. Overall, a pretty decent round. You saw that choke point of B-Garage being abused very beautifully by Shopify. They were able to prevent an aggressive hold by M80, and that's what we saw. And now M80 are going to start this push into the site. Koala going to take out Vanity. It's now a 5v4, and M80 should be able to take site here, as there's nobody else on site. So actually, M80 has taken site here. And Koala able to take out B-Dog and Market, spraying into CT, and it looks like this aggressive take of B site is done very successfully, as it's now a 3v5 for Shopify, and as Vic pushing through CT gets taken out, it's now a 2v5. And it's now up to Mata and Moose to maybe try and find something, maybe just save their guns, and yeah, looks like that's what they're going to be doing at this point. And who can blame them? They have lost quite a few players here, probably not going to win, and it looks like Mata just going to go to try and pick up this operator, and he's going to be able to do so. And yeah, Moose and Mata going to go to save, and like I said, although M80 is going to get to this 12th round, Shopify does have a timeout to use to figure out, okay, what did we do wrong that round? What can we do to counteract that, make sure it doesn't happen again? And I believe Shopify was at they were at 3-9 coming into this half, and now they're at 9-11, okay? It's now going to be 9-12. So if they can just try and use this timeout, honestly, 3 rounds is achievable for them. As you see this map start, we'll see exactly how the round order has worked, but I believe they won 5 in a row, which, you know, is a good amount. And when we're talking about what now needs to be a 3-round win streak, a 5-round win streak, or it's a 4-round win streak, it was 2 and then 4. So you can see, like, Shopify has definitely figured out how to get some momentum moving, which is my point. They now only need 3 in a row, which is less than their previous win streak, so it's definitely doable for them. And they didn't actually take that time out, so we will see if maybe they're just saving it for when they feel like they need it more. M80 going to aggressively swing at A, hoping to find an aggressive pusher on Shopify, and they do. Vic is taken out. Now going to be a 4v5. Shopify going to have to cling to their last remaining round here with their life. Going to have to play down a player. We'll see if it doesn't matter, if they'll still be able to win this round despite being at a player differential. John Cutie able to pick up the ultimate orb in a main, and now he has a Rolling Thunder to use. And that could look very, very dangerous for Shopify. And there's two in tree pushed out into cat now for Shopify, and one for Shopify in heaven, and it's B-Dog. Oh, and he's going to get pushed out by that Rolling Thunder. Qualanoob. Ooh, not quite going to clear him, though, so they don't know that he's there. They don't know that B-Dog is heaven. Ooh, good fade util gives so much vision to Shopify. Still no picks yet for M80 on this take of sight. So Shopify still has all their players. Ooh, the shorty looking to take out Vanity, who is on Switch. It doesn't take him out. Paranoia comes out. Xander going to take out Mata. Vanity going to take out Xander. Qualanoob going to take out Vanity. Moose finds 2 picks. Qualanoob going to find a trade pick, and it does leave Moose in a 1v2 here. Neural Theft comes out. Ooh, the swing from Nismo to try and take him out while that Neural Theft goes off, but he isn't quite able to. Spike being tapped. Time just going to be played here. You've got to stick it, Moose, and that's it. This map is over. Even if EU hadn't found that pick, there was no time, and this round goes to M80 13-9 to finish off the map. And M80 does take the map pick from Shopify. And it looks like, although Shopify was trying to make a comeback, it was a little bit of a fake comeback. And that's exactly what I was expecting to see. Maybe I was expecting a little bit of a more dominant win from M80, but a win, at the very least, is what I was anticipating, and that is what we got from M80. It's very clear that although M80, did take an Ascent loss to Shopify previously, they didn't, M80 was not going to let that happen again. They had some time to work on what happened previously, and it looked like they came back swinging full throttle, especially in that first half. It looked like it was some really, really good momentum that M80 built up, and by the time they got to the second half, the round differential that they had in their favor was just going to be too much for Shopify to handle. Now, this series is not over yet. There's still one more series to go, and it will be, pull it up here. It will be on Pearl. Now, Pearl is an important map, and there's a reason for that. M80 is really, really solid on Pearl. We've seen them play Pearl a lot of times, and it's one of their go-to picks. There are some maps we've probably seen them do better on, like Haven, but I believe that was, Shopify banned Haven, of course, not going to let that come through. So I do expect M80 to be able to do some good damage here on Pearl, and I expect a map win for M80, especially considering, again, Pearl is one of their better maps, and they just beat Shopify on Ascent, okay? So now we're at this point where Shopify's pick is gone. Shopify doesn't have that map anymore. They're going to have to cling to something. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve for Pearl. I'll remind you, Ascent in their previous matchup was, I believe, M80's pick. So M80 picked Ascent in their previous series, and Shopify took that win. So maybe we could see the same thing happen here. I don't think we will. Again, I expected 2-0 here from M80, but it's definitely possible. Let's go ahead and take a look at exactly how Ascent went. Again, you saw a very dominant first half from M80, which is exactly what you would hope to see from M80 versus Shopify. And then you see in the second half, M80 definitely started to lose their grasp on the map a little bit. A 4-round win streak is not really what M80 would have liked to see, but of course they do put a stop to it. So I want to take a look here. We do see Qualanoob far ahead of the rest of his team, 342 average combat score, 26 and 16, 1.46 ratio. Just overall, this is exactly what you want to be seeing from your star duelist. Then you go down the list. John Cutie with 17 kills. EU with 18 as well. That's pretty similar. Again, that kill consistency is what I like to see. And although it's an 8-kill difference between EU and Qualanoob, again, like I said, M80 is one of the few teams where having a carry does typically work out for them. Although, again, in Split 2, one of the reasons M80 didn't look super, super strong is a lot of the teams they played against were able to shut down Qualanoob very effectively. And this time around, M80 did a much better job at enabling Qualanoob. And at the very least, Shopify was not doing a very good job of shutting down Qualanoob. Then we go ahead can come through. Nismo with 15 kills, and then Xander with 11, lacking behind, but somebody's got to be bottom frag. And I would say overall, M80 is still looking like a really powerful roster, exactly what you'd expect from M80 in any series, but especially coming into the start of playoffs, this is exactly what they would want to put up here. Now we go over to Shopify, and this is not really what you'd want to see. Again, 22 kills from your, which is a good amount. I'll give Moose that, but it's your Sentinel, right? It's not really who you want to be far above, and you'd want to see B-Dog in that place. And again, I don't like placing blame on any one particular player. It's not going to be one player bringing the rest of the team down. It is a team game, right? So it's your whole team that's going to be the reason you lost, not necessarily just one player. But your duelist not out-fragging the rest of your team, or at least not being in the middle of the pack, is not really what you want to see. And again, you don't really want to see your Sentinel up there, although sometimes, occasionally, we do see the Sentinel on top. But typically that'd be Killjoy because of the damage that the util can do. There's a lot of different reasons you'll see a Sentinel up there. But it's typically not a Cypher, and you would still want to see your duelist up there. So, or at least in second frag or third. Like, it's not great to see them at the bottom. Look at the rest. Vanity is the IGL. So seeing the IGL in second frag is, I got to give it to Vanity. That's impressive. That really just goes to show why he is such an important player and why he was in Tier 1 in the first place for Cloud9. He's a very powerful player, and he shows that here. The rest of his team, of course, not really going to be above him, excluding Moose. So, again, your IGL, it's typically not going to be in one of those top frag spots. Usually they're going to be down here. Now, this is a recon initiator rule for your IGL, so they're going to be fragging a little bit higher than sometimes you'll see. But still, I'm not, anticipating. I'm not anticipating Vanity to be super low, but again, having your IGL in that second frag position isn't great. Sorry, I got distracted. My phone went off. I apologize. Vic and Mata going to be below Vanity, and Mata and B-Lock are pretty close here in kills, but you do see Mata and Vic with 14 assists each, and that is some good team play. If you're not going to be top frag, you need some good assists because it means you're doing damage or you're using your util effectively, and that's what we see from both Vic and Mata. Although their ACS isn't super high, so it's clearly not that they're doing a lot of damage, but rather their util is being used very effectively, and it's probably these players like Moose and Vanity cashing in on it. B-Dog probably a few times here. And again, not as dominant as you'd want to see, or not as good team play as you'd want to see from Shopify, but he was decent enough to put up a decent fight against a team like M80. 9-13 is not bad. If you're a fan of Shopify, which I feel like they only have like 2 fans right now, if you are a fan of Shopify, though, you should be decently happy that your team's putting up a good fight. And although, for me personally, I'm thinking we're going to see Shopify in this lower bracket, and that's probably where you should be gearing to watch Shopify. This type of performance, at least on this first map, could bode well for Shopify when we do go to the lower bracket, at them having a decent lower bracket run. And we will see if that will be the case. Again, M80 looking strong as always, maybe a little bit less dominant than I would have expected, but considering Shopify beat M80 on Ascent previously, we knew Shopify would be able to put up a decent fight, at least, and that's what they did. Again, maybe not as dominantly as I'd expect from M80, but still decently enough that I'm as somebody who is expecting M80 to win, I'm happy with this type of performance. And again, Koala Noob carrying like we're used to seeing, and the rest of the team lacking a little bit behind, but enough to support Koala Noob. And that's exactly what you would hope to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the desk over at Knights Arena has to say, though.
Pearl was kind of hit or miss. So now that we're looking at them and they're saying, we're making changes, things are going to be different. I promise. Keep your eyes peeled. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be different. People aren't going to be ready for what we bring to the table. I feel like Pearl is a perfect opportunity for them to display that.
Pearl is a perfect opportunity, absolutely. We were listening to Nismo talking in the interview of how they just sat down and really just wanted to change everything, and we saw that in Ascent. So, like I said, and like we were all saying, for Pearl, I'm not going to expect anything different. I think they're going to come in full force. Like Roy was saying, they're going to be using multiple initiators potentially and using full force ahead with their util, setting up Koala, which is very important because Koala's getting all those picks, but we have to remember why. He has multiple util that's being used for him, stuns, flashes, setting him up perfectly to get those first picks.
And Roy, something important to point out too is we've seen a lot of teams kind of change comps from that period of time. Teams have started to really enjoy Harbor, finding ways to implement Harbor in combination with the Viper, and I feel like Pearl is a map where we've seen some teams do that with mixed success. We haven't always seen it work out well, but it does work out when teams really know how to use it. I kind of feel like there's a world where this M80 team could be that team, but we've also even seen teams do some absurd things. Like, look at Moist Moguls and the way they play Ascent with the Viper, or even like we were saying before the series even started, looking at the Game Changer scene. There's teams that run Phoenix on this map. It's all about comfortability. I feel like M80 kind of has this game in their hands. They can really toy with their opponents at this point because they have that level of flexibility.
Yeah, they can really do whatever they want. Like, the thing for me, the massive question mark right here is whether M80 is going to take over the kind of like the new meta style where they're going to shift to the Harbor Viper, or are they going to revert back into a bit of an older meta that might be a little bit more comfortable with them with like the KO Sova. But I'm thinking the new gen comps might fit M80's playstyle really well. They're explosive, they're great at denying space, they're great at denying information, and that's something that M80 loves to do. Default, set plays, aggressive set pieces with ultimates. All of these things work perfectly for a Harbor Viper comp for M80 to just take out right here and just take us all by surprise.
And Roy, something we were talking about as well while we were just sitting on the desk watching the game, it's easy to forget that as brilliant as the minds are of the players that are in-game, the minds backing up some of these teams are incredible, and the one that backs up M80 is certainly impressive, as it's Happy, a player who has a historic TAC FPS career. Like, if anybody's going to come in with some sort of strange adaptation who's a student of the game, it's him.
Yes, no doubt. Like, I have nothing else to add to that besides no doubt. Like, there's just, his reputation already precedes him, so there's not even a point to talk about Happy, I think, at this point.
And it's not to disrespect Shopify Rebellion either. It's not to say that those guys can't. It's just obviously like he's Happy. I mean,
major winner. Major winner.
He's a major winner. Like, it's just the way. Not only an accomplished coach, but also an accomplished player. Obviously, that just brings a unique perspective to the game. And we'll be jumping into the agent select here in just a moment as we get ready to see whether or not Shopify Rebellion can even clap back. I mean, yeah, sure, that was where they wanted to kick things off. They wanted to start with success on Ascent. Pearl may be a little bit harder for them. I think this was always going to go 3 maps. That was my thought inside. This was going 3 maps. It was going to be a take your own map, go to map 3, and then see what happens. Lotus could have been a bit of
I did not expect that. I'm not going to lie. Although Shopify, yes, looked much stronger in Split 2 than Split 1. Looked like maybe they were going to redeem the name people thought they would have in Split 1. I don't know. I don't see them. I see them as sort of one of those mid-tier players, maybe even being one of the first teams to be eliminated from the playoffs, just because, although, yes, they are looking, maybe they're a strong team, I don't know if they're strong enough to take up a map against M80. Like, I think even if they went up against a team like Moist Moguls, we would see a map loss for them. I think they do, yes, look much, much stronger in this split than we did see from them in Split 1. I disagree, though, that I was expecting a first map, or a map pick from Shopify. I'm not. I expected 2-0 from M80. This is how strong I would want M80 to be, if they are really going to put up as dominant of a win as we were expecting, or as we would expect, especially when we talk about their mid-season face-off run, which was a very dominant run. I mean, they didn't lose a single series in the mid-season face-off. I expect the same thing here in playoffs. They are really looking strong, and from here, I'm expecting a dominant win here, and then M80 to continue a good, at least maybe not dominant upper bracket, but at least a very solid one. And taking a dominant win against Shopify would be that, and that's what I was expecting coming into this series. And you know, it looks like we're moving in that direction. Let's go ahead though, take a look here at this agent select. Koala Noob and B-Dog both going to be on Jet. Xander and Vic are both going to be on Astra, and Mata and Nismo both going to be on KO. That's where the difference is. And they were talking about it. Are we going to see the new Viper Harbor meta? And we don't. We don't see from either of these teams a Viper Harbor meta. Now the difference here is over on M80, they've gone for it's a double initiator setup, but instead of having Sova as the recon initiator, it's Fade. Over on Shopify Rebellion, they've got Sova as their initiator. Let's go ahead. Once we get back to the agent select, when it does switch over to the start of the map, I don't really like that they have the analysts look at the agent select and then it throws it over to the casters, and then we look back at the agent select. I don't know. To me, it's just it just feels weird to me, I guess. But you know, I don't make the rules. It is what it is. Yeah, let's go ahead and get ready to go into this map. And yeah, let's go ahead, take a look once again at these players. So both of these teams have an Astra. Both of these teams have Jet. Both of these teams have KO. Again, the difference here being Shopify Rebellion, although they're not running a double duelist setup with Harbor and Viper, they are, or not double duelist, double controller setup with Harbor and Viper. They're still running a double controller setup. Instead of having a Harbor and a Viper, they've got an Astra and a Viper. Over on M80 though, they've decided to go for a Sentinel, which is not really the meta right now on Pearl, but it, Killjoy definitely still works, and we'll see if M80, of course, sticking true to what they've always sort of been doing here on Pearl, we will see if that Killjoy will be used effectively here. Shopify starting on the offense of Pearl, and we will see how this goes. As Vanity going to start pushing into A, Nismo going to take out B-Dog, and it's now a 5v4 here for M80 to start this off, and Moose going to take out Nismo in connector, but it's traded off, and now EU taking out Mata, who's pushing through Art, does leave Vanity and Vic in a 2v4, and although they've been able to take a site, and they will probably get this spike down, this will not be easy for them to win at all, and as Vic pushes out into CT to try and clear it, he does get taken out, and it's now down to Vanity in 1v4, he peeks one, but there's 3 there, and they all rush him, and Xander going to take him out for the kill. This round does go to M80 to start it off, and this is of course, M80's pick, so we expect M80 to probably take this map. It could make it a 2-0, and getting this first pistol round definitely gives some confidence that that may be the direction we are headed in. We will see if it is. We'll see if this continues to be some good momentum for M80. I apologize for my dog. Of course, the classic dog barking in the background. The worst part is, like, if I'm not streaming, I will immediately, like, go grab my dog and, like, bring him to my room so he stops barking. But because I can't do that, my, like, family has to do it, and they never do it for whatever reason. Even though they're here, it's not like they're not home. They are. They just don't. I guess they like listening to him bark. I don't know. Anyways, let's continue into this round. As Shopify Rebellion going to start the push into A. We've got 2 going in through Link, going into connector. There is 1 mid. I'm going to have to take care of my dog in a second here. The barking continues after this round, I suppose. Shopify going to be sending 2 down main. There were 3 going in through mid. They did take some good mid control. They've now got 3 in Art, and although A site's not given up yet, Shopify definitely in a position to start a push into A through Art if they want to. Still 2 in main, still 3 in mid. So my dog did stop barking. Fired himself out. Now Shopify gonna get ready. I mean, honestly, I don't know what they're doing. It looks like they're just holding, hoping to maybe find a pick, catch some people off guard, but they're not. M80 is playing pretty far back on A, 2 in dugout, and then 1 in CT, and then 2 on B. So, like, these players for M80 are not really gonna give in to what Shopify's hoping they can give into. And I want to point out, Shopify forced this round. They're hoping for a round win. Will they be able to find it? Maybe. They're keeping it even. John Cutie hoping to maybe find a pick. Not quite able to. Flash comes through. He's swinging off of it. Not able to find a pick. Does some damage. Shock dart's coming through, though. Moose now push up, and he's looking for a pick. Not going to find it. John Cutie going to take him out. It's now 3v2 here. Vanity going to take out Koala Noob. Nismo going to take out Vanity, though. It's now 1v2, and John Cutie is low. He swings. You don't got a whole lot of ammo in that Stinger. You got to back up and reload it. He's not going to, and he's now out of ammo. Going to be able to reload it. There you go. It's now a 1v1. But very, very low now is Vic. Able to get a head tap off on Nismo. Gets him down to 10 HP, but it's not enough to get a kill. Now, typically, I'd say that forced buy round didn't go well for M80. They lost all but one of their players. But Shopify also forced here, hoping to find a win, hoping to stop any momentum or any early momentum for M80 here. And they weren't able to do that as the body shooting comes through. And because they were not able to find those early, or this early win here off of that force, not only does it mean that M80 now has taken 2 in a row, but it also means the econ is very, very low for Shopify, which does now mean Shopify gonna be in a tough spot. And I thought, okay, what on earth is Shopify doing? Typically, you force a buy on that second round after you lost the pistol round and you lose it, you just go on an eco. But Shopify is forcing a buy. They want to win this. They are fiending for it. They do not want to let M80 get any momentum moving. And I actually think it may work out for Shopify. They don't have better guns necessarily than M80, but they do have decent guns. Bulldogs are decent, and they may be able to do some good damage. I'm not entirely sure they'll be able to, but we will see. Maybe they're hoping M80 will be, like, taking a bonus here. I'm not sure. B-Dog going to be able to take out Nismo. That's a good early pick to start it off. It's now 45. And now M80 knows, all right, they're on a forced buy. We need to play a little bit safer than maybe we would have, assuming, you know, they would have normally been assuming Shopify is going to be on all pistols or on mostly classics, so they can sort of just aggressively hold. But off of that Guardian pick, they now know, okay, we need to be playing a little bit less aggressive, play a little bit further back. And they've actually rotated off of B. Shopify is going to be able to take control of B site. And this is, of course, the very, very classic, I'm going to plant and hold from long. So that's what we're going to see here. And we will see if M80 is able to stop it. Of course, as a team who plays on Pearl, of course, you're going to have a good practice, or you're going to strategize how to counterplay the classic, I'm going to plant on B and hold from long. But we will see if Shopify is a team that, or sorry, if M80 is a team that has practiced it enough. Hunter's Fury going to come through to prevent the defuse a little bit. And it doesn't actually stop the defuse, but it's okay because Mod is there to defend the spike. Time is ticking down. And although, yeah, it will be defused as EU did push up and take out those holders of the spike. And now, yeah, the defuse is going to come through. Nightfall almost up for EU. And this round goes to M80. And now Shopify, at this point, I'm going to be honest, guys. You gotta save here. You gotta go for an eco round. And there they go. Shopify not going to be forcing a buy here this time. Although they do have stingers, so it looks maybe like it is. But for the first time in 3 rounds, Shopify, or since that pistol round, Shopify going to be taking an eco round, despite losing both of those rounds off after that pistol round. They finally decide to manage some econ here. They're going to be going for an eco on stingers. M80 going to be up to a full buy here. They should be able to secure another round win. Now Shopify, who'd been forcing to try and destroy the econ of M80, although they did prevent some econ stability for M80, which they did. You know, there's not a whole lot of econ stability for M80. They didn't get any round wins of their own, so Shopify's econ has looked very, very dire. And again, now they're finally on an eco, so they can start to save their bank a little bit. Xander going to take out Vanity, and that's the entry going to be denied by M80. The entry starts still by B-Dog, but he gets taken out by John Cutie. Xander going to take out Moose. Mata able to trade it off, and then Nismo trades off Vic. It's now a 1v4 for Mata. He grabs the spike, and looks like now he's just going to try and run, maybe get an entry pick or an exit pick as he's running away. But yeah, looks like now he's going to be rotating it over towards B. He's going to be going into B link. The operator's waiting for him, and it kills him. Quality going to find the pick. This round goes to M80. It's the 4th round in a row to start off this first half of Pearl. And, yeah, I don't know. M80 is looking like this. They're going to try and make this a dominant map win, this being their map pick. Of course, Shopify. Now, I will remind you, this is a similar position to where we were on Ascent, where the first half started off very dominant for M80, and then Shopify pulled it back a little bit in the second half. So maybe Shopify will still has this map. I mean, it's never over. It's not over till it's over, of course. But, yeah, M80 starting this half off, or this map off, very, very dominantly is definitely good. KO Flash comes through, through Art, through that little window. Peephole, I guess you could call it. And off of that, Qualenhoop going to push up, hoping to find an early pick. But he is smoked off. And, of course, Vic realizing, all right, the flash came through. There's probably somebody pushing up. He's ready to have a gunfight with Qualenhoop. And he does some damage there. Although no kills are going to go through. And now the push for Shopify going to start in through mid. While two are B long right now. And 3 looking like they're going to go in through mid into B. We will see if they are able to successfully. I imagine they will be. Now Shopify, yes, they're going to start pushing into B here. Op shot comes through from Xander onto Vanity. It's now 4v5. B-Dog going to take out Xander. John Cutie's Nano Swarm going to take out Moose, though, which does mean M80 still has the player advantage. Spike's still not down, although the Hall is taken. And honestly, the Spike could go down. They threaten the plant, hoping M80 will swing off of it, and EU does. B-Dog ready for it. He's going to find a pick there, but Nismo coming through from the flank, going to take out Mata. And it doesn't look like this post-plant from long that we typically see going to be allowed to be played here, as both Koalanoob and Nismo are coming in from the flank. 2v3 here for Shopify to try and lock down this site. There's one coming in from Heaven, two coming in from Flank. Vic gonna take out Nismo. It's now a 2v2. B-Dog gonna re-peek with that operator. Ooh, and he's gonna find Koala Noob. 3 kills for B-Dog so far, but John Cutie coming in from Heaven gonna take out Vic and B-Dog. I don't know if that's called Heaven or Upper, but regardless, John Cutie finds 2 of those re-entry picks, and that's all he needs to clutch it up, and this round goes to M80. It's now 5 rounds in a row. The Shopify's buy did not turn into a win, so they're going to have to be back on an eco, and it looks like this is going to be an eco game here for Shopify. They're just going to constantly be playing on this low eco. We'll see if they decide to force. Honestly, they probably could, but I don't know if they're really going to be able to play that very well. And you do have to ask the question, at what point does Shopify just take a timeout? All right, at what point do you take a timeout? You realize, all right, this is not working out. We'll see when that is for Shopify. Perhaps, you know, if they lose this next round. 4 ults available for M80. Nightfall, No Command, Lockdown, Cosmic Divide. Over on Shopify, they got 2 ults. Bladestorm and No Command. Bladestorm coming out from B-Dog. B-Dog gonna entry with it, able to find a pick. Lockdown comes out, though, from M80. The defender Lockdown. And although it doesn't prevent the plant, it does allow, or it does keep Shopify off the side. B-Dog pushing up, not respecting that lockdown at all, hoping to find some pick or maybe even take the lockdown out. And he doesn't take the lockdown out, but he does find a pick before going down. So that does mean Shopify now has a player lead in this 4v3, and they can just play post-plant. Although post-plant can't, you know, you can't play from the main entrance for the post-plant like you can on B. Although the post-plant util, that Viper Molly, Snakebite, being used very effectively as it does find a pick. It's now 2v4 for M80. This eco round actually going surprisingly well for Shopify. The early entry from B-Dog, converting into 2 picks, is now paying off as Moose takes out John Cutie. Koala Noob probably going to go for the save now. Koala Noob able to find a pick. Koala Noob not expecting the push in from Sewers into CT. He was shooting the body, I think. Maybe he was just trying to lock it down with the shorty. Regardless, he does get taken out, punished for that. And that doesn't mean every single player for M80 dies on that round loss. So any econ stability M80 had started to build up is pretty much gone now. They're going to be able to buy this round, although, again, low econ now that they're going to have to play with. And it looks like Bladestorm going to be used. So there's a Nightfall and a Cosmic Divide for M80. Also Bladestorm, which is going to be used. Over for Shopify, they've got 2 ults of their own, though. Null Command and Viper's Pit, which can definitely be utilized well on this offense if they can, well, they can use the Null Command to try and get onto site. And then, of course, the Viper's Pit can be used to play post-plant. The question is, where do they take it? I mean, typically if you have a Viper's Pit, you'll want to go A, but looks like maybe they're thinking of a B push here, and I don't blame them. We'll see if they're able to get onto site, though. 2 pushers from long, while 3 are mid. 1 in Art and 2 going down the link for M80, or sorry, for Shopify. Now there's 2 in main for M80 as well to combat the 2 pushing down main for Shopify. There's 1 who was looking in B link, but now he's actually backing up to make sure nobody's pushing into CT through sewers. Koala Noob going to take out Vic. Mood's going to find 2 picks, though, taking out Koala Noob and EU. There's both of those players that were holding long. Although they do lose one of their pushers from long, Shopify going to be able to push in through mid. And they're going to be able to take side. Not quite, though. Nismo going to take out Mata and B-Dog. He's holding... I mean, that's not necessarily an off angle, but you don't typically expect people to be holding that boldly. And it worked out for Nismo. It's now going to be a 2v3 for Shopify, who looked like they were going to have an advantage as they push onto the site. Viper's Pit comes out from Moose, and he's able to get the spike, but Vanity is taken out by Nismo. Now the question is, will Moose be able to get this spike down? We see he's pushed out of his Viper's Pit, hoping to play an off angle, and John Cutie's ready for it. Going to take Moose out, and this round goes to M80. Although Shopify is able to take an eco round, M80 immediately combats it with a round win of their own. And, yeah, it's not looking like very many rounds, or very much ground is going to be gained here by M80. Or sorry, by Shopify in this half. And now Shopify taking their first time out. Personally, I would have done it like 2 rounds ago, but that's just me. I'm not a pro player. So Shopify finally using a timeout to figure out how they want to play this. I mean, I would say they played pretty, I don't want to say stupidly, because that seems kind of mean, but it was not very smart the way they managed their econ to start off the half. Okay, let me paint the picture for you, okay? Pistol round happens. Shopify loses. They decide to force, which I can sort of understand. You want to prevent M80 from gaining any early ground, so they decide to force the second round despite losing the pistol round, and then they lose that. Now, typically, you lose that second round if you forced and you lost the pistol round. You immediately go full save. All right, you want to try. Okay, you know what? We tried. It didn't work. Let's full save. But instead, Shopify forced the third round as well, and they were at a big gun disadvantage at that point, and they lost that round. They finally take a save, but at that point, it's 3 rounds in a row for M80, and now you can see this momentum built up by M80. And although Shopify is finally starting to kind of get it, the econ stability and just the momentum that M80 has built up is looking like it's not going to be as easy to combat as Shopify maybe would have liked. 2 ults available for M80, Cosmic Divide and Nightfall, and looks like this round going to be going the way of M80 as they just have a good gun advantage, as Shopify going to be on a save. Shopify looking like they're going to start pushing into A. They've got 3 going down A main, 1 going into Art, and we will see how this goes. So push in begins, and yeah, they're going to start this push into A. KO knife comes through. It does suppress that one in dugout, the one player in dugout. There are now 2 playing from CT for M80. Push starting in from Shopify, and in response, that KO Molly does come out. Vic, though, able to take out Xander through, I believe that was through the smoke. Maybe there's some Fade Util used to find that pick. Regardless, a pick does come through. Not Fade Util, Sova Util. Shopify does not have a Fade. It's now going to be a 4v5 here for M80. We will see how they play this.
The Nightfall slowing things down. Look at this, though. B-Dog into the back lines. M80 are always ready for this, though.
B-Dog's been able to push into sewers, but you can just see how ready in Waterfall M80 is for this. And if B-Dog does... Oh, maybe he'll catch time. No, he is still watching it. No, they're not. They're running away. Oh, but B-Dog's not going to check. Is he? He is, but it doesn't matter. Qualinoob gun diff gonna matter so much there in that encounter. Qualinoob gonna win that. But Moose over on site able to find a pick, but John Cutie gonna lock down and prevent the spike plant, finding 2 picks of his own. Vic gonna plant the spike, also getting spammed through the smoke. Not before Moose takes out Qualinoob, but EU gonna take out Moose to stop that plant very, very effectively. And although nearly a win for Shopify, they kill the majority of M80's players, it's not a win. And that was the eco round from Shopify, so of course you expect M80 to get a win. And although they lost the majority of their players, they do still get the win. And, you know, I'll hand it to Shopify there. Killing the majority of the players does prevent some good econ momentum built up from M80. But at this point, with this many rounds under M80's belt, I'm not entirely sure if denying econ momentum is what matters, especially considering M80 already has the lead going into the next half. Cosmic Divide available for both of these teams. We will see if they are used here. We still have not seen, I believe, M80's had their Cosmic Divide for a while. Still haven't seen that really come out, so we'll see if it does. Speaking of Cosmic Divides, Vic's Cosmic Divide for Shopify going to come out, and the push onto B is started, and you can see they are hoping that they can do the, you know, plan on B and play from long, and it looks like that's what they're going to try and do here. B-Dog on top of screen, waiting for the Cosmic Divide to go down. It is about to drop. And there you go. And as the Cosmic Divide for Shopify drops, the Cosmic Divide for M80 goes up to try and help with this retake. And it blocks off that long. So it does prevent that post plant from long being played. Kowalin going to spam at Mata through the wall. Or not through the wall, but I believe that was through smoke in the hall. And a pick comes through. It's now a 5v4 for Shopify to play, or for M80 to play, but Shopify in a 4v5. Postplant being decently played, but Vanity is now in a 1v2. Oh, the ping comes through. He knows the spike's being held. Did he play postplant well enough? I think he did. I don't think this spike's going to be defused. And yes, Shopify does take the round. John Cutie going to die to the spike. He was trying to defuse. 0.7 seconds remaining. Nismo does get away with his life. Now, I would normally say, nice, Shopify's finally back in it, but they lost all but... No, they didn't even lose all but one. They lost all of their players. Give me a second while I go ahead and grab my dog.
Because the Cosmic Divide for M80 was coming through is just enough for that delay, and it is what Shopify has been trying to do on this map all along. Play for the post line with the Viper, with the Astra Stars, with the KO, finally able to do so for that, to secure that second round for them. And now the lockdown here for the defense is going to be available, so that B hit that worked out becomes so much more difficult.
Alright, I do apologize about that. Just have to stop my dog from barking somehow. If he does start barking while he's in here, I don't know. I apologize, I'll kick him out again. Nismo gonna find 2 picks, preventing this push in through A main. Xander gonna find a pick onto B-Dog as well. Dominantly defended. And just like that, it's over. Moose in a 1v5, and at this point, just probably going to be going to try and save his gun.
And he's on the wrong side of the map. Well, maybe the right side to save, but the wrong side to help his team.
And I really don't know how M80 does that. Mostly call up
We're gonna be
everybody else when they have these vandals. It looks like a phantom. The way that they're spraying through those smokes and getting kills, is just insane.
They do not care.
And yeah, at this point, Moose just going to be going to save. Honestly, this is pretty... Like, I was not expecting that, to say the very least. M80 just destroying this round. I feel like at this point, Shopify has got to just figure something out. The lead that it looks like M80 is going to be able to get going into the next half, I'm not entirely sure Shopify will really be able to do anything against. Which is probably not really where you want to be.
In a post-plant setup where Moose is playing the snake bites, not a whole lot of time for M80 to retake. And then same thing happened out towards B. It is sloppy. There's so much util toss up. Not sloppy. Sloppy's not the right word. Scrappy is what it is. And it comes down to the time again.
Yeah, the round win comes through. And Moose
but also, I mean,
gonna be able to save his gun. But yeah, this is just, I mean, this is not looking good if you're Shopify, if you're a fan of Shopify, especially after how dominant that round win was. You now look at Shopify's econ. They can't buy. They're back on another eco round. And although M80 are going to be getting a lockdown and null command here. Or sorry, although, no. And on top of that, M80 has a lockdown and a null command. So not only are they at a massive eco advantage right now, but they've got some good ults to secure these last 2 rounds. And yeah, Shopify not going to be looking in a very good spot here.
And they don't ban it for this one. They end up banning Haven instead. But I mean, honestly, part of it is just insane.
Quarterfinals going to take out Moose, and it's now a 4v5 for Shopify.
Yeah, they also keep their cards so close to their chest. They haven't.
All of a sudden, this eco round, and although, you know, Shopify's had some luck on eco rounds on this map previously, I don't know. I don't know if this time around they're going to have the same luck, although B-Dog does have a Vandal to work with off of Moose being taken out. I believe B-Dog was able to pick up the gun from Moose. Looks like Shopify, who left that spike over in B lobby, going to be running it over towards B long.
So maybe this game gets a little crazy. Shopify thinking, we'll let this one go through because they don't know what we're going to be bringing to the table.
Quarterfinals going to take out B-Dog, who is lurking into A, hoping to find a pick, and he's not able to. Xander going to be locking down the push down B long. Able to take out Mata and Vanity. Vic swings, hoping to deny some damage, but nothing. And now he gets taken up by Xander. 3 kills for Xander, and it is a flawless round as the BMing comes through. And we're going to the last round of the half. It's going to be a full buy from both sides, and this just is not looking that solid. I'm going to be honest. This is looking pretty... I'd be pretty scared if you're Shopify right now. If you go into the next half 10-2, which it looks like M80 may be able to do, you don't have a whole lot of hope. I mean, there's not a whole lot of a good chance for Shopify going into the next half, even if they can get the pistol round. If we go into the next half 10-2, it just won't be looking that great. I mean, even 9-3 isn't that great. Oh man, as Shopify tries to run out of B, the spraying through the smoke that they've put up to try and cross does do some good denial, as not only does it find a pick onto Mata, but it does such good damage to B-Dog and Vanity that now Shopify gonna have to play at a pretty good health and player deficit here. Moose gonna be able to push into B-Link. We'll see how deep he's able to get. He's gonna have to encounter Xander. And this Fibermore will drop. Moose gonna take Xander out. It's now a 4v4. Lockdown available for John Cutie this round.
To get this round as well as the third one and the last one of the half.
And there you go. The lockdown does come out. Spike's still not down for Shopify. They do have to figure out how they want to play this. B-Dog's still on site, disrespecting that lockdown, and he's punished for it. EU gonna take him out. Meanwhile, the rest of Shopify rotating it over to A. Now, B-Dog was one of the players who was low on health, so if there's a player you want to lose, it's definitely that one. Now a 3v4 for Shopify. Koala Noob gonna take out Moose. It's now 2v4. Ooh, Vic gonna be able to take out John Cutie to help take site here. Good damage done to Koala Noob, who isn't able to find any picks with that spike. Vic playing up in an off angle, able to take out EU. He pushes through the smoke, and he's able to find a pick off of it. Nismo there to trade it off. Low ammo, definitely factory there. And now it's a 1v1 for Vanity. Very, very winnable for him, but also very, very winnable for Nismo. And Vanity's actually going to rotate it over to wrap around. Looks like Nismo is ready for it, though. And 3 kills for Nismo this round. He finds another round win here for M80. Score now going to be 10-2.
Before the second half, just insane.
I mean, the chaos there.
Score now going to be 10-2. I mean, seriously, if you are a fan of Shopify, this is not looking good. 10-2 is looking like it's going to be very, very dominant. And even though maybe there was hope coming into this map that maybe there was a chance, at this point, I would not be holding out very much hope. Shopify needs this pistol round. That's the main thing to talk about here. Shopify needs this pistol round in order to have a chance at least going into overtime. I don't think winning in this half is possible for Shopify at this point. But if they can get this pistol round, it could be a good start. We'll see if they're able to play it well. And M80 will be... Looks like they're going to be pushing into A here. They start in A lobby. Looks like 3 going to be going in through mid. Possibly 4. Yeah, it's going to be 4 going in through mid. And then 1 going in through main. Just 1 art for Shopify in Mata. And he's going to not be able to defend Art well, as Koala Noob going to take him out in the entry through mid, through Art, and onto A site. Going to start for M80. And yeah, this site being taken here. Koala Noob going to push down through into Secret, looking to take out 1 and 2. Nope, just going to back up. Play it safe here. That's that sort of discipline you want to see from a team like M80. Just, alright, let's get the spike down. That's all we need to do. And now they're playing from Art and from main for this post plant. Pure Shopify. This has got to be difficult. I mean, you're playing against a team like M80 who practices these post plants for hours and hours and hours. You probably don't really know how to retake that well against a team like M80. Although Moose pushing up. Nope, not going to find anything. Xander going to shut down. It's a 2v4 for Shopify at this point. 1 tapping the spike. And now it's down to Vanity. Try and find something. He's able to find another kill onto Nismo. That's 3 kills for Vanity on this pistol round. John Cutie going to find a pick. And yeah, this round does go to M80, and I said that pistol round was needed for Shopify, and it really is. There's a reason I was saying that they really needed that pistol round if they wanted to try and find something to try and get themselves back in the game, and try and maybe come back, but they lose it, which now means M80's at a score which is 11-2. Not only is M80's momentum and confidence and mental probably through the roof right now, they're 2 rounds away from a win. Shopify's got to do something, and you see them forcing here to try and do that something. And they need to. They need this round badly. If they don't win this, next round they're going to be on low econ, and they're going to have to force because their opponent will be on 12 rounds. So Shopify needs this round so badly. They want to try and do something. I do agree with this decision to force here. You don't really have room to breathe. You do sort of have to play as though your opponent's on that 12th round. Ooh, Vanity push up in an off angle. Could have caught Koala Noob off guard, but he's not ready for Koala Noob to be there either. And yeah, he doesn't find any damage. Damage not really exchanged to either side. Meanwhile, Shopify, or sorry, M80 going to start this push into A. John Cutie going to take out Moose. Vic able to shoot through the smoke and take out EU for a trade, but then John Cutie takes out Vic, which does allow the player advantage to stay in the hands of M80. And it looks like M80 like, alright, we'll just back up. And they start rotating it over towards B, and then they decide to rotate back over to A. It's a fake out, and it faked even me out. Shopify, very faked out. Going to start rotating it over to B. They do have Vanity playing very far back off of A. Still no sound on B, but looks like Vanity just trying to figure out, okay, they could be coming through water. We need to be careful. Sure they're not pushing in through there, and now he sees the push coming in, trying to find something. He's able to find a pick, and now he just backs up, waiting for his team to help with this retake. Xander pushing into Secret. He's down to 5 HP. Vanity is very ready for him to be there. Reload sound is heard by Xander. It doesn't look like they're ready for Xander, and they're not. Xander gonna find two, John Cutie. Or, I think he only found one. John Cutie finds the other. Mata able to take out Xander. It's now a 1v2 for Mata. He's got one bullet in the Sheriff, no bullets in this Bulldog. Low ammo on both of his guns. He will reload this Bulldog now. Ooh, John Cutie's pivoted over to Secret, and he's able to get through. Mata now going to have to retake. The off angle for Koala Noob held, and Mata goes down. And although M80 loses all but one of their players, Shopify may be humiliated in this map as they are low eco going into a 2-12 deficit. They're going to have to force. It's going to be a bad buy against a full buy probably, or at the very least, a very decent buy from Shopify, or sorry, from M80. Probably a better buy than what Shopify can put up, at least. And yeah, this is just not looking... I mean, the buy is more equal than maybe you'd expect. Again, good econ damage done by Shopify, but it's still going to be better guns here for M80. And Shopify needs this round. I mean, they're going to need every round that is to come, obviously. M80 is at that 12th round. So Shopify just needs to try and make some sort of moves here. Some sort of movement in the right direction, but I don't know if they'll be able to. As M80 starts to push down B, there's two on B. But you only have Moose pushed up, and he's going to hold some screens. Very easy to wallbang. Though they're not really wallbanging him. Never mind. As I say that, EU takes out Moose. B-Dog just going to swing out close, hoping to find an off-angle pick. He's not able to. Xander going to find that pick in return. Vanity trying to maybe wallbang a pick, prevent the push down long. He does push them back, but he takes some damage himself down to half HP. And although M80 isn't pushed into B yet, they are still in long. Only still thinking about it. Maybe hoping to maybe fake out Shopify and then go back, similarly to what they did on A the previous round. We will see. We will see. Although there's no C site here. Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry. Alright, Vic gonna take out Koala Noob. John Cutie gonna take out Vic. Xander gonna take out Mata. And Xander also takes out Vanity. And just like that, it's over. And the humiliation for Shopify as M80 starts off their playoffs match with a 13 2-second map to finish it off. One of the most dominant final scores in a map we've ever seen. And yeah, if you're Shopify, you got to be worried at this point. Will the lower bracket run really be that good, or as good as maybe people would be expecting after such a dominant loss to a team that, I'll remind you, Shopify was able to beat M80 in their previous series, and now they take a loss. I'm not very confident in Shopify's ability now. Although, again, M80 is one of the top two teams, if not the top team. So the fact that Shopify does take a loss here is not unexpected. But again, such a dominant loss, especially on Pearl, which is like a solid map for a lot of teams. Like, your Pearl fundamentals should be there. You should have a very solid average score on Pearl, but Shopify taking such a dominant loss there, not a good way to start off their playoffs. But if you're a fan of M80, I mean, that is what you want to see to start it off. You absolutely want to see a dominant win like that. And let's just talk about Pearl. Let's talk about how Pearl went, because again, very dominant in the lead for M80, but unlike Ascent, which the Ascent KDA for M80, you saw Koala Noob way far and above the rest of his team. Pearl, you don't actually see that. You see a more decent or even kill consistency. And this is where we see M80 doesn't need a carry. Unlike Ascent, Pearl did not have Koala Noob as a carry. In fact, he's not even top frag or even top 3 for his team. But that doesn't matter. John Cutie able to pull it through. Not far behind. 3 kills behind is Nismo. Not far behind at all is Xander. A little bit of a drop down to Koala Noob, and then a little bit of a drop. Actually, a pretty big drop. 5 kill drop down to EU. But regardless, enough of that fundamental understanding is there for M80 that they're able to pull through regardless of not having that duelist carry. Versus you look over at Shopify, and because they just don't have a whole lot of kills as a whole because of how short the map was, there's not really any room for them to have big kill differences. But the main key things here is you don't see those players you want to see on top, right? They don't have a Sentinel, and Sentinels on Pearl can often be in that top frag position. Still, you'd want your duelist to be pretty far up there, but for M80, we don't see that, and that could just be because there wasn't time for the map, or the rest of the team for M80 was just taking those kills instead. Regardless, over on Shopify, you see pretty decently low average combat scores. The highest is 218. Nobody breaking that 300 or even 250. And then you go down. It's 171, 164, 143, and below 100 for Mata. That really just goes to show Shopify was not really finding their footing. We see Vic and Moose, the two controllers, pretty high up there. You don't really want your controllers to be the ones on top because, again, these are not the roles you'd expect to be on top. Maybe a Sentinel if you have it in Killjoy, just because how well Killjoy can play on Pearl, or at least in the old meta can play on Pearl. If you're running a Harbor Viper, you can definitely counterplay. But point being, you don't really want your controller on top. Then you go further down. You've got your initiator, and it's not your flash initiator. Your initiator, which maybe you'd expect to be fragging well. Look at Nismo, 17 and 7, just to show your flash initiator can be a pretty good fragger, especially KO, which is a little bit more of an offense-sided initiator. So you see that initiator on bottom. You continue to go down. You've got your. My point is, it's your recon initiator, which doesn't really have that sort of aggressive util, which means either they're playing off of the aggressive util of your flash initiator, which you don't really want your recon initiator to be the one playing off of those flashes, or it means that these players in the duelist and the flash initiator that should maybe be finding some more of his picks aren't able to find them, so the rest of the team has to step up. And we just see that Shopify's not able to do that. Although they definitely tried, they only get 2 rounds. And although a lot of these round wins for M80 on this half were very expensive rounds, they were not dominant round wins for M80. They were still a lot of round wins for M80 regardless. And so it's a little bit disappointing, again, to see Shopify, who maybe people were expecting to do a little bit better here in this playoffs, to not see them, able to put up a good first show here. Again, nobody's expecting Shopify to beat M80. Maybe some people were, but for the most part, it's a very low percentage of people expecting a win for Shopify. But what you may be expecting is Shopify to at least get a map up, especially considering they beat M80 in the previous series. Shopify looked decently strong going into this, going into the end of Split 2. You'd expect maybe a map, but we didn't see that. I wasn't expecting it, but, you could expect it in a world. That's not what we see. We don't see that type of getting a map up here. So I'm a little bit worried, honestly, to see how Shopify will do in the lower bracket, especially considering their first lower bracket match will be against either Oxygen Esports or G2 Esports, which are two teams which definitely have some firepower to beat Shopify Rebellion. But speaking of Oxygen Esports versus G2 Esports, let's get into this series. Before we do that, we'll do a little bit of in-between series, because oftentimes there's a big gap. And we will do, I have a little bit of an announcement. I released a video yesterday where I talked about it, but the announcement is I'm going to be doing actual casting once again. Some real casting for me over on the Conniving Tournaments Twitch. You can go ahead and check it out. You can go ahead and join the Discord as well. It's just going to be a short little Valorant match. It should be a lot of fun. I believe it's a tournament. I'm going to be starting off the tournament. It should be a lot of fun. I'm going to be doing play-by-play. Yeah, it's my second time ever casting an actual series, so if you want to see that, you can go ahead and head over there. It'll be this Sunday, June 4th. So yeah, I look forward to seeing you all there. But enough said. Let's go ahead and get into the second series today. Oxygen Esports versus G2 Esports. I'm just gonna throw these back here and this one as well, just so that way, I don't know, it's easier for me. So Oxygen Esports versus G2 Esports. Now, there's sort of a pretty big. This is a big series for multiple reasons. But the main one being, let's take a look at Split 2. All right, let's take a look at G2 Esports. 0-5. They did not win a single series. They played Mad Lions and OR Esports, the bottom two teams after Split 1. They played both of them and lost both of those matches. They played FaZe Clan, lost that match as well, although FaZe Clan was able to beat OR and Matt as well, so FaZe was looking decently solid considering the group they were in. G2, of course, loses to the Guard, which, again, like, in hindsight, yes, the split 2 was not great from G2, but I will remind you, midseason face-off, G2 did beat the Guard. Sure, it was close, but they did do it. G2 did beat the Guard previously in the midseason face-off, so the fact that they lose to the Guard in split 2 is a little bit disappointing if you're a fan of G2. They aren't carrying that same steam. They lose to Moist Moguls. Of course, Moist Moguls goes flawless in Group B, so it's not completely out of the picture. But the point being, G2 did not play well at all in Split 2. It was really disappointing if you're a fan of G2. It was really disappointing as an outsider who isn't a fan of G2. It's still disappointing to see G2 playing that poorly, considering they went second in the midseason face-off, and now they aren't even top 4. They're probably in top 6, maybe even bottom 6, right? Like, this is not a good place if you're a fan of G2. This is not a good place to see your team in. This is a G2 roster, which was supposed to be in Tier 1. Obviously, some stuff happened. They weren't allowed in Tier 1 competition. Had to go through Challengers. They were invited, though, to Challengers. But this is just, I mean, not what you'd expect from G2, to say the very least. So how do I think they're going to do in playoffs? You may be wondering. I don't expect them to make any big upsets here. We saw them do really poorly in Split 2. Now they're going up against Oxygen, which went 3-2, and they did pretty solidly. Oxygen is a roster which I think a lot of people can view as sort of an underdog. I already have their stuff pulled up here. Which you can view as sort of an underdog, just simply because it's a roster that, like, is sort of this team that maybe people saw a little bit disappointing. They had to go through the last chance qualifiers to qualify for Challengers. Then they come into Split 1, and it's not great. They immediately lose to Breakthrough, now Moist Moguls. They take a win against Shopify, but, which was a big upset at the time because everybody thought Shopify was going to do well. But then again, it's Shopify, who now we know is not really that powerful a team, or at least in Split 1 was not that powerful of a team. And then they take an 0-2 loss to G2, and this was like, all right, it's not looking like it's going to go well for Oxygen. They beat FaZe and Turtle Troop, but these are also two teams that did not look super solid, so it's not completely out of the picture book. Out of the picture. I don't know why I keep saying picture book. Not completely out of the picture. Then we go to the mid-season face-off. They beat G2, which was definitely a little bit impressive. Sorry about that, my dog. Once again, I muted myself this time though, so you didn't have to listen to it. But anyways, yeah, we go to the mid-season face-off. Oxygen Esports able to beat G2, but they take a loss to the Guard, go down to the lower bracket. They beat TSM, and then they lose to G2. So if you're a fan of Oxygen, you're like, this is a little bit disappointing. Although they did decently well. If we just want to look straight up at how mid-season face-off went for Oxygen, you can see it went decently well. They made it to lower round 3. Sure, it's not the lower final. Sure, it's not the grand final, but it's still decent. I mean, you make it far enough that you're facing up against the Guard. You beat TSM. The point is, it's a good showing. All right, they put up a decent show in the midseason face-off. So then they come into Split 2, and it seems like they were like, all right, we got to figure it out. So they destroy Disguised. Then they do lose to Turtle Troop, but Turtle Troop's a mid-team. They didn't qualify for playoffs, but they were definitely looking like they were trying to. And also Oxygen had some role issues. The role issues were they were trying to bring in, I'll go ahead and show you the players. They were trying to bring in this new player hold on, wait, I got you. Of Redux. Okay, Redux was a player who they had been looking at. They wanted him, but he had to turn 16 because that's the league rules. And as soon as he did, they bring him in. So against Turtle Troop was his first match, and they had Pony. So Redux is a duelist player, is the point. All right, Redux is a duelist player, and they still had Pony, who is also a duelist player. So they kept Pony on the duelist role, and they had Redux on Sentinel. Like, it was very clear there were some role issues. So what did Oxygen do? Well, of course, the obvious choice, which is bring in your assistant coach and get rid of Pony. So they get rid of Pony, bring in the assistant coach to replace him, and now the assistant coach is on that Sentinel role, and they destroy TSM. I mean, I would say destroy, but they beat TSM. All right, 2-0. All right, good. They beat Shopify 2-0. All right, which they were, they'd already beaten Shopify before. They take a loss to M80, but they do get a map up first, which is absolutely a good place to be in. They trade map picks, and then but still they take up a map. So now they're coming into the playoffs, and again, they are sort of an underdog in the sense that they've got a lot of potential behind them. And now that they've had a big gap of time in between the regular season and now the playoffs to figure out how they want to do this and how they want to get all their role issues figured out, they've had some time to do so. I expect them to put up a decent performance. I honestly expect a similar performance here in the playoffs to what we saw from them in the midseason faceoff. Almost identical, honestly, is what I'm expecting. I expect them to win against G2 Esports. Then I expect them to make it to the upper semifinals and probably lose there, and then go down in the lower bracket and maybe not make it to the lower final, but at least make it decently far. That's sort of what I expect here. I mean, you can see where I have them is them beating out G2 Esports, then going up against M80 and losing, then going up against CSM and winning, and then in the lower round 3 losing, right? Like, this is sort of what I expect to happen here. Is this sort of similar story to what we saw in the midseason faceoff? Before we get into that, we do have the player interview with M80 Xander, as M80 did just win the first series of the playoffs.
Now that it comes playoffs, I feel like we're stronger than ever.
That was going to be my next question, was were you guys kind of using Split 2 as more of like an extended practice, coming in a little bit more relaxed, knowing you had already qualified?
Yes and no. Of course, like the seating matters a lot. So like we didn't go
Sure.
crazy like testing Yoru, like Neon, stuff like that. But we went
Right.
little by little, tested things in scrims, see what worked for us. If it worked very well in scrims, and we brought it to the match and stuff like that. We just tested a lot of things, and I felt like it was really good for us. We learned a lot, and I feel like because of that, yeah, we're much stronger because of it.
Was there a concern at all that that mindset might leak now into playoffs, because it was like, oh, that level of comfortability, that safety net all of a sudden was gone now that you're in playoffs? Or did you feel like once you guys hit playoffs, it's back to business as usual?
No, I feel like everyone's mentality is just win every game, no matter what. Like, sure, we were maybe like are trying different things and testing things, but like we always wanted to win. We never wanted to lose a single game. To say that we lost a game because we're practicing or hiding shots or anything is very silly. I feel like we tried our hardest to win, and seeding does matter.
Yeah, of course, and that's illustrated with the standings. Not to say you guys came in and lost every game. I don't think that is anything like that. But ultimately, you guys came in and maybe the play style was a little bit different. Koala Noob's getting a little more aggressive than he would. And we saw a return to something that we praised the original Ghost Core, which obviously you were not a part of, but the original Ghost Core was really good with that combination utility, the set pieces to kick off rounds and get aggressive peaks. And we saw the return to that here in the playoffs. So it's obvious that you guys have been putting in the work. I do want to ask you, though, now that you've made it to playoffs, this is what you guys have been thinking about since day one. It's playoffs and Ascension. That was always the goal. Do you feel like there's a little bit more pressure on you because of that? Or are you, again, just head down, do the work?
I mean, I feel like if there's pressure, it's not on me. I feel confident not only in myself but in my team. I feel like if I have a bad day, I'm always going to be carried by my team, and because I feel like there's like almost no pressure. Of course, like when you're like the #1 team and everyone's like gunning for you, and like you have the expectations, people would like the pressure should be there. But I feel like I have no pressure during this playoffs. I feel really confident in my team, and I know we can do it.
Well, this last question comes to you from the fan zone. This one is from a member, Tai Tenga. How did you use smoke against SR? Or more specifically, do you feel that M80's team strategy of smoke screen usage was particularly strong against Shopify Rebellion?
I feel like we don't really like change up how we like how I play controller depending on like the team. I feel like it like varies, of course, a little bit, but I feel like majority of the time the things I do on like the smoke and the controller agents, it doesn't really change too much. I feel like my positioning could change and stuff like that more, but in terms of like the smokes I use and stuff like that, there's no real change in it.
All right, yeah, but let's go ahead and continue to talk about this Oxygen Esports versus G2 Esports. So again, this is a roster for G2, which has taken a 5-0 loss. I was just praising Oxygen and how I think Oxygen should be able to take the map.
Thank you so much,
but of course, the main thing to talk about here.
Up for our very first series here in NA Challenger playoffs. We
don't know what's happening here.
When we come back, it's a rematch. Two teams who have faced off against each other more than I think any other team currently in Challengers. We're speaking,
Ooh,
of course,
boy.
of Oxygen and G2. We'll be back in just a bit.
Wow. Really do need a new computer. Alright, there you go. So I was just praising Oxygen, and I think they're a bit of an underdog story. I think they can make a pretty decent, playoffs run. Do I think they're going to make it to Ascension? Probably not. But I do think that they have some good potential to, again, make it pretty deep in the upper bracket, and then probably pretty deep in the lower bracket as well. And I expect a decent run from them overall. Now, the other contender in this series, G2 Esports. Let's take a look at their performance. We come into Split 1. They beat FaZe Clan 2-1. They beat Breakthrough 2-1, now Moist Moguls. They beat Oxygen Esports 2-0. They beat Turtle Troop they lose to Turtle Troop 0-2. Their only loss on Split 1. It was a very big upset for most people. And then they beat Shopify Rebellion 2-0. Dominant, pretty fairly good wins here. They make it to the mid-season face-off. They started off bad. They lose to Oxygen Esports, alright? They immediately get knocked into the lower bracket. Then they beat FaZe Clan 2-0. They beat Moist Moguls 2-0. They beat Oxygen in a rematch in the mid-season face-off 2-1. Then they beat the Guard 2-1 to make it to the Grand Finals, which is a best of 5, and they only get one map up against M80, but they did make it to the Grand Finals. They get additional circuit points. They made a pretty solid run. Overall, pretty decent for G2 Esports. And then we come in to Split 2. And all of a sudden, I don't know if it's because they knew they already qualified for playoffs or what, that they lose everything. I mean, any sort of ego boost, mental boost, momentum that they had from mid-season face-off in Split 1, gone like that. They started off bad with the loss to OR. You can go, all right, first week in Split 2, maybe they didn't have enough time to practice. They lose to Moist Moguls. You go, all right, and now with hindsight, we know Moist Moguls was a dominant team in Split 2, so we can sort of forgive that. Then they go up against Mad Lions and lose to Mad Lions, and you're going, okay, maybe Mad Lions is looking stronger in Split 2. Okay, sure. Then they lose to FaZe Clan. And it was at this point in week 4 of Split 2 or week 9 of the whole split of this season, we see this loss to FaZe Clan, and I go, and at this point I'm thinking, all right, what is G2 doing? Right? Like, this is a big loss for them because it means their next fight is against the Guard, which we sort of knew they weren't going to win, and they didn't. But this loss in particular is like, okay, it's no longer I can throw them a bone. Oh, the team they're playing against looks better. Oh, they didn't have enough time to practice. At this point, it's, what on earth are you doing? At this point, you do have to sort of say, this is not a G2 roster which looks strong, right? This is not looking like a strong team. They then take the 0-2 loss to the Guard to cement their flawless loss streak in Split 2. They didn't win a single series in Split 2. And now we're coming into the playoffs. Now, again, you could make the argument, I think there's a good argument to be made, that, hey, hold on, wait a minute, though. They didn't need to win any in Split 2, right? Split 2 didn't really mean anything. And yeah, you could make that argument. Absolutely. They didn't need to win anything. They already qualified for playoffs. But that does not change the simple fact, which is, they did super, super poorly in Split 2, okay? Hold on, I'm changing my title really quickly. They did not do well in Split 2 at all. And again, you could say maybe they were kicking it back. Maybe they were they're like, yeah, we don't need to, though. They were okay with losing, maybe. But at a certain point, you do have to say, okay, what is going to change between now, or between Split 2 and now? Like, they've had about 10 days to figure something out, right? Will they have? I don't think so. 14 days. I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. I don't think G2 is going to have changed very much from Split 2. I think maybe they'll look stronger. But I just, like, it's hard for me to believe that they're going to be able to find any grounds here in the playoffs. Because it's not like the matches will have gotten easier since Split 2. It's not like they're going to be playing against teams that will be easier to beat now that we're in the playoffs. If anything, it's going to be much, much harder for them now that we're in the playoffs. And we're starting it off with a banger rematch between G2 and Oxygen. Currently, it's 1-1 between these two teams. So this will It's almost like a best of 5, or sorry, like a best of 3 total series against Oxygen right now, right? Like, this is the rematch to see, is G2 back in it? Are they back? Did they just need to take some time off? Were they just kicking it back for Split 2? I don't know. They must have been working their asses off to get here because they needed to. They did so poorly in Split 2. They really do need to change something up here. Going up against Oxygen, I expect, or I'm hoping for, a win from Oxygen. That's what I'm expecting, okay? But for G2, I'm hoping that they can at least get a map up, because it may mean that they kind of have that fight back in them, and that they may be able to do something. Because again, this was a team who, after the mid-season face-off, I was thinking, alright, they're top 3. After how Moist Mobiles did, alright, they're top 4. But just with how poor they are performing, I'm thinking now this is like a top 6, maybe even bottom 6 team, right? Like, no longer are they, or am I viewing them as like they may be able to qualify for Ascension. At this point, I'm looking at them and I'm going, maybe they can try and make a good lower bracket run, because honestly, that's what they're sort of gearing towards at this point. And if this series is not looking like it's a new fiery spirit from G2, I don't expect them to make a good playoffs run at all. If it's a dominant win from Oxygen Esports, I'm going to look at G2 and I'm going to go, all right, bud, you had a good run. I know you still have the lower bracket, but honestly, I don't expect them to do well. Somebody's got to be eliminated first, and if G2 looks as bad as they did in Split 2, I expect them to be one of those teams that gets eliminated first, because they just looked like they would be one of those teams that gets eliminated first in Split 2. They did not look like a team that was a playoffs team at all in Split 2. Fortunately, they did enough work in Split 1 and the midseason face-off that they could qualify for playoffs even if they lost all of their series, and they did lose all of their series. But, like, if we were just going off of Split 2, they'd be, like, the bottom team. Literally, they were the bottom team in Split 2, right? So, I'm not entirely sure what could possibly change between now and playoffs. And you could say maybe they were experimenting too much in Split 2. Yeah, sure. Maybe they were taking it as sort of, oh, it's just like scrims, you know, but people are watching, right? I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking or what led them to such a dominant loss in Split 2, but G2 really does need to bring something together here, and that's sort of what this series is for. That's all I have to say, so we'll go ahead and do some ranked to kill some time before we get into the next series. Let's go ahead and take a look at Valorant here. Some really good movement. I mean, like, this is Radiant level movement. I'm not gonna lie. Ascendant, really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get there was, like, no comms, but he was also alone. I don't know. He had really, like, solid aim, or they had really solid aim, and, again, the movement was pretty good. But okay. Alright, sure.
Okay.
Play, yeah. Spike.
Oui. Un à côté de la door.
Chou.
Okay.
Play, yeah. Spike.
Oui. Un à côté de la door.
Chou.
Yeah, I'd say like Ascendant. Yeah. It was similar to the last clip. There were some good comms, but it was like still, I don't know. there wasn't a whole lot of like super solid movement. I think Diamond is also a good guess. I don't know.
They will cover.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Spike down mid.
They will cover.
One enemy remaining.
Zero
Down
comms.
mid.
I'll say plat. There's like no comms at all. Diamond. Okay, yeah, that checks out. Alright, I didn't do that great. Better than my average, I guess. Yeah, I suppose, let's see. We can go ahead and take a look at any clips we have from that series. Yeah, let's go and take a look.
Corner, body
Last
spotted,
player
body
standing.
gone. As John Green fights his way back. 1 and 2 gone. Our Shopify will be taken down. Operator just around the corner. Body
Last
spotted,
player
body
standing.
gone. As John Green fights his way back. 1 and 2. Forward. He's not backing away just yet. Wants to try and catch him off guard, and he does
Spike down,
just that. Nismo shoots for 2.
And that's so clean for Nismo. The 2 teammates get taken down. It
30
seems like he
seconds
was
left.
hesitant in between going to the A side or B. The side's 4B so far back and secures the 2. Now Viper's getting used though.
Enemy remaining.
He's going to fight forward. He's
Alright, these are interesting clips.
take this A side.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're not playing. Okay, never mind. They usually give up this space to count on that.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Come
it
on.
always count on that.
30 seconds left.
I mean, it's just insane.
Alright, well, let's see. Has Knights Arena said anything? No, just the pre-match interview. That's gonna be it for me. We'll take a quick break, I suppose, until. Let's see. Alright, we'll go ahead and throw it to a quick little break before the next series. I'll be back.
One match done and one more here for the day as day one kicks off with a win for M80 over Shopify Rebellion. But we've got a follow-up. It's G2 versus Oxygen, and this is a bloodbath rematch. We've seen these teams go toe-to-toe 3 times already. This is the 4th time now that these 2 teams will face off against each other. The 3rd time that it's happened in a double elimination bracket. Clearly, there is storylines to talk about when we look at this G2 Oxygen matchup. And so far, it seems like G2's gotten the best of them. But looking at Oxygen, Roy, this is a team that has come into this second split and done some interesting things. They obviously had pretty good success in split 1. It ramped up a bit in the midseason faceoff, but it wasn't quite what they wanted. And they made some changes.
Yeah, I mean, these changes have been pretty interesting as well, right? Really unorthodox changes as well. They brought in one of their coaches as a player. They brought in the young gun Redux, who's been on the sideline for a little bit, waiting for that clock to tick until he's 16 or old enough to play. So it's been quite an interesting change for them, no doubt. But the results have kind of spoken, right? Like, pound for pound, maybe Rustin statistically is not one of the best players in Oxygen, but I really don't think that's what the team needs when you have players like Verno and Scuba who are sitting like super high on the rankings in terms of stats.
It was also weird because of the fact that Rustin was like on the roster and then he wasn't on the roster and then he was on the roster again.
The good old classic.
Because if you remember correctly, they had taken out Randy Savage at the start of this second split. Rustin filled in week 1, then Redux came in week 2 as he wasn't quite old enough to compete. His birthday was like off by like 2 days or something like that, or even the day of competition.
Oh, wow.
He joins the next week. But he has to play a role that he wasn't playing before. He was playing a Sentinel role when he was traditionally a duelist, primarily a Jet. They had Pony on the team. It didn't seem to click. They didn't like it. So they said, hey, you know what? We're going to put him in that role. We're going to bench Pony, and we're going to put Rustin back on the roster, and he's going to fulfill the Sentinel role. And you can understand why. If I remember correctly, going back to week 1, or week 1 of this second split, I should say, which is technically week 6, when Rustin filled in, he actually looked pretty good playing that role, so it makes sense. But this is the player, that has had our eyes on the entire split, all of MSF, all of split 1. It's Verno. This dude's unreal.
Yeah, Verno's been playing very well, kind of consistently throughout all of the splits and through the midseason face-off, being consistent and staying almost positive in stats every game. I mean, look at the KD. That's huge. 1.24 KD, playing over 800 rounds as well.
Sheesh.
So just to give you an insight of how consistent Verno has been for his team, and that's really hard to do because Verno plays a very wide variety of agents. I was looking at his agent pool. He's been playing Sage, Gecko, Fade, Sovas. So to be that diverse and versatile and still stay consistent in your stats is huge on Verno.
Important note too, number 1 when it comes to KD is Koala Noob, sitting at 1.28. So kind of puts things into perspective how impressive that 1.24 is. And he's played 90 more rounds than Koala has.
Wow.
So continuing that upward trend with your stats is impressive. Now, it might be easy to forget that the team they're playing against was the second place team at midseason faceoff. I keep my memory right here just in case I never forget. G2 was a great team. Coming out of the first split, it wasn't necessarily perfect, but the team didn't have much time to work and get things up to speed. But then in midseason faceoff, they come away with a second place finish. We're like, okay, like that's the G2 we expected to see, a team that a lot of people praised coming into things. This second split has been kind of a horror show. As we take a look at the roster, Roy, I feel like G2 just really didn't hit their stride here in this second split.
Yeah, I feel like they've not hit their final form just yet, and I'm wondering if it's going to come out right here. I mean, ever since the midseason face-off, they've had a rough streak. It's been like, what, 5 losses in a row? So they have the kind of the Red Sea
you know
in
what,
terms
though,
of
for G2,
in terms of their.
I will say Oxy has consistently been one of the better players like in challengers, and like even though he's on like a losing team right now, like we've seen Oxy, he's insane. He's been insane. He finds some really insane and impactful kills. Although it's not enough to really carry G2 through. I mean, the amount of Oxy plays is probably through the roof. They're just trying to find one free player, I think, here. But yeah, it's pretty insane. So I do think like there's definitely still a lot of G2 that has that fiery spirit behind them. There you go, Oxy to 4K. There's a lot of G2 that has that sort of fiery spirit behind them. It's just that they seem to be struggling to like cash in when that sort of impact is made by these players like Oxy. It's just, it feels like he's not really able to find them in the way that maybe you'd want him to be able to.
When they needed to, 4 out of 5 of the maps went to 3 maps except for the last one. So unfortunate for them. They've been quite opposite of Oxygen. Oxygen has been very consistent throughout both splits and the midseason face-off, but for G2, they've been inconsistent. They did very well in the beginning, both midseason face-off and split 1, and not very well in split 2.
For G2, Shazam is the only bright spot. And I say that just because looking at this second split, the team has really not had much success. He's the only player who has actually statistically improved across several categories. And you can see that here. His ACS went up, his KD went up, his ADR went up, his KPR went up. Pretty much all of his meaningful stat categories went up while everyone else's went down, and sometimes very down. Some of the players dropped almost 70 ACS from split 1 to split 2.
Wow.
Kind of a rough dive, but that's also to be taken with the fact that this was an 0-5 team. It's not like they were finding wins with these performances. The team was just struggling. But it is important to note, G2 was already qualified. They had a spot because of the fact that they got first in their group in the first split, and they got second in the mid-season face-offs. So that made things a little bit easier for them. But you can see how this split ended up working out. Look at that. 0-2 to Guard, 1-2 to FaZe, 1-2 to Madlines, 1-2 to Moist Moguls, 1-2 to OR Esports. It's not like they were getting blown out necessarily. Some of the games, maybe the match score doesn't illustrate the map score in some of those games where maybe the map wasn't that great. Their win rates on some of these maps was pretty rough. But it wasn't like they were completely gone. They still could have won some of these series.
Yeah, and talking about Sajam's stats, and then looking at these maps that we have here, for the stats to still rise despite the fact that they were going 0-5 in split 2, shows that we might have a little bit of hope. Like I said, just a series of unfortunate events for them. So maybe there's some slight hope for them that we're going to see the team that we've seen them perform before.
Now, it's also important to note that these two teams have faced off against each other 3 times already. 2 of those took place during the midseason face-off. 1 of those took place in the group stages. And thus far, G2 has held the advantage. G2 picked up the win in the group stages 2-0 back in split 1. They lost an upper bracket quarterfinal match against Oxygen 2-1. It was a very close series. It very likely could have been G2's to take, but it did slip away. They got their revenge in the end. I think that was the lower bracket round 3 or lower bracket semis. When they beat Oxygen there. And obviously we know the storyline. G2 goes on. They end up beating the Guard as well. They make it into the grand finals against M80 where they fall 3-1. So it's not like the team is in a terrible position. They have a slight advantage. They know what to expect from this team. And I think they're going to come into this one pretty well prepared. Just like M80 was saying in the post-match interview, that was an opportunity for them to try some new things. They weren't completely abandoning the playbook, but it's like, okay, we're going to try some stuff in scrims. If we like it, let's put it into a match. We'll see how it works out. We're still going to do everything we can to come out on top of the series, but we're going to use this time to sort of theory craft some possible opportunities for us, some expansion efforts. And there's a world where maybe that was the case for G2. But we did have a chance to sit down to talk to G2 and Oxygen as well about the upcoming matchup. Let's take a look.
All right. I'm interested to hear this.
I mean, it's pretty obvious what they do most of the time, but sometimes, a broken clock is right twice a day, so it's more figuring out what game plan they want to run because they have weak adjustments, so they just fall back into the same tendencies. So once we get a good hang on that within the game and, you expose them for, how they play, I don't think they could adjust back, so as soon as we find that hole, it's just going to be game over.
For me personally, I would love to get back into franchise. I was kind of disappointed getting let go of from Cloud9 and not being able to have an opportunity on a franchise team. But I think I'm still going to try and prove that I should be there in franchise, and we're going to keep working really hard. I mean, personally, it is a goal of mine to get back into franchise. I would love to play there and just prove that I'm the best,
No, it's just discipline within ourselves. We're always going to have man-up advantages that we might want to feel. We might get overly confident, and I think you kind of just let them have no in at any given moment and make them feel hopeless. And then as soon as we start instilling that fear in the opponent, whoever it is, Oxygen or whoever the next team is, as long as we keep up with that kind of same disciplined mentality, I think there's nothing to really worry about.
It could be a dicey match, but I think that we can win it if we stick to what we know. Play as if we scrim. I think we definitely do have some history, but I don't think it will change how we play.
The moments that really helped us grow as a team, I think the biggest one was losing to G2 in split 1, regular season. I think everyone knew on our team that we should have won that match, and we let it slip. Like both maps, it should have been a 2-0 pretty clean for us. And after that, like everyone saw how close we are to being like a really good team, and really
Yeah,
focused
that's
on
sort
the
of how I feel
mistakes that
about
we're
Oxygen.
making.
I
And
feel like they're
it
always
was
like
pretty small, and we tweaked a lot of them. We
almost
kept
there.
talking
Like their
about
team
it.
met is pretty consistently
And I think that
almost one of the
really
better teams.
lit a
Like I
fire
consider
under
them
us
sort of like a
to
mid team,
to
kind
get
of
a lot better
underdog.
from
Like I
there.
think they've got really solid
Also from
potential.
last split, I think
But
this
I just
last
like
match,
it seems like they always fall a little
really
bit
showed us
short, and I feel like that's true of a
lot
lot
of
of their
new things
series.
that
Like
we
they're
could be
able to get
doing,
up a
and
map up a lot of
just
their
I guess
losses, but
getting
it's just like they're always a
small
little
tweaks
bit
in
not
and
quite
improvements
there
in.
against those like
It's
top
really,
few teams.
I don't know, it's really
So
big for us.
unfortunately for them, like I just, I
It
mean,
was never a concern for
beating
me.
G2 here
It's
could be a
just,
really
you know,
good
it's just a
start,
good
but
player. I
sort
don't
of
think
everybody sort of has that
if anything, it
expectation that
makes me
G2
more
is going to lose this.
satisfied
So,
because it's
yeah,
just
we
another
will see how
unknown
this ends up
factor,
ends up
going into a
shaping
high
up. But
pressure
I
match,
do
and
expect a
I'm always
loss
there
here for
to,
G2.
you know, I'll always give them what they ask for.
And
So.
I think
I don't know. It's, we've
Dapper's
just been moving
strategy of
forward. We've been
instilling
improving a
fear
lot.
may
Like,
not
it's
exactly be what
the biggest
G2
silver I could have.
what the strategy should really be, because it just seems to me like Oxygen's always going to have this sort of dominant hold over G2, especially now with how weak G2 seemingly is.
Since the start, so.
Dapper feeling mad confident, which you want to see. You want to see a player like Dapper, who's been around the scene for quite some time, really coming into this one and being like, listen, we're still the same G2 you saw at the midseason face-off and in Split 1. We're going to do everything we can to shut them down. And by everything we can, we're basically just going to play the game we always play. And we're going to keep this team from really being able to do anything. It was pretty confident. He also said that some of the mistakes they were making were sort of their own fault. And clearly, Oxygen not really going to come into this one just, you know, sitting on their laurels. They have a lot to prove here as they want to be the team.
Okay. I'm interested in this. So if you don't know, G2 did have a flawless Ascent run. I believe it ended with Moist Moguls beating G2 on Ascent. And then we've got Oxygen picking Haven. No surprise there. Haven is still one of the strongest maps for Oxygen. So these are sort of map picks maybe you'd expect. Maybe what you would sort of expect to see if, say, G2 was truly playing at the same peak that they were during the midseason face-off or during Split 1, you would probably expect G2 to pick Split. This is a map they often, during Split 1 and in the midseason face-off, performed very dominantly on. So to see G2 continuing to pass up on it does sort of make me think maybe G2 is not playing like they seem to be confident that they are. Maybe they aren't playing at that same peak that they were in the midseason face-off. Maybe we're just going to see a similar sort of story where G2 just is not quite there. And again, I expect this. I mean, I would hope this is a 3-map series. If G2 takes Ascent, then I absolutely expect a 3-map series. But I do expect this series to go to Oxygen, especially because we know how strong Oxygen is on these 3-site maps, Haven being one of them, and then Lotus being the decider. We haven't seen Oxygen on a whole lot, but we know how good their fundamentals on attack are, and on attack-sided maps like Haven, like Lotus, I expect Oxygen to be a pretty solid team. Again, they've got a pretty good Haven record. They are a really good team on Haven. Again, G2's probably only hope is that maybe they can find something on Ascent. And I mean, I would hope for I hope for a 3-map series because it means G2 is at least partially their way to the peak that they were. But overall, realistically, I'm expecting a win for Oxygen, maybe a 3-map series, but it could definitely still very much so be a 2-0 series from Oxygen. But overall, again, I expect a win for Oxygen here to start off their playoffs run, and you know they'll be on their way to face up against M80 in these next few days. So I do anticipate this to be a win that goes the way of Oxygen. Even if G2 can find, again, even if they can find Ascent, I expect it to go to Oxygen in a 3-map series. You know, could definitely still go either way, though. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select, and as we get into Ascent, again, this is G2's map pick. They should be trying to win it. We'll see if it's a pretty standard comp, or if we're going to see something changed up here for G2, or if it's just going to be the tried and true, you know, typical comp. And they're starting it off with KO as their flash initiator. It looks like it's going to be a pretty typical comp. Both Penny and Mitch on KO, Scuba and Whiffy both on Omen, Redux and Oxy both on Jet, Dapper and Rustin both on Killjoy, and Shazam and Verno both on Sova. And this is an identical pick from both sides, and there's no mystery why. I mean, this is a pretty standard team comp because it works. It's sort of the meta, you know, you get your Killjoy to lock down a site, typically going to be mid as well, though. And then, there's just a lot of reasons why you pick these teams, but the main one being there are a lot of entrances into these sites that are choke points. So B Garage, even through Market, you go over to A, and the A main is a big choke point. Into Tree is a big choke point. I talked about this in the previous series as well. But these big choke points are going to be the main point of contention, or the main thing that you can sort of try and abuse a little bit and that's what gives sort of the defense sidedness that we see. 51.4% defense sided, meaning 51.4% of rounds on Ascent go to the defense. So that's why we see this sort of defense sided, and these team comps are sort of built around either trying to counterplay that defense sidedness you typically see, but also using the defense sidedness to your advantage. You got Killjoy, you have a Nanostorm, you've got KO, you've got a Molly, you've got Sova util to allow that Odin spam through B Garage, for example, right? Like these are util. The util on these agents is the type of util that you really do need to see on a map like Ascent, which sort of has those choke points, is pretty defense sided, and I imagine. And that is sort of why I'm explaining why this is meta, but, there you go. That's why it's meta. Those agents are really good at that. Plus, then, counter side, you're on the offense. You've got KO to help clear sight, stuff like that. So, pretty standard stuff. That's why this is sort of the meta that you see. Let's go ahead, though, and let's see which of these teams is going to be taking the meta to their advantage here on Ascent. Looks like G2 are going to be starting on offense, and I'll remind you again, defense-sided map. We also know Oxygen is a pretty solid defense team, and although this is a map that G2 was flawless on going into Split 2, they are definitely not invincible on it, as they have taken losses on Ascent since Split 1. So we should expect a pretty good series here. And Redux starting off this first pistol round by taking out Whippy in mid. Mitch going to take out Penny as well. Oxy able to get a trade pick onto Redux, but that does now mean G2 is down a player. It's a 3v4 for them to play. Rustin swinging out mid, going to encounter Oxy, able to win that exchange. And now it's a 2v4 for G2 here. Spike has had the opportunity to go down on B, which does mean Oxygen has to play this retake. And we will see if they are able to. Shazam going to be cleared out by Mitch, and it's now a 1v4 for Dapper. Does not have that spike in his hands. He's not playing on site. There's one in Market. Verno watching CT from Market. Stopped watching it, but now we do see Dapper spotted. You know where he is. Molly does miss, and he's going to have to win this 1v1 with Rustin. Not quite able to. And Oxygen does take the first pistol round with 2 players left alive, which makes it a pretty solid round. And now we're going to have to see if G2 can try and recoup themselves a little bit. Oxygen is now up around. And yeah, we will see. We'll see if as these rounds continue, G2 will be able to put up a good fight. But off of that round win, we'll probably see pretty standard econ movement. You win a pistol round, you force the next round, your opponent will be on a save, and then the third round, you know how it goes. So Oxygen going to be on a force buy here. G2, of course, going to be in an eco round. So we should see Oxygen taking this round. G2 going to be pushing down A main. And getting ready to push into A site. Redux with a Marshall. Watching this opening into A, hoping to be able to find an early pick. G2 is actually backing up. No sound made at all, but still G2 not feeling confident in the A push. Not finding any of Oxygen pushing out, so they do decide to back up here. And yeah, now we do see G2 pushing down mid, coming in through Cat and into Tree. It looks like Rustin's holding this with a judge. And the Killjoy turret going to be the first to spot. Rustin going to be able to find the pick onto Oxy off of that. And it's now a 5v4. I always find it interesting, or a little bit funny, when it's Oxygen versus G2, because you've got Oxy versus Oxygen. I don't know. Anyways, G2 now going to be pushing in through mid. And it looks like getting ready to push in through Market. We do have Dapper pushing in through B Garage. Mitch going to take out Shazam. It's now a 3v5. Verno going to take out Whippy. Dapper able to take out Mitch, who's blinded. Scuba going to trade it off, though. Penny from mid able to take out Verno from Market, but Scuba there to trade it off. And 3 players left alive for Oxygen means not only do they take the round win, but they keep the majority of their players alive, which is exactly how you want to be doing it. And now G2 going to be playing against Oxygen with good guns here. Of course, it's going to be a bonus round from Oxygen. Probably not going to force any buys on those guns. Going to be it's a bonus, right? You're just going to keep your guns from the previous half. So now G2 going to have better guns here. Should be able to secure the round win here. And then next round, it'll likely be a buy from both sides. Although, there's some decent guns from Oxygen to try and prevent a buy round win from G2. I don't know why I said sorry. Anyways, G2 are going to start pushing down A main, and they're going to start pushing in to A. So, it looks like Oxy hoping to maybe find something on Oxygen, but they're not going to. Nobody's actually on A for Oxygen. They're entirely off of site. There's no util either, so they're okay with site being taken. Although there is Scuba watching site through Garden. Smokes come through. Entry from Oxy. They're going to be able to get on site. Spike gonna get to go down. Flashes come out. Oxy in hell. Gets cleared out by Redux. Dapper gonna take out Mitch for a trade, but Verno and Redux each find a pick of their own, which now makes it a 2v4. Spike still not down. I said it was gonna get to go down, but it hasn't quite yet. Redux gonna get spotted in hell. Ooh, Vandal wins those. Phantom head tap, not gonna take Redux out. Redux also gonna take out Whippy. 4 kills for Redux this round. The bonus round turns into a win for Oxygen. So although it was a buy round from G2, it does not turn into a win, despite having the eco and gun advantage there. It's not a win. So now G2's econ gonna be in a pretty bad spot, and Oxygen gonna get some momentum moving in their favor. They were able to pick up some guns as well. So now G2 going to be in an eco against a full buy from Oxygen. And you look at Oxygen's econ, and they are not going to be worried for the next few rounds at all. Rustin at 5,000. So is Verno. 4,500 for both Redux and Scuba. I mean, this is not where you want to be if you're G2 against a roster, or sorry, against an econ like the one that Oxygen has built up here. So we will see how G2 plays this. Again, they're on an eco, so probably just going to pick a site and rush in. Lockdown available for Dapper. Some early damage done to these 3 players. Or to 3 of the players pushing in through main. We will see. They do decide to just go A, but it looks like they're backing up mostly, leaving Whippy there in main. Meanwhile, Dapper has been lurking over by B. Getting ready for his teammates to join him, or at least Shazam. Dapper's pushing out into Garage. Rustin finds some contact and just backs up. Not going to do any additional damage there. And it is now... Looks like G2 was hoping to bait out Oxygen over on B. They're not really going to be able to. Oxygen still has 3 on or near A, so G2 does need to figure out how they want to play this. They've gotten Dapper pushed up aggressively into B, but still no bait out from Oxygen. At this point, Dapper's sort of just a lurker. Redux gonna get pushed as G2 starting to take site. They've pushed into Garden. Dapper is watching the rotate, and he finds the pick onto Verno over on B. Meanwhile, Oxy takes out Mitch. Scuba locking down the site, though, gonna find 3. Whippy takes out Scuba. Dapper over on B gets taken out, and Redux takes out Whippy on site. This round does go to Oxygen 4-0. The eco round maybe could have gone well for G2, but it didn't. It stopped in its tracks. And Oxygen now going to be once again on a bye. G2 for that eco round. Finally going to be back on a bye as well. So it's going to be a bye from both sides. And we will see how this does end up shaping up. We have not seen this yet where both teams are on a bye. So we will see how this is played. Lockdown available for G2. Blade Storm available for Redux, as well as From the Shadows. From the Shadows, very situational ult, so we may not see it come out. As is Blade Storm, although the operator in the hands of Redux, you know when you should use that operator. That Blade Storm, if you run out of ammo or you just need to clear corners and stuff, you can't really use your operator for that. That's when it can come out. Shazam's been able to pick up an ult orb, which does get his Hunter's Fury up. Speaking of which, if Oxy is able to get his ult orb up, he'll have his Blade Storm up. If he just dies this round, he should be able to get that up. Dapper going to take out Mitch, who is coming for the flank. And meanwhile, the Hunter's Fury comes out from Shazam, which does take out Redux. And now it's a 3v5 for Oxygen, and they still have to play retake. G2 playing almost entirely on site. Does now make it difficult for Oxygen to play this. Some Good Sova util just ping Rustin, so he has to back up. And looks like Oxygen's struggling to figure out how they want to play this. Rustin able to take out Oxy, but Penny there to trade it off. So now it's a 2v4. It looks like maybe Oxygen's just going to have to run and try and save their guns at this point. Ooh, Penny pushed up into heaven. Going to find the pick on Verno. Scuba able to get a trade pick of his own, but he's down 2 players. Not really going to be able to. Spike goes off, and sure, Penny dies, but G2 does finally take a... What? Shazam Shock Dart going to take Scuba out, and that does now mean Oxygen loses all of their players in that previous round. But as I've talked about, the econ stability was pretty good for Oxygen, and so losing that there did not matter a whole lot. You do see Redux going for a Stinger. You may think it's because the econ is bad, but it's not. It's because Redux does have the Blade Storm available, so they can carry some more econ momentum. 3 ults available for either side. Both teams have a null command. Both teams have a Blade Storm. Like I talked about, Oxygen going to be using that Blade Storm. Redux going to be pushing out in through B main into B lobby, hoping to find a pick. Not going to be able to, or sorry, no, he will be able to take out Dapper. There goes the Lurkery down for G2. Oxy going to be able to take out Rustin as they are entering onto A. Verno going to take out both Oxy and Penny, but the null command was used by Penny, so the res can come up as Whippy does trade off those picks. It's now a 3v3. The Spike will have the opportunity to go down. Null command still available for Oxygen. From the Shadows, still available for G2. Null command now comes out from Mitch. Molly comes out as well. They're trying to clear Hell here. Redux coming in, going to clear Generator, able to take out Whippy. It's now a 2v3, and as Mitch takes out Penny and Hell, Scuba turns his attention towards Shazam, who's pushed out in main, and, well, Shazam gets taken out. 3 players up the line from Oxygen means the majority of their players left alive, and it looks like we may be seeing another dominant Ascent another dominant Ascent today. We just saw the previous series, M80 had a final score of 13-2 against Shopify Rebellion. I'm not saying we're going to see that dominant of a score here, but I am saying it's looking like this is going to go pretty well in the favor of Oxygen if they can continue this momentum in their favor. It's looking like maybe that fiery spirit I was hoping to see from G2, maybe to see them bounce back after such a poor split too. It's not really looking like it's coming through. Yeah, lots of rhymes there. 3 ults available for G2. Lockdown from the Shadows and a Blade Storm over on Oxygen. They've got a Hunter's Fury. And the lockdown's actually almost up as well for Rustin. He's not going to go try and challenge for it at all. G2 going to be back on an eco off of that round loss. And it looks like they're going to be taking it into A. They've sent 3 through mid, 2 down cat, 1 in through to clear stairs. We will see if Dapper is able to. Meanwhile, G2 going to start this push into A. Scuba going to take out Oxy, prevent that push through tree. There's 3 on A for Oxygen, and they're going to lock this site down. Shazam pushes up, going into clear Generator. He's able to. Mitch going to take out Whippy at the same time, though, and Verno going to find Penny and then take out Shazam. And now Dapper's alone in a 1v4. He was mid. Did not find anything there. Looking for something. No, the Odin on Rustin going to do more damage than what Dapper can put up with his Sheriff. This round does go to Oxygen. Now it is impossible for G2 to take the lead going into the next half. But again, like I talked about, this is a defense-sided map, so you wouldn't necessarily anticipate a defense win, an offensive lead here. But still, G2 not really putting up as much of a fight as you would want from a team like G2. So it is definitely disappointing if you're a fan of G2, but still, again, defense-sided map. So maybe when we switch sides, we'll see G2 bring back some of that fighting spirit. 2 ults available for both sides. G2 has a lockdown and a From the Shadows. Over on Oxygen, they've got a lockdown as well, and also a Hunter's Fury. Rustin just staring at Scuba. It looks like G2 trying to do a little bit of a slow push here, playing a little bit passively, maybe hoping to play off of contact, see if they can't find anything. But they haven't really found anything. Still playing pretty far back. Sovadrone comes out from Shazam in mid and only spots 1. Redux is posted up close in Arch, hoping to maybe find a pick. Potentially coming through tiles. Doesn't look like he's going to, though. As G2 is now pushing down catwalk and going into tree, it looks like. Although there is some Killjoy util, which just spot Oxy, and Rustin swings off of that and takes Oxy out. Meanwhile, Hunter's Fury comes out from Verno. I believe that was used in mid, or possibly a main. Regardless, he finds the pick as well. It was mid. There you go. He does find a pick himself as well. So now it's a 5v3 for Oxygen. And yeah, this is a big question. Where or how does G2 try and play this? Honestly, if I'm G2, I just save my guns at this point. Time's low. You don't have to push, but it doesn't matter. G2's doing it anyway, and Dapper gets punished for it. Shazam going to be able to get a trade pick on Mitch. At this point, you're down 2 players. Trades aren't really what you can afford. Inverno takes out Whippy, which leaves Shazam in a 1v4. Redux looking to do some damage. Shazam going to get taken out by Scuba. Redux is flanking from within backside. Anyways, it was not going to go well for him. The score now going to be 7-1, and Oxygen has taken the lead going into the next half. It's now impossible. Or sorry, not impossible. It is now, it's now impossible for G2 to tie it up going into the next half. So at this point, Oxygen is just going to be trying to widen the lead that they have going into the next half. And G2 are going to have to try and close that gap up as much as possible to take their first time out. I'm surprised they didn't already use it. I should have used it a few rounds ago, but at this point, better late than never. For an Oxygen, again, I talk about it all the time. I love to see kill consistency. And look at that. Scuba and Redux, both with 9 kills. Then you just drop down only 2 kills from Redux to Rustin. And Rustin with 7 kills. And then Verno also with 7 kills. And then it's just another 2-kill drop. The reason, I always talk about the reason you want to see that kill consistency is because it means that all your players are playing at the same level in the sense that you can trade each other off. Playing well strategically, you're holding your angles well, you're not getting picked off, right? That's exactly what you want to see, is this sort of kill consistency, because it means when you're in a position, you're playing that position well. Versus G2, who honestly just don't have very many kills overall, so I can't, the same can't be said. And they're also on offense, so sometimes you'll see some more big kill differences on the offense side, just because, it's not like you're holding angles necessarily, and the spike has not gone down very many times, so there hasn't been the opportunity for G2 to be holding those angles. We will see if G2 can try and make that up, again, when we switch sides. G2 off of this timeout, deciding to take an aggressive push in through A main, and it's immediately denied. Scuba and Mitch locking it down, 2 kills each, and now Penny left alone, getting flushed out by the KO Molly, able to take out Scuba before he goes down, and this round goes to Oxygen very quickly and very aggressively. I mean, we saw an almost identical situation between M80 and Shopify just in this previous series. I believe it was on Ascent as well, just mowing them down almost exactly like this. And that is what I talk about when I say using those choke points, or like there are these big choke points in these site entrances, and that's why it's defense-sided, because you can just like spam util, honestly just mow them down like we just saw, because of those choke points where there's only one way that the players can immediately push into the site, and it's through that main entrance, and that's what we just saw happen, and that's what we saw Oxygen take advantage of. Now that being said, that was an eco round for G2, so they weren't expected to win. Maybe they lost a lot faster than they were expecting to, but they weren't expected to win necessarily. Now they're back on a bye. 2 ults available for both sides, and it's the exact same ults. A lockdown and a from the shadows. From the shadows, a very situational ult, so we may not see either of these teams even use it in this half, but it could definitely still come out. Lockdown's very useful, and Hunter's Fury is actually now up for Shazam, so even if a lockdown comes out from Oxygen, a counter lockdown could come out from G2, or the Hunter's Fury could come out to counter the lockdown from Oxygen. It looks like Rustin getting ready to use the lockdown, but no, the suppression comes through from the KO on G2 for Penny. And now the lockdown that G2 has been able to place down is going to run its course. There's a flank coming through from Scuba. He used his from the shadows to get onto that flank. Almost certainly G2 will be ready for that. Oxy going to take out Mitch from Heaven. Rustin going to take out Oxy. Redux going to take out Penny. Scuba, who was on the flank, taken out. Whippy going to take out Redux. Rustin takes out Whippy. These are trades. It's actually going to be kept an even player count. They know they have to push Shazam because he has Hunter's Fury, so they do. Rustin trying to find the pick. He's not quite able to. Shazam able to take him out, but Verno able to take out Shazam, but it doesn't matter. Time's been played well enough that the spike is going to go off. And G2 finally finds their second round in this half. They finally find something This half's not over, alright? G2 could definitely still carry some momentum through, but they did lose every single one of their players in that previous round win. And although they are going to be able to force a buy here, you know, you see Penny with a Spectre, they are still able to put up a buy. It does mean that any momentum they could have possibly built up off of a round win is immediately denied. They're not going to gain any momentum in Econ. Not really any, you know, their mental's probably not going to get a good boost off of that. So it's really a question of will it be carried through or can it start to be carried through. But Redux taking out Oxy does make this early in this round. It's going to make it difficult for G2 to find anything, as that push through main now has to be, you know, stunted a little bit. They got to be a little bit concerned, a little bit more cautious now. Scuba going to be spotted by the Sova drone and immediately runs back. Whippy was on top of the wall inside of that smoke, maybe hoping to play off of the Sova drone ping, but no, not going to be able to do it, as Scuba does get away using the TP. It's now a 4v5, or it's been a 4v5 since that early pick. So G2 is going to have to figure out how they want to play this, and it looks like they're going to be sending it over towards B. 2 going into B lobby. Now there's Killjoy Util posted up in B. It's a pretty common setup. You see how close to the entrance that those Killjoy nanoswarms are. The turret is destroyed, which immediately gives Oxygen the hint that it might be a B push. Now, there's still only 2 for G2 in B lobby, which is not the majority of the players. Whippy is mid, as is Dapper. Dapper's actually pushed up through stairs and into Pizza and Market. Now looking like he's going to push into CT, as G2 is going through B lobby, through mid, and now they're going into Cat, through Tree, and they're getting onto site through there, but Oxygen is denying. Scuba gonna find a pick onto Shazam, and Mitch finishes it off, taking out Penny. A flawless round comes through from Oxygen, and that was the buy round from G2. Not at all what you want to see, especially off of the win that G2 just got. You absolutely would not be anticipating a flawless round, or you wouldn't want to see a flawless round from Oxygen. Now we're going into round 12, the last round of this half, and G2 is on what looks like a light buy, except it's a force buy. This is all they can afford, is 4 Stingers and a Spectre. This is not where you'd want to be for G2. And I hate to keep drawing parallels to the previous series we saw today. But this is pretty much exactly what we were looking at. Maybe not exactly with, you know, the final round of the half being this low eco for the offense. But point being, we may be looking at a 10-2 lead for Oxygen going to the next half, identical to M80's 10-2 lead against Shopify in the previous series. Oxygen going to be locking down a site, or trying to, taking out the null command. Whippy able to find a pick. Mitch going to take out Whippy. Rustin going to take out Shazam as Penny gets res. Dapper going to take out Redux. Rustin going to take out both Dapper and Oxy, which leaves Penny, who was res after that null command. He's low on HP, down to 40 HP, and the Shock Dart going to finish him off. But what I was saying is, drawing parallels to the previous series, we went into the second half of the previous series where we were on Ascent, where M80 was up 10-2. And guess what? The defense, what then became the defense in the second half of Shopify, did not find any additional rounds. The final score was 13-2. We may be looking at an identical thing here if G2 cannot find some grounds here in this half. They need to start it off well with this pistol round. Question is, can they? It's looking like Oxygen may just be more comfortable on Ascent than you would expect. A 10-2 first half is not at all what you'd hope for. And again, it's a defense-sided map. Sure, you can make that argument. But a defense-sided map does not mean you should be going into the second half down 2-10, right? Like, that's... Sure, G2 may be able to make a comeback here now that they're on the defense, but I don't know. This is just not looking... It's not looking great, is the point. Oxygen going to start off their offense with this pistol round, pushing into A. They know exactly where Dapper is in hell. They're trying to flush him out, and they do. Dapper going to do some damage before he goes down, but he does not find any kills. Although Scuba, Mitch, Rustin, Redux have all taken damage, and they're all below half health. So definitely all in positions to be killed very easily using some shock darts, some util from G2. But it is a pistol round, so there's not a whole lot of util to utilize. Shazam and Oxy each find a pick for this re-entry. Scuba going to take out Shazam. Oxy trades a pick by taking out Verno. It's a 2v3 now. Health low for Scuba and Rustin. Scuba cleared out of health. Rustin is in tree. Knife just clear him out. This spike is being tapped. He does sort of have to peek it. And he does. Rustin going to take out Penny, but now they know exactly where he is. He's down to 20 HP. At this point, he just needs to play time. He's able to take out Whippy. Looking for the final pick. Not going to find it. Is there time? There is, just barely 1.7 seconds. And that does mean G2 does take the pistol round. All right, not going the way the first series on Ascent did. But still, looking very, very solid here from G2. And I mean, this is impressive. For Oxygen, or sorry, for G2 to win that. Sure. The reason is because on those exit picks, or before Dapper was taken out, he did a whole lot of damage. But still, a really good way to do that round. And again, if G2 is going to make a comeback, that was the way to do it. Now going to be a forced buy for G2, because of course they just won the pistol round. Oxygen going to be on an eco round. We'll see if G2 can start to gain some grounds here. They need to win this round with as many players alive as possible to deny good momentum for Oxygen to win the next round. Ooh, Whippy locking it down. 4 kills. Penny finishes it off, taking out Scuba. 4 kills for G2. And it's flawless, or 4 kills for Whippy, and that's a flawless round for G2. I said they needed to win it with as many players alive as possible, and they did just that. I mean, a flawless round is a way to do it. And although they likely will not be on a buy round this next round, they will have some really solid guns on this bonus to do some good damage to Oxygen. And although there's not a whole lot of room to breathe for G2, as Oxygen is only 3 rounds away from a win, there is a little bit, which does mean that G2 can, in theory, have a little bit of some, or G2's in a little bit of a position where they don't necessarily need to win this bonus in order to get, you know, this map back in their favor. Mitch gonna be able to find that trade off as Scuba was taken out. It's traded off by Mitch, though. Oxy goes down. It's now gonna be a 4v4. Oxygen still not really pushing in anywhere. They've got 3 going into A lobby, 1 going in through B lobby, now going into, it looks like through tiles and maybe into mid. Barely gets spotted by that Sova drone. It's not like there's going to be anybody for G2 to swing off of that, so it does mean Reston should be relatively safe as he pushes through mid to get ready to push through mid, likely into tree. Meanwhile, the rest of Oxygen going in for this main push. It's being locked down by Whippy, with that Bulldog. Then he takes out Rustin. Mitch going to take out Whippy for a bit of a trade, but then Redux going to take out Penny, which now means player advantage there for Oxygen. And the spike goes down. G2's remaining players were playing over on B. This is a 2v3. And again, it's a bonus round, so G2 isn't expected to win it. They just need to kill the majority of Oxygen's players for it to be a good bonus round. Able to pick up some guns there. Dapper's able to get a Vandal. Shazam gets a Bulldog. We'll see if these guns will do any damage here.
Verno might give himself up with the recon bolt so they know that he's out towards main. That bolt is now been dealt with. And, I mean, G2 are running out of time.
And it looks like maybe they won't be able to. G2 gonna... Ooh, there you go. Verno gonna take out Shazam. Yeah, it's not looking like they're gonna find anything. Dapper trying to. No, Redux gonna shut him down. So Oxygen wins their buy round. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say with the majority of their players alive, but they don't. They lose all but one of their players, which makes that a very expensive win from Oxygen. And you look at them, they're gonna be able to buy this round, but you see the low eco. You see the low eco, which means they're not gonna have any momentum off of that round win. So G2, if they can secure the round win here, they can do some good, they can probably get some good momentum moving in their favor. So whichever team wins this will likely be able to get some good momentum moving in their favor. That being said, G2 has very little room to breathe now that Oxygen's on that 11th round win. Oxy taking out Redux starts this round off good. But because of the little room to breathe that G2 has versus how much room to breathe Oxygen has, it's not looking great, even if G2 can try and make a comeback here. I mean, we'll see if they can. Bladestorm available for Oxy. 5v4 for G2. Spike's still not down. Oxygen playing time down on the clock, waiting patiently, hoping to find something onto G2, but they're not going to. G2 also willing to wait patiently, just staying stagnant. 2 on B, 1 in backside, 1 on site, 1 in CT for G2, 2 on A, 1 in main, 1 watching tree. G2 just holding these angles. Now, Oxy with CT willing to rotate, gonna start rotating. Shazam, backside, gonna start locking down backside. He's joined by Dapper as well. Shock darts come through from Oxygen to try and clear that out. Not really gonna be able to. Shazam gonna mow him down with the Odin through alley. Scuba gonna take out Oxy for a bit of a trade, but Dapper gonna find 2 picks, one of those with the turret. And that's it. G2 secures that round win. And I said whichever team got that round win was going to be in a pretty good spot. And guess what? G2 won it. So they're in a pretty good spot here. But again, Oxygen could take a million save rounds here and still have some room to breathe. So Oxygen's okay taking a save round. They're like, all right, we'll take a save round here. If we don't win it, then we'll just take a timeout, re-strategize a little bit. Because Oxygen still has 2 timeouts to utilize. They may as well use them. Bladestorm available for Oxy this round, but he also has that Operator, so may not have to use it if you can find some good picks. He's posted up in Wine this time around, hoping to find some good picks. We'll see if he's able to. One-way Omen Smoke, you typically see. Oxy, of course, going to be there to play off of that. We'll see if he's able to. And nobody watching mid for G2, so the Lurk going to be able to find something. Ooh, Oxy's off. Gonna find the pick on the Redux. Penny going to swing as well, able to take out Mitch. Oxy going to be able to take out Verno as well. Big whiff there from Verno. Means that Oxy's able to get away with an additional kill. That's 3 kills. All of those players that were in A main are now gone. And the remaining 2 players on Rustin and Scuba, the Lurker's going to have to rope back around and try and find something. Scuba going to take out Penny. It's now a 2v4 rather than a 2v5. They're also able to pick up that spike, and it looks like they're going to run it back, maybe over to B, possibly just through mid to A. We will see. Shazam's watching mid and watching Cat, and he doesn't see anything. So Oxygen is pushed into A. It could be red here now that orb, the ult orb being picked up. Absolutely, G2 knows that Oxygen is in A main. So Oxygen going to start this push into A, and this is going to be more than difficult here for these 2 players. Dapper going to take out Rustin. It's now a 1v4, and there you go. Oxy going to take Scuba out. And this round goes to G2. It was looking like what needs to be a good comeback here is started from G2. All Oxygen needs, though, is 1 round, and then it's impossible for G2 to win without it going to overtime. And so Oxygen just needs at least 1 round to get that security that at least we're going to overtime. 4 ults available for Oxygen to use this round. They're back on a bye. We're almost certainly going to see them come out. I know the Bladestorm's going to be used. You see Redux not buying a gun because he's going to use it. No Command also available. From the Shadows and Lockdown also available. G2 close to some of their ults from the Shadows and No Command, for example. And that Bladestorm is up. Hunter's Fury not far away either. So G2 is in a decent spot. You see Oxygen pushed up in B Garage. In response, Sova Dart comes out. Shazam does spam through the wall with Odin. Not going to really do anything to Oxygen, though, other than Rustin taking a little bit. And now Oxygen going to back up and then just start pushing through again. Killjoy Lockdown does come out, and it looks like Oxy may be willing to disrespect it. No, he's just going to back up to play from inside a market. Oxygen's going to be allowed to get into sight here. Sight will be taken. Spike going to go down. Null Command was used by Mitch as well already. They don't have that anymore, although it's still going off. It's about to end though. From the Shadows available for Scuba, Bladestorm still being used by Redux. Hasn't found anything yet because he hasn't needed to. Oxygen, who's been on the lurk, going in all the way through Garden, spotted by Whippy, watching for a lurk for a potential flank. He's able to find that pick, which now means Oxygen going to have to play this round down a player. But they do have the advantage of having the spike down. Shazam just going to Odin spam, though, and take Scuba out. It's now a 3v5. Redux gets blinded, and he's able to find a pick. He's going to get flushed out here from this backside position. What on earth? Verno going to find 2 picks. Dapper takes out Mitch. Redux going to take out Penny, who was just sticking the spike. It's now a 1v2 for Shazam. Spike's definitely not going to be defused, and not even a pick going to come through from Shazam, as Redux going to get that kill off. Good ult point for him. This round goes to Oxygen. Finally for them, they have secured that 12th round. So at the very least, we're going to overtime. G2 now going to have to win 6 rounds in a row if they would like to get it to that overtime and try and take this map. And I'll remind you, Ascent is picked by G2. They absolutely do not want to win this round. G2 does absolutely does not want to lose this map. I don't know why I said win this round. G2 definitely does not want to lose this map. If there's a map that G2 can take, it's Ascent. And again, throughout the split 1 and the midseason face-off, G2 went flawless on Ascent. So then we came into split 2 and they started taking losses on it. So if G2 is really going to prove that they are still at their peak, or that they are back at their peak, rather, of where they were at midseason face-off, where they were for the towards the end of split 1, if they are really truly at that sort of peak of G2 in this year, or in this season of Challengers, then we would want to see a G2 that is destroying on Ascent again. We would want to see them continuing or restarting a flawless run on Ascent if they are truly back at their peak. But we're seeing them nearly get destroyed by Oxygen, the reverse on Ascent, and now G2 is going to have to clamber to try and take Haven. Now, Haven's a decent map for G2. It's not completely over, but... And also, this map isn't over. You know what? I'll stop talking about Haven. I'll stop talking. It's not over yet. I'm talking like it is. There's definitely still probably potential. 3 ults available for G2 this round. Hunter's Fury, From the Shadows, Null Command. Over on Oxygen, they've got From the Shadows available for Scuba. Ooh, Hunter's Fury coming out. Going to do some damage to Verno. No kill comes through, though. That does give G2 an early lead. Now, or an early advantage in this round. What I will say, though, is, of course, Oxygen just took a timeout. They would like to immediately shut down any hope of a comeback here for G2. See if they're able to. I'm not entirely sure why Rustin's at 0 guns. He's got a classic. While the rest of his team is buying guns. A little bit of an interesting situation there. We'll see if he finds anything. Maybe hoping to pick up a gun. We'll see. Silver drone comes through from Shazam. There's a jet smoke on Cat. Now they know there's at least jet mid. Trying to maybe get a ping through the smoke. Not quite going to be able to. Mitch is mid. He peeks Oxy. Feet. That's where Oxy was looking. Was at those feet. Now Mitch going to find that pick. It's now a 5v4 for Oxy. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. Oxy didn't shoot the gun. Oh, Scuba going to take out Dapper. Now it's a 5v3. The From the Shadows came through from Scuba, and it was good. Not only is B-site taken, but they're in a 3v5 now. G2. So this is really good for Oxygen. I don't know, my brain's shutting down or something. Shazam able to find a pick. Traded off though, so it's a 4v2. No longer a 3v5, but still a 2-player advantage here for Oxygen. Redux going to take out Shazam. Whippy, if you want to win this map, you got to clutch this up. It's a 1v4. Market door being closed. Whippy just going to break it. Who can blame him? Again, 1v4 right now for Whippy, and he has to clutch it up. He's running out of time here. He tries to bait out the TP, but there's nobody for Oxygen who... I don't even think any of them can hear that, so it doesn't matter. Bruno's watching stairs. As Whippy starts pushing through, he's going to be peeking multiple, and Whippy able to take out Scuba. Time was ticking. He had to move, and Redux going to take him out for a trade. And yeah, first map goes to Oxygen, and I said I expect a win for Oxygen in this series, but maybe possibly a 3-map if G2 wins map 1, and guess what? They didn't. So now I'm sort of leaning towards a 2-0. Now, again, Haven's not horrible for G2, but it's really, really good for Oxygen, and considering Oxygen is looking like they're playing pretty similarly to how they played in Split 2, I don't expect a super dominant, surprising win here, if I'm being honest. So I mean, straight up, I'm gonna be honest here. I'm predicting a 2-0 win here for Oxygen. But there is some stuff to talk about. Let's go ahead and talk about how that series just went, or sorry, how that map just went. If they've put it in yet, which they have. So Ascent is up. Wait, what? Oh, they're putting it in round by round. Interesting. I mostly just wanted to look at the KD. There you go. Okay, so you do have Oxygen. And I just want to highlight how solid this play is across the board. Every single one of their players with a 280 ACS plus, excluding Verno. So that's 4 of the 5 of their players with a 200 plus ACS. That is really, really solid. And again, I talk about kill consistency. Is Redux above the rest of the players? Yes, but it's your Jet on Ascent. Of course they're going to be above the rest of the players. But then you go down the line, and it's 16 and 16, hide KDs, or kills, sorry, for Scuba and Rustin. But I want to highlight, Not only is this a tied KD, which, of course that means they're holding their own. Look at this. 16 assists for Scuba. That's absolutely insane. And even Mitch, who's second to bottom, if we're just purely looking at KD, second to bottom, he's also got 16 assists, which means he's doing damage and or people are playing off of his flashes. And it's a mix of both. With a 236 ACS, it means he's doing damage and, which means he's playing off of his own util. It also means other people are playing off of his util as well. Same goes for Verno. 8 assists is not bad. Sure, he's lacking behind. But, Recon Initiator, not really going to be that top dog. Sometimes you'll see Omen higher frag despite being the controller just because paranoia is a thing that they have. And it can definitely be used effectively and in a way that does damage. Same thing goes for the Sentinel role, right? You're going to be using a lot of util. So you'll either see a lot of assists or you'll see a lot of kills because they're playing off of their own util rather than their teammates playing off of it. So overall, I just want to highlight how good, this is pretty good. This is what your KDA should look like, or what how your frag leaderboard should look after such a win like this. This is what every team's frag leaderboard should look at. This is the sign of a really solid team. And they were like a wall that G2 couldn't puncture. There was really no weak link for Oxygen that G2 could really take advantage of. Now let's turn our attention towards G2. Once again, we've got your Jet in that top frag position, joined by the Sentinel. All right, similar sort of situation, right? But then you drop down. You go, okay, 2 kills, and then Shazam and Whippy are really close in frags. Like I said, I like to see the kill consistency. It's great. Then you go down to Penny with 8 kills. And here's the thing. 196 ACS, 192, 133, 144, 151. Not bad. The main issue is they're just not winning enough of their gunfights. I think as a team, again, this is the sign of a really solid team. Look at how good their kill consistency is. Clearly, they're winning. They're each individually winning about the same as the rest of their team. In as far as gunfights go, the only issue is they're not winning enough of them, right? They're not winning enough of their duels for it to actually matter. If they were winning their 1v1s, it matters. See, this is where, even though you can tell G2's got some really solid fundamentals, their team feels pretty balanced. All of their players are playing at around the same level. Once again, you've got your Omen with a lot of assists. You've got your KO with a lot of assists, right? This is exactly what you would expect. It's just that nobody's really playing off of it, or they're not able to play off of it themselves, and that's just simply because they're losing their gunfights, right? This is just individually, Oxygen's players are playing better than individually G2's players. So although both of these teams clearly are well put together teams and are playing well as a team and would probably destroy almost any, group of 5 solo queues, it's not good enough to for G2. It's not good enough when you match these two teams up, because then you're looking at two teams against each other, both with really solid fundamentals, and then it comes down to who is just winning more of those gunfights. And you look at Oxygen, you got Redux able to win those for his team. The rest of the team carrying through, playing off of their own util, putting their team in a position to play off of their util, whereas G2 is not really able to do the same necessarily. And that's really where you're finding the struggle come through for G2, where it's just they're not playing on par with Oxygen. That's why it's not as close. If G2 individually, their players were playing at the same level as their opponent, then you would see them sort of matching up here. But you don't see that, and it's looking like maybe we could be looking at playoffs not going as well for G2 as it went for G2 in the midseason face-off. And we may see the fact that Split 2 did not go as well for G2 as they would have hoped as Split 1 or as mid-season face-off. It may seem that same poor performance is not going to be improved on as we move forward. Let's go ahead and take a listen, though, as my voice starts dying, to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about all of that.
The high point potentially in the picks and bans for G2. Coming into the maps, 0-3 record for G2 on Ascent this split. 1-2 on Haven, 1-2 on Lotus, but Ascent historically has been a pretty good map for them. It's just this second split was somewhat rough. And it was also not a perfect map for Oxygen either. It's an 0-1 in the second split. Now we move to Haven. That has historically been a pretty strong map for Oxygen. They're 3-2 this split, sure, but definitely comfortable on the map. When you see the teams they've lost to, they lost to M80. They lost a close game to Turtle Troop as well, 13-11. Keep in mind, Turtle Troop definitely was revamped from the team you might recognize as Turtle Troop. But going back even to the midseason face-off, it's a map they beat G2 on. They beat the Guard on this map. They beat TSM. They beat Shopify Rebellion. This is comfortable territory for Oxygen M.
Yeah, and I love to watch Oxygen on Haven. Like you said, they're very comfortable, and it shows. This is a team who often will control one side of the map because there's 3 different areas and you can't control at once. And then they have very set, well-coordinated retakes with their abilities, sending in Redux. So I think Haven is one of their strongest maps because of this reason. They often like to stack one site and control the other. So going into Haven is a bit iffy. You know, G2 doesn't have the best win rate percentage on this map in comparison to Oxygen Esports, but who knows? It's a whole new day and a different playoff.
And one of the things we've even seen looking back at the second split, midseason face-off, from that point on, in first split it was a little bit more predictable. Midseason face-off and second split, teams swapped picks constantly, especially in the second split. It felt like teams would lose their map pick more often than not, and then win their opponent's map pick more often than not to force a 3-map series. It's just G2 really has their backs against the wall, and they didn't start out strong. The second split didn't look good. It feels like storyline-wise, it's just bad right now for G2. It's really been rough. They've been having a hard time finding their footing. And Roy, we talked about it coming to the top of the day. Their second place finish at midseason faceoff started with a downgrade into the lower bracket after a loss to Oxygen Esports. Maybe it's just going to repeat itself here.
Hopefully not. If you're G2, right? You're
sure.
You definitely want this win. I will say though, I think G2's stats are sort of skewed because their second split was just so not
rough.
It was rough. It was rough. There's no way to sugarcoat it. It was definitely a rough season, a rough split for them. So I think there's a bit skewed. I'm still a little bit hopeful though. I think G2 still has some fight in them. I think Haven is a really good place for them to start. Yes, they had a kind of an awful Haven in the first split, but their second split as well as the midseason face-off, their Haven looked significantly better.
Yeah, if there's any team that can come back from such a large deficit, I mean, surely they're not going to get beat 7 times in a row. Surely not. They have players that have surely they have players that have lots of experience on their teams, notably so. So if there's any team that can do it and reverse sweep this, it's G2.
Yeah, and one of the things we've talked about throughout this second split, when we look at the teams that are dominant in challengers, it seems to have really good Jets on Haven that find the win. And while we saw a great first map from Redux, he's still sort of figuring things out with this roster, and he hasn't had a great performance on Haven yet with this team, despite the fact that they have been a historically strong Haven team. And on the opposite side of the coin, you obviously have Oxy, which despite all of their turmoil, Oxy has been a bright spot for this roster going back to the first match they played together. And he can seriously pick apart a defense and find a way to make things happen. That's what a good Jet on this map can do, because you've got this spread defense. You've got 3 sites you've got to worry about. We've seen Koala Noob as kind of the shining example of how someone can systematically pick apart the defense. It's kind of like those like tropey horror films where every once in a while you turn around and someone's missing, like you're in a haunted house and people keep getting picked off. Like that's what it's like. It's like Scooby-Doo. And that's what Koala Noob does. He just slowly picks apart everyone until you realize that you're the last one left. If you can follow that mold, if you can be that player, you can turn a game around all by yourself. So there's a world where Oxy could kind of backpack the team a little bit here and help them get things started, because they need to get things rolling positively. I feel like this is a team that does roll with momentum pretty strongly looking at G2. And then on the opposite side, you've got Redux, who really hasn't had a great performance on this map yet this season. So we'll see if he can do that.
Yeah, and we're talking about the duelist, Oxy versus Redux, and although Redux isn't shining or as flashy as we see with Oxy or Koala Noob, the team is still winning and doing really well. So it's a very collaborative chemistry that they have going on, and I love to watch that.
Well, we'll be jumping into the agent select here in a minute. I don't think that either of these teams are going to mix things up on the map. One, Oxygen doesn't really have a reason. They have not necessarily been taking bumps and bruises. You could argue that G2 should maybe be a little bit more aggressive with agent composition changes, just looking at the second split. But again, I think a lot of people can put an asterisk on that because the second split was pretty rough, that maybe it's not worth it, or maybe you can just write off those statistics and look back to the midseason face-off and split one. I don't really know how you want to put it. You can spin it however you'd like. But also we know that we haven't really seen this roster or some of the players on this roster play with teams who are known for being adaptive. They weren't typically teams that were kind of mixing things up or changing the mold or being a game changer or some sort of like trailblazer when it came to new compositions. They were usually sticking more towards stable meta compositions. They weren't really experimenting and running hybrid comps. That was teams like EG, who was running Phoenix on Ascent, or teams like Moist Moguls, for instance, who also ran Viper on Ascent. Teams who are maybe a little bit more on the fringes, who are looking to add in some alternative agent selections to catch people off guard. This has not been G2's thing, and it really hasn't been Oxygen's thing either, as they've both kind of stuck more towards the standard composition. And I will say, Dapper talked about it in the pre-match video. He feels like that makes this team maybe a little bit easier to read, because they know what to expect from this roster. They're not as likely to adapt. They're a little bit more stagnant in the way that they play.
Same could be said the
Easy
other way,
to
which
read,
I just think is interesting.
but look in the mirror because it feels.
Yeah, like you just said, look in the mirror, right? Like, yes, Oxygen can be easy to read as far as what they're going to do, but so are you, G2. I feel like you do pretty standard thing here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this agent select. There's a lot to talk about and a lot to look at. Dapper and Rusting both going to be on Killjoy. Redux and Oxy both going to be on Jet. Shazam and Verno both going to be on Sova. Penny and Mitch both going to be on Breach. Whippy and Scuba both going to be on Omen. For a second there, Sky was hovered by G2. Sky is not an agent you typically see on Haven, but Sky and Sova can definitely be used interchangeably, as can Astra and Omen. But this is literally the basic meta right here, where you see from both of these teams. This is Breach, a Jet, an Omen, Sova, Breach, Jet, Omen, Sova, Killjoy. That's it. That's your 5-player. It's a very standard. It's a very standard meta. It can cover a lot of grounds. It's easy to rotate. It's a lot like, yeah. We're seeing pretty standard meta stuff here. I'm not gonna act like we aren't. Yeah, so both of these teams should have a lot of practice against these types of metas. And we will see if G2 can try and reclaim some ground here, take it to a 3-map series despite losing their map pick of Ascent, or if we're going to be looking at a quick 2-0 from Oxygen. That is the question, and I mean, we're about to get it answered here as we move into the start of this map. You know, that's when it's supposed to switch. There you go. As we move into the start of this map. And, yeah, let's go ahead and get into this. Oxygen starting on the offense. Talked about this a lot. Haven is an offense-sided map. Now, it's not as offense-sided as a map like Lotus. And the reason it is 51% offense-sided. Now, the reason it's offense-sided is because it's a hard rotate for the defense. You have to rotate really, really long. There's a lot of openings that are difficult to watch. Sure, you can put one player at each opening, but you know, then that player dies and suddenly that opening is completely undefended. So it's just difficult to play on the defense of this map effectively. So the offense, of course, will shine through a little bit. And Oxygen leaving that spike in or near a lobby, but mostly just in offense spawn, while they send 2 through mid and then 3 down A. And one of the players through mid does get taken out for Oxygen, so they're gonna have to play this round down a player. But those players that they had sent down A are actually pretty deep into A long. They're not gonna encounter anybody yet. Smoke has been placed. Now some util coming through as Oxygen gonna start this entry. Redux starts it by getting into Heaven. And you can start playing this a little bit weirdly. Meanwhile, Scuba, who is also mid, continuing to lurk by going in through Garage, able to take out Dapper. Fighting going to take out Redux. Redux, who had, again, was trying to entry in through mid, or sorry, through Heaven. Not going to find anything. He gets taken out. And now this Spike going to get the opportunity to go down, as Oxygen has rotated it over towards C. It's now going to be a 4v3 here for G2. Spike goes down. Scuba inside of his smoke, able to find a pick before he goes down, but trades are not really what Oxygen can afford. And they may not need to. It's now 1v1, and yes, Verno going to take the win over Whippy. So they are able to trade it down and keep it even, and pays off as Verno's able to win his 1v1, finish it off, and Oxygen does take the first pistol round, so the offense does take the first round. Again, offense-sided map, so what should we expect from G2? You know, 4 to 8 is a good amount. 5-7 even better. Keeping it tied would be like, that's sort of the best you can hope for. For Oxygen, again, they should be hoping for 8-4, 7-5. Like, those are good scores considering you're on the offense, right? That's sort of what we should be hoping for. At the very least, Oxygen, or sorry, not what we should be hoping for, but what Oxygen should be hoping for. At the very least, Oxygen should be keeping it in even 6-6, or at least trying to do so. Oxygen places some util in a lobby, some alarm bot util, or an alarm bot in mid window, and now Oxygen is rotating it over towards C, and it looks like they're going to start this C push. That Killjoy util being picked up, so nobody watching flank right now. Silverdrum comes into C. G2 has stacked on A, 4 players stack on A, and guess what? It's only one on C, and that's where Oxygen is pushing. So it's a misread from G2, and it does allow Oxygen to gain some good space here. They're going to be able to clear C site. Site going to be taken here. Spike going to get to go down. Now G2 with just classics going to have to take the 5v5 retake. Going to have to play a 5v5 retake. They are entirely coming from CT. No flanks coming through, but it wouldn't matter if they were. Oxygen has a turret watching that flank. They would not catch the drop. Now the push coming through. Redux going to take out Oxy. Mitch going to take out Penny and Dapper. Whippy going to take out Mitch, but Scuba and Redux each find a pick, so only one pick comes through from G2, which does now leave Oxygen with 4 players left alive in a round of wins. So that's 2 round wins to start it off. Of course, off of that first round, you expect a round win, and that is what they get. Oxygen saved enough econ going into that round that they're actually able to get an almost entirely full loadout going here. 4 real guns for Oxygen. Only one of their players is going to be keeping a stinger from the previous round. So essentially, it's almost a full buy from both sides, with a little bit of an asterisk because it is still kind of a bonus for Oxygen. There's still better shield for G2, but the buy is going to be pretty equal here. Verno taking out Oxy does start it off with the player advantage for Oxygen, and it's now going to be a 4v5 for G2.
That right there, I guess, you know, obviously element of surprise. They're thinking that there's no way Oxygen.
It looks like Oxygen getting ready to rotate it over towards A potentially.
Early to start the round, the first buy round for G2, Oxy's gone.
And Mitch also has a rolling thunder.
Yeah, it looks like that will be what they're doing. Yeah, they're going to be rotating it over towards A. They know G2 may be trying to play something tricky here where they push up, so they're hoping to maybe find those players pushed up, especially considering the way G2 started the round was sending Oxy down A, but nothing is really found here, as G2 isn't really pushing out.
G2 are actually even working their way back towards this A site. The turret hasn't been tripped for any reason, and I guess sure all 5 players could be working their way out towards long, but yeah, they are
30 seconds
long gone from this E site. This is free for Oxygen.
Same as we saw in the pistol, right? When you think a hit is going to come through on that A side, playing for contact as Oxygen is doing, but no, it's on that C side.
Now the Spike gonna get the opportunity to go down, and G2 was almost entirely over on A. And it looks like they're actually gonna go for the 4-player save. Trying to think if I agree with that. I don't think I do. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, it shows they're afraid, right? Like that's really what it shows. Is they're afraid of Oxygen right now, and they're afraid that if they lose, they're afraid of the fact that if they lose, they'll be really, really low on eco. And also, Oxygen can afford a loss here. So even if G2 won, if they don't keep the majority of their players alive, their econ will be worse than Oxygen's. So I understand, I guess, where G2's coming from. But still, just saving 4 of your players is it's pretty interesting, to say the very least. We will see if it does end up paying off for G2 as we go into this next round. It's going to be a full buy from both sides, to the exclusion of a Guardian on Oxy. It's mostly going to be a full buy from both sides. 3 rounds in a row, won by Oxygen. If Oxygen secures this round, the econ will look pretty weak for G2. And Oxygen will definitely be in a pretty good spot. Rolling Thunder available for Mitch this round as well can help them secure this round. And we'll see if they are able to, as it looks like Oxygen going to be getting ready to push into A, or at least trying to aggress A early. Util being used, some util being broken. Now they actually turn their attention towards mid through into B, it looks like.
Condition at the end is going to remain the same, keeping this Rolling Thunder for the post plans.
Rolling Thunder now coming through from Mitch, clearing quite a bit of space. Redux going to take out Whippy. Sight going to be given, and now this spike can go down. Now going to be a 4v5 for G2. Don't have the opportunity to go for a 4-player save quite yet, or at least this time around. Bruno going to be aggressing into Garage, does some damage, or not damage, but Dapper and Verno do meet each other, exchange some shots. No contact made from either side, though. They do just decide to back up. And now G2 going for this retake. They're not going to go for the 4-player save this time around. Redux going to take out Shazam. Oxy able to take out Verno. It's now going to be a 3v4. Redux going to take out Dapper. Scuba going to take out Oxy. Penny takes out Scuba and Rustin, but is traded off by Mitch. 2 players left the line for Oxygen. Means not only have they won 4 in a row, but now the Econ is looking very, very weak for G2. And Oxygen may even be able to get, or should even be able to get, a 5-round win streak to start off this map, which is exactly what they would want to be doing, considering this is their map pick. It's exactly how dominantly they would want to start off this half. From the shadows available for Scuba to use this round, although, again, situational ult, I talk about it a lot. It's a very situational ult, so it likely won't see it come out. And on top of that, it is an eco round from G2, so Oxygen will probably not be trying to use their ults this round unless they have to. Redux is 1 ult point away from his knives. May just be trying to push up and aggress down A long in order to get those knives. And when smoke comes through,
Slowly but surely, G2 going to start rotating.
I believe that is the defense Omen smoke. If I'm not mistaken. It's dropped at this point though. Shazam's Sova drone going to try and clear into a lobby to spot the turret before it goes down, but that's about it. Oxygen completely unspotted, but Sova drone now comes through, and the 3 players that G2 have placed on A are going to be not entirely spotted, but it's going to be well placed is mostly what I mean. G2's well placed the majority of their players here on A. Oxy able to take out Redux. Penny going to take out Verno and Mitch before Scuba's able to trade off. Rustin going to take out Oxy. Scuba going to take out Whippy. Rustin going to take out Shazam. And although it looked dangerous for Oxygen to start off the entry, they're now at a player advantage in a 2v1. It doesn't matter. Dapper going to take out Scuba and Rustin. Health low for both of them. Dapper happy to cash in on that and pick up a gun as well. And although I said it was looking like maybe Oxygen would take 5 rounds in a row to start off this map, G2 not going to let that happen. They turn an eco round into a round win. And now they're going to start to gain some momentum moving forward. Redux going to be using the Blade Storm. That's why you see him with a Stinger. And on top of that, they can get some more econ momentum moving in their favor. From the shadows available for both sides, as well as the Blade Storm I talked about earlier, also available for both sides. In addition, though, G2 has an additional ult in the Rolling Thunder, which can absolutely be utilized here in this round to turn some tides as we move forward. Very early, Rustin was spotted in a lobby. No damage done to him, but it did mean he had to sort of back up off of that lurk. While the rest of his team is now starting to push into C. Whippy going to be able to take out Redux. Gets spotted by a Sova dart in the process, but he does get a pick and gets away with it. It's now going to be a 4v5 that Oxygen has to play. Sova turret spotted. Shazam going to cash in on it, wallbanging it to death. Shazam going to take out Rustin as well. It's now a 3v5 for Oxygen. The only player with an ult left alive is Scuba with From the Shadows for Oxygen. Dapper going to take out Scuba. No more ults any longer for Oxygen. Try and turn the tides with Whippy going to take out Mitch. This could definitely be a flawless round. Verno has econ. He doesn't need to save, but it could be helpful just to deny some additional ult points for G2. There's a flank coming through from Oxy, although he has an operator, so he may just be looking to hold the exit. Verno hoping to maybe find a pick before this time runs down. Not going to be able to. Whiffs 1, 2, 3, 4 too many times. Flawless round comes through from G2, and that is absolutely a good way to deny any further momentum for Oxygen. Although it looked like Oxygen was going to dominate this first half, G2 has put a stop to that. Throwing a wrench in that plan, and now they suddenly are looking like they're going to be gaining some momentum. Econ built up for G2. The Econ for Oxygen that they'd been able to build up starting to falter. They do need to win. I mean, no, they don't need to win this round. They should be able to buy next round, but next round definitely. And at the very least, Oxygen should be trying to win to stop any further progress for G2 on building their own Econ. Killjoy turret is put up in a lobby, and off of that, Rustin just backs away. And now it looks like Oxygen going to be turning their attention towards C. Now there's two on C, one on C site, and one going to be watching Garage. Ooh, TP from Scuba immediately spotted by that player watching Garage. Rustin, though, just going to take Dapper out for a trade. It is a 4v4. Oxygen going to start the take of site. Whippy's inside of his own smoke, looking to do some damage. Not quite able to. Verno going to take out Penny as well, which now makes it a 3v4. So G2 going to try and have to figure out how they want to play this down a player. Whippy's still on site to lock it down, but Oxygen hasn't started entering into site at all. Because that Hunter's Fury was able to find a pick, Oxygen is trying to figure out how they want to play this. But meanwhile, while they're just posted up here in C long, Oxy has been pushing out in through A short, so they know nobody's in A lobby. Shazam is still on B, so they know nobody's on B yet. There's also some, well, I was going to say there's some Killjoy util, but I think Killjoy's dead. So G2 could be pretty certain it was probably a C push. And right as they're starting to rotate over, Redux going to be the first to entry as Oxygen starts to push into site. Shazam was the first to rotate over, and he gets taken out. Verno going to take him out. Now down to Oxy in a 1v4. He has an operator. Ooh, not going to find anything else. Verno going to take him out. 3 kills from Verno this round. Oxygen stops any additional forward momentum G2 was going to try and get in their favor. Both teams have a From the Shadows available. G2 also has 2 other ults in a Lockdown and a Blade Storm. So G2 definitely has some good util to use this round. They're still on a bye round. Oxygen, who didn't need to win that previous round to get some Econ momentum in their favor, did win it, so the Econ momentum did start to move back in their favor, in addition to the Econ they already had saved up. G2 could afford to buy this round, but if they don't win this, they'll be back on an Eco round, which we've seen them take, I believe, 2 already. Oxy pushed out in A long, hoping to find some early picks, and he does. He finds a pick to turn some tides, and now it's a 5v4 for G2. Oxygen still trying to figure out how they want to play this. Silvadron comes out from Shazam. Doesn't spot anybody in long, although there are 2 in long. Does not spot anyone. Now Oxygen going to be able to start their push down A long. At this point, maybe Oxygen should go for the rotate. I heard that Silvadron used. They also knew that Jet op came out early. That's possible the Jet op, the op on Jet rotated already, but the Silvadron's going to come through. Probably not going to spot anything. I don't think it did. It did spot, I believe it spotted Oxy. The stun comes through to try and prevent him from using that operator, but it doesn't do anything. It misses, and now Oxy is going to be able to find that pick onto Scuba. It's now a 3v5 for Oxygen. Still 1 in short. Oxy looking to take him out. Missed op shot allows an opportunity for Rustin to get away with his life, and he does. It's now a 3v5 where Oxygen is starting to rotate. Mitch going to take out Dapper, but off angle held by Whippy, going to return with 1 kill and some good damage done to Mitch and Verno. Mitch down to 3 HP. It's now a 2v3. Only 1 player advantage for G2, but again, that held a very, very low for Mitch. And this is not easy for Oxygen to play at all. Despite having the spike down, they're not cleared very much space, or they don't have a whole lot of space in their favor. Ooh, Silva Dart comes through, and it's perfect for hitting and flushing out Verno out of Garage, and now he's back onto site. It's going to be a 2v3. Verno, though, able to take out Shazam, who's pushing through Garage. Penny going to take him out there. Now she's down to Mitch with 3 HP. Here's that spike being tapped. Spike. Oh, it's just going to be taken all the way. Just going to be stuck by Mitch. Or sorry, not by Mitch, by Penny. As Oxy's watching him, and, well, Oxy's able to find a pick. And it works out. So now these rounds are starting to be traded here. Back and forth. Now, of course, G2 can't really afford that. They will, if rounds do start to be traded, G2 will go into the next half with the rounds not in their favor, with the lead in the hands of Oxygen, but it is an offense-sided map. So again, 7-5 is absolutely fine for G2. They should be able to come back from that when they're on their offense. So right now for G2, they should be happy with this. Like, this is sort of moving in the direction they'd be okay with, or they should be okay with. 2 ults available for both sides. Both sides have a From the Shadows. Both sides have a lockdown. See if either of those come out. Of course, lockdowns can counter each other. Blind, the paranoia comes through, and it's good. But it doesn't matter. Verno's still going to find the pick, and then Redux going to find another pick as well. I believe that was an A long, which now makes this a 3v5 for G2. Whippy moving to watch short. Lockdown comes out. Whippy holding in Cubby here. As soon as this smoke drops, he's going to peek out, and not going to find anything. Mitch going to take Whippy out. Attacker Lockdown finishes its course, which means they know site is clear. So Oxygen gonna get on and get this spike down. It's a 2v5 for G2, and they just decide to save their players. Not gonna waste any ults or util trying to retake here. And well, they don't really have to. Which does mean Oxygen will take a round here. And like I said, if this back and forth does happen, it's okay for G2 to be in. 7-5 is not bad going to the next half. They'd still prefer a better lead, but again, it's not the end of the world. And they should be in an okay spot if a back and forth does start. Although the econ not looking great for G2, they may not really be able to survive the loss this round. Oxygen knows this. They're hunting them down. They want to get these players killed because they know it'll really hurt the econ of G2. Turret pinged. Verno looking to do some damage. Ooh, does some good damage to Dapper, but does not find a kill. Those 2 players do get away with the saving. It's now going to this round. Oxygen has taken the 6th round, so it's impossible for G2 to get the lead going to the next half, but it is still possible for them to try and tie it up. From the Shadows is still available for both sides. G2 still has the lockdown available. Oxygen has gotten their Rolling Thunder up, which could definitely be utilized this round to do some good damage, and we will see if it does. Oxygen getting ready to push A, it looks like, or at least test these A entrances. Pushing in through A lobby. Sending some down A long. Meanwhile, Rustin lurking in mid. Hoping to maybe find an early pick, some good vision, possibly. Not really going to find anything playing so far back. Ooh, turret goes off. Moxie spotted. Those players who were not able to keep guns on the previous round are on a save round, so G2 is at an eco disadvantage this round. Though they do have some guns to work with. Oxygen has rotated to back up their lurker in mid. Whippy's pushed up in an off angle with the Sheriff, hoping to find something, but Scuba's able to get a kill, and he gets away with his life. Whippy, in response, just going to go for the flank. And honestly, he's probably going to be able to find something, because Oxygen isn't watching it at all. Oh, he fires the shots, but misses, and, well, that's the lethal mistake, as Rustin's able to take Whippy out. Defender Lockdown comes out, but the Lockdown is destroyed. Penny going to take out Redux. It's now a 3v4. Verno going to take out Penny and Dapper. Pings come through. They know where Verno is, but it doesn't matter. He gets 3 kills to lock down the retake from G2. And that eco round is not converting into a win for G2. Now they're going to be back on a bye. And we will see if it converts into anything here. 3 ults available for Oxygen. Still have that Rolling Thunder and the From the Shadows. Have not had to use it yet. They also have a Hunter's Fury to utilize. Now, I did say trading rounds here would be good for G2, but they're not trading rounds. They did not win that previous round, which now means not only does Oxygen have the lead, but it could mean a more substantial lead for Oxygen than G2 would like. Hunter's Fury, I already said that, available for Oxygen. G2 still has their From the Shadows available, but on their eco round in the previous round, they did decide to use a lockdown. It did not pay off. It was just destroyed, counterplayed using some breach util. Yeah, you look at this, and honestly, Oxygen doesn't have the best kill consistency, but on the offense, you don't really need great kill consistency, because it's not like you're having to lock down a whole lot of angles. It's mostly just like who's getting the picks on the entry, stuff like that. And so that's why it's okay to sort of have a carry on Haven, because your offense side is going to be the side you're more dominating on typically. So you do see Verno ahead of, even their duelist. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Still going well for Oxygen.
But, I mean, from Ascent to this game, right? Everybody did their part on Ascent for Oxygen. This time, Verno creeping out and ahead of the rest of the team. And they've been ready for plays like this. Oxy gonna try again, though, but he's forced off by the paranoia.
The paranoia alone is
Alright, sorry about that. It looks like Oxygen are going to be pushing down through mid. Got 3 going through mid. 2 looking like they're going through long. The Rolling Thunder comes through and into Garage. Penny gonna take out Rustin, but it's traded off. It's a 4v4 here. Ooh, still stunned. Whippy's taken out. Oxy taken out as well. Not before Shazam takes out Mitch, which evens it out a little bit. But it is a 2v3 that G2 has to play. And this spike looking like it may have the opportunity to go down. Although Dapper's coming for a flank, and I don't know if Oxygen will be ready for that. Ooh, they are watching it. Scuba going to be able to take Dapper out. It's now a 1v3 for Shazam. Spike goes down. Can your streamer do this? No, he cannot quite get there. Verno going to take him out. No grounds found in that round for Shazam on the retake. 8 rounds now won from Oxygen. We're going to the last round of the half. Not a whole lot of econ for G2 to work with. They're going to be on a little bit of a low buy here. And that does mean that Oxygen should have a pretty good advantage coming into this round. They have Bladestorm to use. They've got From the Shadows to use. So does G2. And G2 is actually only 1 ult point away from their Rolling Thunder and their Hunter's Fury. You know they want to get either one of those up. Now it looks like they're going to be challenging to get the Ult Orb up, to get the Hunter's Fury up. What it looks like they're trying to do here for Shazam. He's in the position to try and get it. But it looks like Oxygen is very well aware that that's probably what's going to be happening here. They're looking to contest it. Oxy going to try and contest the A lobby push, trying to find something, but he takes quite a bit of damage, down to below half health, or not below half health, but nearly half health. That orb not going to be picked up by G2 or by Shazam. Verno going to be left with a Killjoy turret to try and lock it down, but now Oxygen is backing out, and it looks like they're going to head towards B.
And even if they don't know the exact numbers, better not to risk it here. The one to make contact here is going to be Dapper.
Bladestorm still available for Redux to help with this take of sight. Mitch going to take out Dapper. That C-Link is cleared, and Oxygen just going to run it over towards C, clearing everything as they do, and they'll just be allowed into C site. Nobody's there. There's no util to stop them. Go right for it. They're going to be able to get onto this site. That Ult Orb was never picked up by G2, which does mean that there's no Hunter's Fury, there's no Rolling Thunder to help with this retake for G2, unless they find some picks. Redux is going to take out Oxy. That Bladestorm does come out here. From the Shadows comes out from Scuba. I believe that was just to get into Garage Window. Verno going to take out Penny. Redux takes out Shazam. It's now a 1v5 for Whippy. It actually may have been to get some vision. Regardless, Scuba going to take out Whippy, and a flawless for Oxygen to finish out this half is absolutely where they're happy to be. So we're going to be going to the next half, 9-3. Here's the thing. 9-3 is, of course, you've got the 9-3 curse. And it is an offense-sided map, so, G2's got some things rolling for them. But this is also Oxygen on Haven. We know how solid they can be on this defense. We know how good they are at playing against teams like G2, who are, their fundamentals aren't as strong as maybe you'd hope them that they were, right? We know Oxygen knows how to counterplay this sort of offense where it's probably going to be G2 rushing down sites a lot. Oxygen absolutely will be happy to defend against pushes like that. And we start by Oxygen expecting maybe a B push or at least a mid push, and it's not. It's a C push from G2, so that does mean G2 can push all the way down C long, and they'll just be allowed onto site. And they do get here. Concussions come through, getting ready to peek through the smoke. Mitch going to take out Whippy. Oxy Concuss going to take out Mitch. Straight it off. Penny going to be able to take out Scuba. And he's also going to be able to take out Verno, though, which does now make it a player advantage for G2. And as Dapper takes out Redux, leaves Rustin in a 1v3, only able to find one more before he goes down. And if there's a way for G2 to start off this half to try and make a bit of a comeback or use the 9-3 curse to their advantage, winning that pistol round is a good way to do it. And we actually know Oxygen is prone to the 9-3 curse. So it's a little bit of a low rank thing to say 9-3 curse, but we do know Oxygen is prone to it. In the, I mean, this is a while back with the, different players on their team, but in the open qualifiers, they actually got knocked to the last chance qualifiers because they got 9-3 cursed twice in a row. So now both of those, I believe, were on, or sorry, one of those was on Pearl, and I believe the other one was on Ascent. So it's not like it's a Haven 9-3 curse, but again, Oxygen is prone to that. We've seen them fall to that, so it's definitely possible. But again, player changes. It's a different team now than it was then. They've also improved since then. The core three that are still there from that time. Oxy gonna start the entry onto A. Rustin gonna rock right into a smoke, which is immediately caught out. Rustin is taken out. It's now a 5v4 for G2. Redux just going to walk through the smoke, able to get the classic right-click onto Penny. Whippy going to take out Redux. Verno going to take out Whippy. Dapper going to find 2 bigs of his own, which does leave Scuba in 1v3. He's able to get out of the site. Spike still hasn't been down, by the way. Scuba's able to get a pick before he leaves the site. Now he's going to have to play this retake. Got 9 bullets. Right-click, headshot to Shazam. Not going to kill him this time. And G2 does win the round. Although they only win with 2 of their players alive, which means they lose the majority of their players. So now this next round is going to be a bonus from G2. They're not going to have a whole lot of econ to work with. Actually, they may be forcing a buy here. Possibly. No, yeah, it will be a bonus round here from G2. They don't have a whole lot of guns to work with, so it could be an easy win here for Oxygen just with having better guns here. So we'll see if it is. G2 are going to start pushing into... It looks like maybe they want to go C. G2 going in through mid and into garage. Alarm bot going to detect them there. Scuba watching garage from on top of container there. Not going to find any picks. No damage done either. G2 going to be pushing into this site. Scuba going to take out Penny. Rustin going to take out Whippy and Dapper. Oxy with the wraparound around boxes. Going to be able to find a pick. Oxy going to take out... Or Oxy going to find a pick. Scuba there to take out Shazam for a bit of a trade. And Oxy takes out Scuba. Verno with the shock dart, though. Going to finish Oxy off. And Oxygen does win this round with the majority of their players alive. It's exactly what they would want to be doing. You know, you lose the pistol round, you're probably going to lose the second round of the half. But then they win the third round. This is exactly where Oxygen would want to be. Now, that being said, it was a bonus round from G2. So they were okay with losing that round. And probably weren't even expecting to win that round in the first place. Blade Storm available for Oxy this round. Not going to be using it, though, to preserve some econ. He just wants to buy a gun instead. From the Shadows available for Scuba. That's very situational. Ult may not be used here. Oxygen going to be pushing up, down, A long. Redux going to be the brunt of that push up. We'll see if he is countered. He is. Oxy going to take Redux out. Verno's there as well, trying to escape with his life. He does. Nearly gets spammed, but the bullets just barely spray in his favor. As I can't talk, apparently. G2 going to now be getting ready to figure out how they want to play this. Shazam going to take out Rustin. It's a 5v3 now. Scuba going to be there to lock down C site. He's down to half HP, so he may just have to run and hope his team can get there for him. And Oxy going to start this push in. Scuba caught out as that smoke drops. Oxy is there to watch him. Able to take Scuba out, and then he turns his attention towards Mitch and finds that pick as well. It's now down to Verno in a 1v5, and it looks like he's just going to be holding exits. Low econ for Oxygen. No real need for Oxygen. For Verno to try and clutch this out for Oxygen. And really no good econ to allow him to do so, so he's just going to back up. No sim with the operator plays like we saw from Moist Moguls on Haven. Score going to be 5-10. Oxygen. Honestly, it's not looking great for them in this half to start it off, but they do have quite a bit of room to breathe with how big of the lead they have. So this isn't the end of the world for them. Would they like to be winning more of these? Sure, absolutely. But, again, they don't need to be right now. They still have a 4-round lead to work with. From the Shadows still available for Scuba. Bladestorm still available for Oxy. Although Oxy, you know, has been able to keep a gun. It was a flawless round from G2, so there's really no need to use the Bladestorm there. Looks like G2 going to be going for a little bit of an A push, possibly a defaulting play, letting Oxygen play into them. Maybe playing off of contact, potentially. Stuns do come through. Redux gets spotted, though, and he doesn't want to get spammed through the smoke. So he does just jump back. And now G2 is going to push into B, and they're just going to be allowed onto site. Mitch locking it down from C-Link. Not going to be able to do a whole lot there. Taken out by Oxy. It's now going to be a 5v4 for G2. If they've been able to get this spike down, it's now down to Oxygen to play this retake. Oxy's pushing into A-Link, and it looks like Verno and Redux are ready for it, and they are. They find the pick there. And Oxygen's actually been allowed to get onto this site, and they've taken site. The post plant going to be played from G2 from mid-window. Scuba going for the flank, going to be taken out. I believe he used it from the Shadows to get there, potentially. I'm not entirely sure. Shazam Shock Dart going to take out Rustin. Redux returns to the kill of his own. Penny going to take out Redux. It's a 1v2 for Verno. Once again left alone in a clutch situation. Just going to go for the save. Not a whole lot of time left regardless. Yeah, that spike goes off. This round goes to G2. Suddenly that room that Oxygen had to breathe is slowly slipping out of their hands. And on top of that, G2 is back on an eco round. Not G2, Oxygen is back on an eco round. So that does mean G2 is going to be able to close this up even more. So Oxygen's taking a timeout here. They didn't use a timeout in the first half, so, you know, they've got timeouts to use. May as well use them. and you know, I said it wasn't that big of an issue that they had Verno carrying them on their offense because, again, all the players were playing together. And I stand by that. But now that we're seeing them on this defense, the rest of the team is not really matching that same amount of kills. We're, you know, it's still looking more like one player is carrying the others, or one player is much higher than the others. Especially, you know, you go from Scuba to Mitch, that's a 4-kill difference, 13 to 9, and then 9 to 7, right? Like, these are big kill differences for Oxygen, versus you look at G2, they're pretty solid here, 13 to 12. 12 to 9, pretty big there, I suppose you could say. 9 to 7, pretty decently big. I mean, there are still some big gaps for G2, but they are sort of starting to close those kill consistency gaps up a little bit. Both of these teams have 2 ultimates, both of those ults being Bladestorm and Lockdown. Let's see if they're used this round. It's an eco round for Oxygen, so likely we won't see it come out. Rustin gonna grab a Bucky here. We've got a Judge on Scuba as well. So A site going to be locked down with 2 shotguns. And G2 going to be doing a little bit of a split push here. Maybe playing off of contact. Oxy pushes through grass into mid. Maybe hoping to find something. Not going to find anything though. Looks like G2 now going to be pushing into A lobby. There is one who's been lurking in A long in Shazam. And now the rest of G2 joins him. 2 going to be pushing down long. 2 going to be watching in A lobby, watching short. So a drone comes through from Shazam. Gets taken out by Verno.
The positioning of Redux, though, is huge, right? Being this far down.
And Redux has just been sitting here with his knives in C lobby. Will he find anything? He finds at least one. Gets away with his life as well. Dashes away, uses the smoke away. Now he's watching garage. Ooh, the push through garage does come through, but it's not going to do very much damage. Dapper going to get concussed as well, so we can't really push through garage window quite yet. Oxy able to take out Verno, who's pushing in through B. Dapper going to take out Mitch. Redux going to be able to get a little bit of a trade taking out Dapper, so it is a 3v3. The player advantage Oxygen once had is gone. G2's rotated it over to B. Redux going to just right-click Whippy. Oxy going to take out Rustin. Scuba going to take out Oxy. It's now a 1v2 for Shazam. Is he going to clutch it out? He takes out Redux. No, not going to quite clutch it out as Scuba takes Shazam out. This round does go to Oxygen. They finally... I mean, this is an eco round, by the way. Off of that timeout, they take an eco, and it turns into a win. They're finally trying to, or starting to, you know, stop some of that momentum G2 is building up. We will see if that I say finally, but it was only a 2-round win streak. So Oxygen putting an end to, or at least trying to put an end to that train that G2 was starting to get moving. We'll see if that continues. Again, that's an eco round. You play a little bit differently on an eco round than you would a buy round. So now that we're on a buy from both sides, we'll see if G2 can, if Oxygen can continue to stop the momentum that G2's built up here. Or if G2 will just say, alright, sure, you got a lucky win. 3 ults available for G2, Lockdown, Bladestorm, and from the shadows, Scuba gonna lock down C, able to find 2 picks, Blind comes through as well, Dapper gonna trade it off, but he's blinded, Redux gonna take Dapper out, and suddenly this round is turning and looking like it'll go the favor of Oxygen. Although there were 3 ults available for G2, suddenly there's no ults available. Sam did have an ult, but he used it now. Trying to find that pick and trying to trade off some of the kills that were given to Oxygen. But not going to find anything. Sovadrone going to come through now, coming in to see. Getting ready to push. Back. Oh, that's weird. An attacker and a defender died in the exact same spot, so it's like a purple X. It's pretty cool. Anyways, 2v4 right now. Shazam pushed up into C. They're trying to find some picks and prevent the push on with some early picks from Shazam. Ooh, he didn't get full flash, but it was enough to prevent him from firing a shot there. Rustin just going to take him out. Penny able to trade it off, taking out Rustin. Penny in a 1v4, able to find 2 picks, but Verno going to shut down any hope of a clutch there. And now Oxygen has secured the 12th round. It is now impossible for G2 to get the lead going into the next half. Wait, what? It is now impossible for G2 to take the win without it going to overtime. So Oxygen has, at the very least, secured overtime. And now G2 has to win 5 in a row if they would like to prevent a 2-0 win for Oxygen. But it's looking like Oxygen wants to make quick work of G2 today and prove, yeah, G2 is still looking pretty bad. And we're looking strong as ever. Oxygen wants to be the underdogs, in a sense, coming into this, into playoffs. They definitely are a team that, I mean, you hear how confident they are. They have true belief that they can qualify for Ascension and that it's just out of their grasp. I feel like Oxygen is a team that typically falls short, but they can dominantly destroy G2 in a 2-0 win. I mean, that's a way to do it. Split 2 was a split with a lot of 2-1 victories. There were a lot of 3-map series in Split 2. But if we start off playoffs with 2 2-0s, I mean, that's just a little bit unexpected to an extent, to say the least. We'd expect more 3 maps. That being said, you know, the way seedings work is the best players or the best teams are against the worst to start it off. So it's, you know, it's not completely out of the picture that we see some 2-0s to start off the playoffs, but still, you know, not exactly what you'd anticipate. 3 ults available for Oxygen. Hunter's Fury, Lockdown from the Shadows. For on G2, they also have a Lockdown and a From the Shadows, but no Hunter's Fury. So G2 going to be a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to ults. They're also at an eco disadvantage. You see Dapper with a Stinger. You see Shazam with a Bulldog. So they're in a little bit of a tough situation here. And we will see if they're able to turn the tide regardless. Scuba in this mid cubby. It's almost certainly going to be cleared by G2. Oh, it's like fake cleared by Redux. Or sorry, not by Redux, by Oxy, but it doesn't matter. Penny able to play off of that and take Scuba out. Oxy's pushed into C-Link, and although he's not looking at Redux, it doesn't matter. He turns and takes him out regardless. 2 other picks come through from G2 as they enter onto the site. And Verno uses his Hunter's Fury. It doesn't stop the plan. Only 1 pick has come through from Oxygen onto G2. It leaves Verno alone in a 1v4. Operators but picked up by Oxy as well, which means guns given to G2. And yeah, Verno peeks that operator. Oxy was holding CP. And now G2 kind of getting back in it. Econ pretty much destroyed for Oxygen. They may be able to buy this round, although probably not. It's going to be... yeah, it looks like it's going to be an eco round for Oxygen here. Even though, you know, you have Verno with a Vandal and Scuba with a Guardian, it is still an eco round for the rest of the players of Oxygen. G2 looking in a pretty good spot. They were able to pick up some guns, and they do win that with 4 out of the 5 of their players alive. Considering they were on low econ and had worse guns to start it off, that's definitely a good way to do it. And they got ult usage from Oxygen as well. So they needed to win 5 in a row. Now it's only 4, and they've got some good momentum turning in their favor. Verno gonna push out long and lock it down, taking out Oxy, Whippy, and Shazam. Benny gonna take out Verno. It's now a 2v4. And oh my god, what on earth do you even do here? Lockdown available for Dapper, but this is suddenly become a very, very difficult push for G2. All it takes is one player and your entire brigade is gone. Now this is still an eco round for Oxygen. Lockdown comes out from Rustin. Dapper, I mean, they know it's probably an eco round, but it doesn't matter. Mitch still able to take out Dapper. Lockdown is going to push Penny all the way back into long. Scuba from the shadows into long. They know where Penny is. He's blinded. They push up. Redux hoping to find a bit. Can't quite, but Scuba's there to trade it off. And Oxygen takes a 13-8 to finish off the second map. And that is right. It's a 2-0 from Oxygen against G2. And it's looking like G2 has not returned to their old ways. It's looking like G2 is pretty much playing exactly what we'd expect from them after that split 2 performance. Unfortunately, this series does not go the way of G2 for them to try and reclaim their dignity after such a disappointing split 2. So they're not quite able to pull through enough. That's it for today. Tomorrow's matches are going to be the Guard versus FaZe Clan and Moist Moguls versus TSM. We'll see if the Guard is still looking top 3. We'll see if Moist Moguls is still looking top 3, if not top 1. I mean, they finished first place in split 2. Can they continue to do the same here in playoffs? We'll see. That's what tomorrow will bring. But for now, you can look forward to seeing M80 versus Oxygen Esports in the upper semifinals on Friday. And you can look forward to seeing Shopify versus G2 Esports in the lower round 1 to see who will get eliminated first in or on Saturday. So make sure to check back for those. But yeah, tomorrow the Guard versus FaZe Clan, Moist Moguls versus TSM to finish off the upper quarterfinals. Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you would consider it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.